Good morning, good afternoon, dare I say, and I shall. Good evening to you all. My name's Lockabar, and today, at the end of this week, on a very chilly morning, we are playing a bit more Bitcraft, a new MMO that's entered early access that is very more the social MMO aspect that has lots of DNA of games like RuneScape skill leveling, eco, a bit of Minecraft, dash of Minecraft in there, a bit of Worm Online, yes. So if all those words, if they one of them even made a modicum of sense, you'd be like maybe, interesting. It's all about leveling your various skills and professions. It's about building up various settlements, helping out other people's settlements, making your own settlements, exploring some temples. But in general, it is very much a exploring, gathering, crafting, buildy type game for sure. And I've been really enjoying it. Why did we get a message? What's the message there, phone? Oh, there's going to be a parcel arriving in 2 hours' time. Amazing. Is it a good parcel? Probably not. It's not that interesting. Anyway. So yeah, we've been playing it all week. Since the early access. It's a very second monitor game, as I like to say, in that literally I have this up on a second monitor, generally watching YouTube or working on things or painting miniatures or whatever it actually... That's a little joke there. But yeah, you can basically have it running because it is very much a clicky and let it go, right? You've basically items, say, like this tree, it's got... 15, let's think of it as 1500 hit points, and based on your tool, you'll do a certain amount of damage to it, basically, or harvesting power, whatever you want. Let's just call it damage, right? Let's call it what it is. So we're doing 10 damage to its 1500, right? So it's 150 hits, yeah? It's going to be 150 taps, and every tap we have a chance at getting its main resources, in which case we're getting tier 1 logs, so it's there's tier 1 through to tier 10, each progressively getting harder and harder and longer to reach. And basically we're going to be hitting away at this with a chance of getting its normal resource, and then there'll be resources, and then there's a chance of getting like its rare resource, which is used to refine rare materials, which are in turn used to upgrade facilities and settlements and all that type of thing. Yeah, so... And that's the gist, right? And all the items are the same that you're gathering, right? Stone has hit points. Fish have hit points. But just think of it as your tool has attack power and you're smacking things. Bitcraft, interesting. Playboy, how are you? It is. It's entered early access. It is very much, it's got the DNA, as I was saying, of RuneScape skill kind of system, eco, Worm Online, yeah? No, it's not free to play. No. It's a... Well, sorry, caveat. It's not free to play at the moment, early access, but in a year or two, once it finishes early access, it will be free to play. Yeah? Yeah. But it's got like a... it's got like a skill system like RuneScape and all that, where... You have a lot of professions, yeah? Carpentry, farming, fishing, foraging, masonry, leatherworking, hunting, forestry, mining, scholar, smithing, and tailoring. So you got to pay... Yeah, that's right, yeah. I mean, it's... Look, I look at it this way, with things like this. I mean, I've got no problem doing that. I'm just simply supporting the company for something I think is good, right? That I want them to have a bit of money now to get it really sweet at the end of it. You know what I mean? So, like I say to most people, if money's a concern, yeah, the only difference is this feels like a game, whereas Brighter Shores, no offense to Brighter Shores, but it's a weird one too, right? You'll understand this as a RuneScape player, right? And truly, like you'll get what I'm about to say here. It's amazing how games can have similar systems. So, for example, I'll show you, right? Because as I said, as a RuneScape player, you'll get it. The enjoyment of a game like this. you know, the main loop of this game is there's 10 tiers of items and benches and professions and that, right? And across the land, there's different biomes with different tiers of resources, you know, intermixed between themselves. And then you're grabbing those, say, tier 1 resources, then you need to put it on a tier 1 workbench. So, for example, right, here's an example. We've just farmed up a tier 1 tree, right? And we've got rough wood logs, rough being tier 1 material, right? Cool. So I'll just pick up this quickly. We'll claim this. Okay, a little cart. We have an improved cart now. We upgraded our cart, so we've got bigger slots. Some items are called cargo, so they're big items. You can only carry one on your backpack, and then they only fit in the cargo slots. And then some items are, the rest of the items are little items that can fit in pockets and stuff, right? So that's a cool feature too. But say, for example, what do we do with these logs? Well, to start with, we need to process the logs. So we go up here to a forestry station, right? It's divided into tiers. This is a tier 2 forestry station. So it can process tier 1 and tier 2 resources, tree stuff, right? So let's go tier 1. Okay, cool. It's a game where when you harvest resources or make something for the first time, you get the knowledge of all the recipes that you can make with it. So until you actually get a bit of resource, you don't know what you can make with it. So the moment you get a log, it'll go, hey, now you've got the recipe to make the rough wood log output, right? Now you can make rough tree bark output. Cool. So what we'll do, we need some things. So we'll go, we want to make some logs out of these trunks. So you go click, it'll tell you all the info. It goes, all right, well, one trunk is going to turn into 6 logs and a chance of 0 to 1 chance of getting the rare material from that process, in which case this is amber. So you go, all right, well, craft. Let's say we want to do... Oh, hang on. Sorry. I've already... Sorry, I already had one going. So it's going to take... No, it's more RuneScape and Eco and Worm Online, to be honest. Right? Like really, that's what it is. It really is more RuneScape and Worm Online Eco. But so we're going to process 158 trunks, and it's going to turn into 948, right? Now I've got tier 1 tools, right, which affects how much progress you do. Okay, and I've got a cloth armor set, which increases my speed of crafting, right? So we go resume. And this is it. And you'll understand what I mean by being very RuneScape, right? And then, as I was saying before, so the amount of trunks we're about to process equals 6,320 progress. Our tool, tier 1 tool, does 10 progress per 1.6 seconds, right? And then it goes, and then it goes. And as you go, you level your skill that's appropriate to it, in which case this is forestry leveling. We're level 31 in forestry. Level 20 allowed us to get tier 2. We could harvest tier 2 materials. At level 30 or 40, we'll be able to harvest tier 3. You see what I'm going here? Like, that's the loop, right? So we're gonna, you just sit there. It's a second monitor game. You process away and it'll do it. It'll use up energy as you do it, right? You can eat food, which will give you buffs. So in which case, we're going to do that. We're going to eat some plain fish and bulbs, which gives us health and stamina regen for 30 minutes. More importantly, it's going to give us 4.1% crafting and gathering speed for 30 minutes. So definitely eat that, along with our cloth armor set, which is giving us... and then he's like wearing a rough leather helmet. Hey, wait, what? Where's... Wait. Rough woven shirt. Yeah, so you can see how it's giving me building speed and crafting speed. Yeah. Rough woven belt, rough woven shorts, rough woven shoes, rough woven gloves. The cloth armors, yeah. is my crafting set. My leather armor gives me gathering speed, so that's my gathering set of armor. Metal armor is for combat. It even has a skill called, wait for it, Slayer. Guess what that's for? Yes. If you thought it was involving the skill for when you go out killing mobs, like wolves and shit, that would be right. There are NPCs that have their own special recipes and that you level up skills, of which there's construction, cooking, merchanting, sailing, yes, there are boats, slayer, and taming. So you can tame animals to ride, yeah? When you go to the NPCs in the various towns, like here, Roomba, they will have 3 tasks every 4 hours that you can hand in the item and get money and experience in that particular skill. So if I give Roomba 10 ferrolith ingots, he's going to give me 250 coins and 1,000 XP towards merchanting. And you do them, and there's a whole bunch of them, like Svim, he's all about sailing. Heimlich's all about cooking, and they each have their own thing they want, right? So basically, that's a whole system. And then there's, wait for it, the settlement system. It's a very social game. So basically, someone can form a settlement like I have, and you can build your own workbenches that the NPC town you start in has, right? But later on, you can actually start hiring the NPCs themselves. You can basically have everything here and a teleporter, and people can just come in and use your benches. And if they do, you get some money to support your settlement. They don't have to pay anything, but you get supported if people use your stuff. It's a very collaborative game, yeah? Like, so I'm doing it solo at the moment, just to show and test what it's like as a solo player, right? Is solo making a sentiment is like playing Dark Souls on if there was an extreme mode of Dark Souls, right? Because it's only you having to do everything, right? The game, you've got to, well, you can see here, I am processing a shitload of logs. It's taking time to do that, right? That's what I'm going to be doing now. Some of the workbenches, like a forge, are a place the items to do their thing and walk off. So the forge, this level 2 one, I can do 10 ingots being smelted at a time and walk off from it. If I have a second smithy, we could have 20 ingots smelting at the same time, right? So if you have more people, while I'm doing this, I could have someone else working on going out hunting animals right now. We could have someone else that's literally sitting here processing the leather. We could have another person currently fishing. We could have some people doing farming. You see where I'm getting? Like it encourages it, but it doesn't mean you if you do make a settlement and you use it, you don't have to join those people, right? So that's pretty cool. The other system is the kingdom system, which is very cosmetic only, but it's a bit fun. A kingdom, see, is this. You can set up watchtowers to actually make your own kingdom with your own capital, right? And you get a cape and you become the leader of your capital. And bit by bit, by pushing out your watchtowers, you claim land for your kingdom. So you see here, the Ottoman Empire, right? Tortuga, yeah? And the map's huge. I can't stress enough how huge this map is. I started here in Dusk Hollow. It was a journey just to go all the way up to here. Now that's the only in a whole week of play. That's all I've got to. Just this continent alone, right? Just this continent alone, the one continent. Let alone the fact there are other continents, right? So each with their own biomes. There's all these variety of biomes, each with their own mix of resources, right? So as you go along, you're going to get, and the higher resources you need, higher workbenches to process, right? And tools. And to do that, a settlement. So this is our settlement. So here's the thing too for everyone. As I said, we're testing it. So for those that have watched my journey, last time I was playing, we were grinding up the pages to make the book, the codexes, to actually even get a settlement claim, right? Obviously, I've grinded them up, which took a while, and then I found a place which I think is fine. And as we can see now, I have made a settlement for YamCorp. So when you do make a claim, this is pretty cool. A claim has supplies. So basically, at the start, it'll have 12,000 max supplies, and you'll get it when you build it. It will come with like 4,000 or 6,000, right? I've worked it out that 1,000 supplies equals about 20 days where your claim will stay there. If your supplies run out, your claim goes up for grabs, and anyone can destroy your stuff, or anyone can take anything in chests, etc. Okay. So 1,000 supply is around 20 days of time, right? To put it into context, you can make a tier 1 timber, which involves you processing trunks into logs, logs into stripped logs into planks, and then planks into the timber block. One timber block is 100 supply. So 10 timber blocks is a roughly 20 days, is 1,000 supply, which is roughly 20 days. I think that was it, right? Yet again, if you're only on your own, these are the things you have to do. Or you can do stuff like start trading with other places, selling stuff that other towns need, make some money, and buy it from marketplaces from other people. Marketplaces are localized to the settlement, right? So each settlement has their own market. There's no one overall market. So yes, you do have to travel to different people's markets. There are teleporters though. Once you've been to a settlement's teleporter, you can go and use another teleporter to teleport to anywhere that you've already been. It costs some money, and you can't carry cargo, which is the heavy stuff, but you can carry your normal stuff. Cool. So a claim here will be what tier it is too, how many supply you have, how many tiles, sorry. So Bitcraft is a hexagonal tile based game. So all of these are tiles, right? So we've got 842 of 2,000 tiles. So we can expand our land like 1,158 more tiles. Yeah. How many people are in our settlement that are actually a part of YamCorp? 1, because I haven't recruited, right? But that's how many. How much housing? I believe there's like an instanced housing type thing. And that's how many supplies you have. So you've got all your different info you need. Upkeep, -2 supplies an hour. Stability, right. Members, you can set different permissions for different things. Now, research is where you're leveling up your settlement is the big deal. So I've already upgraded to tier 2. So you upgrade, and it will cost usually time and supply, right? So tier 2, we upgraded this, which gives us up to 2,000 tiles to expand our base, and that cost us 2,000 supplies in an hour to research it. We could upgrade our maximum supply from 12,000 to 24,000, and that will cost us 4,000 supplies, and it'll take 3 hours to research. For 20,000 supply in an hour, we could turn our settlement and research becoming an empire, the YamCorp Empire, with our own border, color, cape. Oh my goodness, right? Now, the tier also dictates the maximum your benches can be, right? And processing, which means at the moment, it being a tier 2 settlement, we can only have an upgrade up to tier 2 benches and that, which means we can only make and upgrade tier 2 armor and weapons and tools and process up to tier 2 goods, right? If we want to upgrade to tier 3 stuff, we're going to have to research the unlocked tier 3, right? That's going to cost us 6,000 supplies, 8 hours of research time, and then we're going to need 10 of the tier 2 codexes. The codexes, pretty simple. I mean, it's not overly complex. A codex is made up of 5 pages. Each page represents like the resources, like the metal, stone, cloth, yeah, hide, and the other one, which I can't remember. But basically, and to make a page, you need you need to make the pages themselves. You need to make parchment. You need to make ink of that tier. You then also need to make the refined item of that tier. And that's usually the grindy part, because not only do you need the basic resources to do it, you then need to find the rare resources and then combine a whole bunch of shit just to make one of these rare items. And you need 1 item per page, right? And that makes 1 codex, and we need 10. So you basically need 10 pages of each of these 5 resources, rare resources. It's a grind. But in essence, once we've made the 10 pages and we've got 6,000 supplies, boom, 8 hours later, our settlement will now be tier 3, which means we can now start building tier 3 buildings and tier 3 amenities and cool stuff, right? And that's the grind. That is the game. It's no different. Don't be under any illusion here. Then after that, it's just the same, right? You're getting tier 4 items. You're going to make tier books. Now you can make tier 4 items. You can upgrade your tools to tier 4. You know what I mean? That's the loop. That's the grind, right? Researching stuff. And as you can see, if you are solo making a settlement, it's going to be a grind, right? And after a certain point, it's going to take infinitesimally to so much time, right? By that time, you probably will be wanting to get some people helping, to try to get people to assist. Yet again, you don't need them to join you as a group, but you need to convince people to come up and assist you. You make use of your facilities, and in turn, you can maybe buy the resources you need, etc. Because you don't have to grind them yourself, you know. You can make use of marketplaces and other people. And that's the loop there. That's the loop in a nutshell. Then with treasury, okay, so basically get these coins which you can use, and coins you gain from people using your stuff. And then you can recruit. What's add a new recruitment? What's that do? Player fitting these requirements will be able to automatically join your claim by accepting. See, here we go. So we could be look. We're looking for a fishing, right? We want them to be level 1's fine, and we want 5 fisher people, right? We're setting a fisher village, so we could do that. And now anyone can come up to our claim marker and go, oh, there's some openings for fishermen. Fuck yeah, let's go. I want to be a fisherman. Boom. Now you're a part of YamCorp, and hopefully you'll be fishing, right? It's got a cool system where, like, we've put up a bank. So here's a bank here. A bank is a huge amount of small storage, as well as a huge amount of cargo storage. So you can see here, it's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 slots of, so say for example this, rough wood log. We could put 100 in there until there. So that's a lot. That's a lot of cargo. In fact, we're just putting those in there at the moment. But you can't draw from the bank with crafting benches. But what you can do is you make personal and storage and stockpiles. So I've got a personal storage here. Sorry, here. We shift right click on it, view personal storage. Collect personal, yep. So you can see here, it's got quite a few small items, slots. It's also has got 2, 4, 6, 8 cargo slots. And the difference between this and a bank is that anything within radius of this, right, crafting benches will be able to use from it. So what you'll do is you'll set up things like, for example, you might have a, let's just say the idea is, say you have a fishing area, right? A little fishing area up here. You could put a personal storage chest so that it's just for the fishing items, right? You put all your fishing items there, and that means the fishing bench will be able to use it, but the other bench won't be able to reach it, which is what you want. There are bosses and monsters. So there are, and yet again, this is all extra stuff they're adding. There are at the moment temples, which do have some puzzles and a bit of combat. There are various monsters in the land, yes, which is what your Slayer skill is for. Yeah, so I mean, in essence, there are, but obviously it's not fully featured yet. You know what I'm saying? There's no epic raid bosses yet, or supreme dungeons. They're all things they're adding bit by bit, but there are monsters in the overworld you can fight. You enjoy RuneScape combat, champ, so anything's good, right? Right? Is that a fair statement? Like, you love old school RuneScape, so I mean, like, put it this way. It's as good as RuneScape, right? You click on something and you do have a few abilities, not many. Actually, that's one up from RuneScape. Shit, sorry, we're entering RuneScape 3 territory. But no, seriously, it's very basic. You have a that's bright, right? Realistically, you just have your weapons. Yeah, there are a variety of weapons though. You do have a few skills, right? That you do have, not like RuneScape 3 stupid amount, but like, you know, you have 4 or so. But realistically, it's auto attack and maybe click a button, right? Like that's it. That's it. Eat your food, yeah. Eat a potion, yep. Yep. And look, that's, I mean, there's more to it, but in a nutshell, that's what the game is. Yeah, and you can see now what I'm saying, why I was saying like very RuneScapey, right? Like in that it's all about that grind, like getting your skills up, yeah? Feeling that sense of accomplishment when you can now make a new set of armor or a new tool, which allows you to go to a new biome and harvest the real fancy tree and make some more shit, right? But unlike RuneScape, more like Eco, you can build your settlements up. You can assist other people's settlements, right? You can terraform, yeah? Like all of this, you can raise and lower the ground, right? So you can make raised areas and stuff. So there's terraforming in it. So it's a point and click combat system. Yeah. This whole game is a left click, right click game. The grinding in this game is top tier, right? Undertaker? Exactly. I was just saying that I think it's a fair analogy. It's a good mix, a good healthy mix of RuneScape, the game Eco, and the game Worm Online. I think, honestly, those 3 titles are a lot of this game's DNA. No wonder the joke was fun. Right? Yep. Simplicity, the reason a lot of people like a game like RuneScape and something like this, right, and the games I mentioned, is the fact that there's something enjoyable about watching number go up. Now have access to new thing to make number go up. Yeah, like sometimes you just don't want a convoluted, full-on. You just want to play a game, right? You want to enjoy something. You want to see something evolve, and get a sense that you've put some time in, you've got something. Now bear in mind too, this is the caveat, and yet again, I don't think this matters in the scheme of things, but some people would be a deal breaker. The game's going to be in early access for at least 1 year to 2 years from what it looks like, right? So this is a while of early access. Then it will be free to play. They have mentioned the only time they're going to wipe, they will wipe once. They're going to wipe it on official release, right? Which I think's fair. because if they don't, no new player is going to want to start a game that their game world is completely packed with people already, right? Oh, what a new game. It's just released. Oh, everyone's got all the things at tier 10 and I think that is fine. They might do they said they might do a land wipe during only if they have to, and only if they have to in early access, but they will try not to do a character wipe. So your character's skills will be fine, but your land might go poof. And honestly, who cares, right? Like that, I mean, you can build up. Watching my fish fillets tick to up to 19Ks. Right, exactly. Fish fillets to 19K. I hear you, right? You just, what that means, that literally just says time to go, like, make a coffee, right? It says maybe I could put the washing on. Maybe there's a YouTube, maybe there's a movie I'm going to watch, right? It's the perfect game for that. Chill and lay back is probably why RuneScape's so popular. There is no person-to-person PvP. It's eco passive aggression PvP. And by what I mean, the PvP at the moment is contesting nations or kingdoms' watchtowers, right? So when you make a kingdom, you put out your watchtowers to expand your, think civilization culture war, right? This is their watchtower, right? What another person can do, or group, is they can start feeding this tower supplies to try to overwrite it for their kingdom. I believe this is right, by the way. I'm hoping this is from what I understand. But basically, you can try to take over their watchtower by giving it resources, right? And then that will become part of your kingdom. So that's the PvP, passive aggression kingdom PvP, making your coloured border shrink and the others enlarge and biggen. Yes, basically. Yeah. Will they add more later on? Maybe. But yet again, that's just speculation on my behalf. How do you stop someone from taking your shit? So for a start, if I understand, the kingdom thing is only cosmetic. So when I say watchtowers, that doesn't mean taking a person's settlement, right? So they're not gaining, what's a better way of saying this? A settlement is someone's village or town or city where you're crafting and storage is, right? Okay. That is separate than a kingdom. A kingdom is just this big border here, and you get a big name of your kingdom up, and you become, the leader is the emperor, but it doesn't do anything other than just show some shit. It's cosmetic. Yeah, it's reputation. So if someone takes over your watchtower... No, I mean, there is, because literally, yet again, I mean, it depends on what your definition of no point. The point is, so for example, let's just say the Ottoman Empire, they're like, hey, this venture trading company, they're a bit, we want that area for the Ottoman Empire. Well, for them, it is worth taking out their watchtower and having their border go there. No, not at the moment. That's what I mean. It is purely cosmetic. It's purely just, for the enjoyment of it. Which I think's fine at the moment. Right? Now, later on, I believe they are going to make it more in-depth, right? There will be more to it, but at the moment, so just remember, early access, at the moment, that's all it is. It's purely cosmetic, I think. I mean, I'm no, what's the word for it? I'm no great full knowledge. I know as much as any standard person. Well, yeah, look, I mean, it's not just being an asshole. It's encouraging you to, right? Like, it's all about the kingdom system is to have kingdom pride, right? So, you're not being just an asshole. You are kind of like maybe going like, no, look, our empire is stretching forth, like so. Look, it's a bit of fun. That's all it is. It's a bit of fun. The watchtower literally simply extends your kingdom's reach. Like, so it makes this border here on the map and your radius. So whenever we walk in here, it'll go, welcome to the Kingdom of Venture Trading Company. Yep. That's what the watchtower does. It basically just increases the radius of your kingdom. And it needs... and the other thing too, it needs currency to run it too. So what's to stop a place... Let's see, what's to stop a place from just going to continents and doing that? Money. Eventually, they might not have enough money to keep it running, all those watchtowers. Other players will start taking out their watchtowers and having it of their own. So, yeah. Sorry, I just got a message. Order. Okay. Yeah, you build capacity, that's right. So at the moment, the kingdom's very fun and gamesy, that's for sure. And I'm not gonna forget that 19k fillet of fish, because I am a enjoyer in any game of cooking and farming and brewing. So I appreciate the wonders of fishing, that is for sure. So yeah, put. And that's it in a nutshell, right? That's literally in a nutshell. So we go back to the carpentry station, right? No, it's over here, wasn't it? Here we go. Rough wood log. Back to my 158 trunks into rough wood logs. And away we go. We've got 3 minutes on our buff. If you lose your watchtower, it doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect you in terms of losing any... So any settlements or anything in your kingdom, yeah, it's purely cosmetic. It'll make your kingdom on the map smaller. Yep. Which will annoy people, right? You know what I mean? Like let's face it, it's still someone removing someone, like another kingdom's area of influence, right? So they're going to be annoyed, and that's the whole point. That's the passive-aggressive PvP, right? So they're probably going to retaliate and take some of their kind of watchtowers out. You know what I mean? Like that's the fun for them, is watching your borders enlarge. But a settlement, like this is my settlement, right? Which I've made with a claim. Yeah. This isn't a kingdom, but I can build a settlement in someone else's kingdom, right? So if I walked into the venture trading company's kingdom, right here, if I go into here, I could build a settlement. So long as I'm not, you can't build a settlement in their area that a settlement is, right? Like that green glow around my base, that's my number of tiles that are my settlements tiles. So you can't build in someone's settlement, and there's a 2-gap space between settlements. But otherwise, I could build my settlement here, and I still don't have to be a part of the venture trading company. I'm just an independent settlement in their kingdom. But you can join their capital, and then you would be a member of the venture trading company with your own cape and benefits, and you could use some of their storage boxes at their capital, and you know what I'm saying here, right? So for example, you can see here, venture trading company has a population of 18 and a territory of 25, right? The Ottoman Empire, which is pretty big, like they're all taken on this continent and here, they are 211 people. Oh, and this is all on one server. I forgot to say, this is all on one server. There's no different regions. This is one global server. Yeah, this is it. This is the one server. And it's fine. Doesn't matter. I'm from Australia and it's running fine because it's a type of game it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter what you ping or that, you're going to be fine. So the Ottoman Empire has 211 population, and they've got 498 territory. The Tortuga, now Tortuga's only 86 people and only 290 territory, but apparently the Ottoman Empire is only just on par with them, and they've got almost three times the population. So Tortuga's like they're going hard, like they're hard. But then you've got like the Dawn Coalition, Gallifrey, Tidehold. Yeah, you totally play with your friends and team up, 100%. Like, look at all these different kingdoms with it, and they've all got their own discords and lore. You know what I mean? Like, they're all developing their own feuds. You know, feuds between themselves. It's great. You know, Yggdrasil, 85 people. Look at all this shit. What's going over here? Tavernhold. I think that's Cletus Buford and crew. Purgatory. 126. Yeah. So in that, cool. So there's all these different kingdoms with their own stories and feuds and likes and religion. It's great. It's excellent. I love it. And so that's why I'm saying that part of it's very eco-like, right? It's very eco in that respect. And I do hope they add more and more like political things, or not, you know what I mean, more kingdom-based stuff, right? Almost like I jokingly said, it's like the Civ culture war, right? Defeating your enemy through showing off how many fancy bottles of wine you have and cool pop songs, right? Why hang out in your own country when you could have fizzy pop and sick dance moves, right? So, but it's a game that takes just time and vibe, right? So, for example, yesterday when I got this claim yesterday, this took me all day and night, right? This was all trees. So when you harvest materials, I think when you harvest materials on your property, I think they don't grow back unless you plant them, or if they do, it takes a while. So these trees, this was full on woodland. So I last night, I literally just spent all night chopping down the trees, and they took ages so that I could clear up my space, right? And then I'm going to have to what I'm doing with these logs is I'm going to turn them into planks then I'm going to pave all of this. Now, later on, I'll clean it up, but to start with, I want to, get the area prepped for building the settlement proper, right? So yet again, you can see this is all taking time. Like at the moment, I'm still just processing these some trunks into logs. I've still got to strip the logs, and then I've still got to turn those stripped logs into planks. And these things here that you see, these are unbuilt workstations. Now, one might be like, look, this is a very horrible looking settlement. I do not like how it's laid out, and quite frankly, why even bother? And I would argue correct, but from what I understand, there's no moving things around. Like I can't just click on that smelt kiln now and move it. But when you have built it fully, you can destroy it and you will get back all the materials that it took to build it. And seeing as the material, we're out of stamina and it's going to go up real slow at 15 every 1 minute because we haven't got a food buff on. Food is very important. So if we eat the food now, see, there we go. Now we're getting like 7 stamina regen a second. So it's going up real quick. Okay. So the real work in building your structures is that you've got to process, like most of them need processed items, like stone blocks that require you to get the rock, chunks of rock, turn them into pebbles, get the pebbles, get mud, get the mud and the pebbles, or clay and the pebbles, and turn it into like potter's mix, get that, shape it into bricks, put the bricks in the kiln, right? with logs to burn, right, to do it, and then make 10 of them, turn them into the rock, right? And some of these might need 2 of them, right? So some of it will use rope, which is weaving, timber blocks, which is processing the timber all the way up into the wood all the way into timber blocks. Yeah, so all these things. And this is why, realistically, and this is only tier 2 stuff, right? Now, we haven't upgraded our stuff to tier 2, so we don't have tier 2 tools yet. We don't have tier 2 armor yet. I did make tier 2 ingots, which unlock the recipe for tier 2 tools, so we can start making them. But we need tier 2 ingots, we need tier 2 planks, we need tier 2 rope, and we need, more importantly, tier 2 leather. And I haven't actually even made my leather working station yet, or tanning station. And to do that, I need... so you see what I'm saying? If you are... Seldrith, how are you? I'm going well. I'm going well. I've got my little settlement up and running. Yeah, I spent all day. So we obviously made the settlement claim, and I found a spot. We are, just for anyone that wants to know, and you're more than welcome. Anyone's more than welcome to... I haven't got grand aspirations yet or anything, but if anyone is vibing and they want to come up and help or just chill out or whatever, pretty much I am just to the east of the Venture Trading Company, east of the Ottoman Empire. We're up on this pinnacle here. We are kind of northwest of Redfern NPC town. If you start there, you can travel all the way up to there. Or if you start like I did all the way down at Duskwall or whatever, I walked all the way up here. So I would definitely go to Redfern first. If you've already been to Commento de la Luz and get their teleporter, you can teleport straight there. I do not have a teleporter yet. But what I was hoping, don't quote me on this, because it's taking time, but what I like the idea of is if I get a bit of oomph into me, we might increase the claim, and you know what? We might make the nation of YamCorp, right? I like the idea of having this peninsula up here. Now, in saying that, there is Tincture. They have got a capital, so they want to do the same, but as you can see, they haven't really done anything yet. But even if not, I'm happy on this peninsula here. So we're probably going to expand it out here. I was thinking a little kind of like walkway across from here to here, and maybe another bit here. But yeah. So if anyone wants to, more than welcome to bomb along. If you do not have a place, but getting to that kind of point there, that the NPC village that you start with has everything you need up until tier 2. It's got tier 2 workbenches, just like I have, right? So, and they've got NPCs. They've got all the quality, a bank, the whole lot. If you start out, you do not need to make your own settlement. Unless you die hard need to, right? You want to in your DNA. Making a settlement on your own, particularly, is a grind and a half. It's not just the grind, it's a grind and a half. It is purely... you are committed for that, right? If you've got friends, etc., or you get people to help out, then obviously it's going to be a lot quicker. This isn't as much of a problem. But I would recommend when you start out, unless you know someone, to make use of the NPC town. Do every 4 hours, do the NPC's quest, which I should have been doing now. Do their, if you can, do whatever requests they have, because they've each got 3. For all the each NPC has 3 requests each, which will give you money and XP for that skill, right? And I would level up my skills to at least upgrade my tools and armor to at least level. You can even do it level 2, right? You could make use of all. What you can do, you could buy yourself a personal chest and place it at the NPC village while you're there, and that will 10 times help you out. But or simply make use of the player settlements that are now everywhere, right? Like because one, it helps them out. It gives them a bit of a kickback because it gives them some coin for making use of their workbenches. It doesn't cost anything to the player. It's only just gives some from the game itself to the settlement. And also, it just allows you to. They might have tier 3. They might have tier 4 benches already, right? And they might have a bank and all the NPCs. So the NPC villages, they really only wanted players to make use of when you first start. They don't really want you hanging around the NPC villages perpetually, right? At some point, you may as well be like, let's just move on, right? Explore the world. So what I was getting at is all of these are just tier 2. My settlement is only tier 2. So that means at the moment, it is becoming on par with just the NPC village you start in, right? Wow. Why would I use yours, right? Yeah, that's right. But what it allows me to do, obviously, is start work on my settlement myself while I'm up here, right? Like, I don't have to travel to the NPC village constantly. I can now, bit by bit. So the reason it's just everywhere is because I feel it's easier for me to build the item, process all the materials to get these up, then I can clear up all the land around it, just completely clear fell it, just so we can see, because you can plant trees and that later on to make it nice, which we will. Clear fell all our area, and then we can see what the layout is, right? And then we can maybe do a bit of paving and go, right, the fishing area can probably go here. I would like a number of farm plots here. And the other difference between the NPC village and a player town is that every one of these facilities can only have a certain amount of work being done on it at any given time. So here we can only have one kind of job here. Well, actually, a better example would be this: the smelter. 10 completed jobs, right? This one smelter, level 2, it can do 10 ingots being processed, right? In one time. The NPC village only has one smelter. A player settlement like mine, I can build a second smelter, which means a player could now come up to my settlement and they're like, oh, I want to smelt lots. Well, if I've got 5 smelters, they can now smelt 50 ingots every 5 minutes, rather than wait 5 minutes just to make 10 at the NPC village and then do another 10, right? That's the value of a player settlement, is you can have multiple production facilities, which means players will be able to do, like the farms, right? The farm down in the NPC village, you can only plant 10 plants to grow at any given time, right? Well, up in a player village, they might have 60 farm plots that you can have. So you could have 60 plants growing at one time. Yeah. So I think that's where specialization too, for example, hear me out. Like, I'm not trying to say grow this into a mega city, right? Like we have everything. Ideally, I like cooking and farming in games, yet again. So really what I would probably do, to be honest, is get the basics up to get my settlement running. But then once I establish, I might focus on, say, hell, let's just make a big mega garden, right? Let's just have like a beautifully laid out farms for people to use, a whole nice cooking area, still have the amenities, like still have a bank and a teleporter, the NPCs for people to hand quests in, but, you know, specialize a bit, have a reason for people to stop by and go, oh yeah, cool. Yeah, some people might make a tavern. You can set up marketplaces that maybe sell that food, for example, which people do. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I'm just building all the tier 2 amenities, just so I've got them all to upgrade our stuff to tier 2, right? That way I can see and I can be informed when I talk to people about, oh, what's the settlement system like? I can be like, oh, well, it's like this, you know, it's going to roughly take you as a solo player probably about this long to do this. What if we stopped talking like you do all the time and actually did something though, Lockbar? That would be right. You'd be so right. So, oh, hang on. Yes. Resume. And again. Okay, so we're we still haven't finished off the rough logs. So what I'm trying to do for today, and this is about goals, right? And the goals become more and more apparent, especially when you're solo, small group, right? You really have to, you know, there's so much time in the day, and you really need to go hard. What I want to do today is I need to get the rest of these benches up, and also I then want to start upgrading our tools to level 2, because once we get to that tier 2, that's going to very much assist us in speed and efficiency gathering the resources. Then we can make the processing tools, which will increase obviously the speed of us making stuff. Then we can make a leather and a cloth armor set of tier 2, which will the icing on the cake, right? Once we've got that, I think we're in a good situation to then start over the next days and weeks working out what we do with the settlement, right? I'm obviously not going to be researching my settlement much until I get these things online, because if I start trying to just grind up materials to make supplies for my settlement to use for research, well, that's time away from me upgrading my tools, right? It's time away from me getting resources I need to build the structures. So you only have so much time that you can do something when you're solo. So you really have to work out what's your priorities. So my priority at the moment for today, other than nattering away to you all, is we want to build up at the very least, we want to build the facilities. We need to build the leather stuff. Now, caveat, I could just simply go to a settlement nearby and make the items for ourselves using their workbenches. And that is a very sensible thing to do. You should probably do that, right? There's no reason. There is a settlement just down from me. This one here. Yeah, it's a bit of a walk, but compartly to lose. Jaka, their settlement's really nice. They've got NPCs, a bank, all the crafting benches, a few multiple benches. They've got everything we need. We could just raft down there with some of our items and then make our leather, so we could go hunting some animals, and we could just take those animals with our improved wagon or cart down to their place, and we could use their tier 2 facilities and butcher it, and then just take the material up here, right? But yet again, I'm purely doing this, one, because I'm streaming how the game plays, right? So what I'm doing isn't indicative of smart choices here. I'm trying to learn myself how the game works. And part of that has to be, what is it like on your own to build your own facilities at lower tier, right? Like how long is roughly going to take to do this? And I definitely could do things more efficiently, but I feel that the standard person like myself, you're not going to do it dead efficiently, right? You're gonna meander off and watch a YouTube clip for a few minutes. You might go off and go to the toilet and make yourself a coffee, right? You might have forgot to click produce all, right? And come back 20 minutes later and find that you haven't actually done anything and you've got eaten by a wolf, right? So now we've completed the logs. Oh, my goodness, right? So we just made a lot. Now, the good thing is, I love this feature, right? I truly love this feature. If you have a personal storage in the radius of your benches, all of these logs we just made, they overflowed. Normally, they would just go on the ground, or they'd go into your wagon first and then into the ground. But because we had the personal storage, it actually filled some of that up already, right? Beautiful. Which also means I need to start taking some of this tier 1 and tier 2 stuff and making use of it, because it is filling up our personal cache. We'll probably put it in the bank. But now we've got those logs, we can go to the carpentry station, and now we're going to strip those logs. We have 820, so three logs turns into 1 stripped wood. Okay, so all that we just did, it's now going to turn into 270 stripped wood. So there we go. What's it doing there? What's happening there again? There we go. 13,000. And this is what I'm saying, right? 13,650 work to complete our 273 stripped logs. Now, bear in mind, that isn't the end product either, right? We've still got to process those stripped logs then into planks, right? And then those planks, right, we then can turn into timber for these constructions, right? And it's like 20 planks per timber. So are we going to make a lot of timber? Yes. But you can already see, right? Time. Oh, there's an alpha jackal up there. Shit. All right, well, let's just... You know, I was about to quickly fire up the Steam, because there's the Steam sale on, right? And I thought, what a good opportunity that we look at the Steam sale, right? And then I realized there's an alpha jackal just up the road, and they've got a pretty big radius of like, what? Right? Like, if he gets a bit closer, he's going to be like, what are you doing? Be a shame if I came into your settlement and ate you, right? And obviously, if we can see him, we can run. But if we can't see him, and I'm looking at the Steam sale, our ass is going to get eaten by an alpha jackal, right? Now, I have made a campfire at the back here. The campfire is meant, a bonfire, it is meant to have a radius where like things like the wolves won't come into. It kind of works, it kind of doesn't. So our mileage may vary on our survivability, right? Right. So you can do a couple of cool things like this too. You can go shift right click, view personal cache. Because we're in the radius of the cache, right? We can actually manipulate it. So we can close that cart and we can go shift. Shift left click moves everything of that type into your inventory. All right. Let's have a look at our tier 1 stuff. We can probably break all this tier 1 stuff down into something else. Basic wispweed. Keep the salt. Tier 1 this. That. Basic sand. Oh. Now the bank, on the other hand, we actually have to open it up manually. There you go. Oh. What was that? That was tree sap. Well, we use tree sap. Beautiful. All right. So we've got to go resume. Cool. View personal storage. What else we got? So tier 1 rough rope. We don't want that in our personal storage, or rough logs. Well, actually, rough log we've been using, to be honest. We don't want basic sand. We'll keep the sticks because we'll probably use them. Basic star bulb level 1. We're going to upgrade that. So go sort. Yeah, that's a bit better. That's freed up a bit of our things. Now, tier 1 materials are going to be used. Okay. Now I say that. So remember, so to upgrade the settlement to tier 3, we need tier 2 research codexes. And as I said before, a research codex involves 1 page of each of the resources, right? And they usually will use something special. So for example, the tier 1 codexes required refined rough planks, which was 5 planks, which is that tier of plank, and a basic wood polish. That basic wood polish was, if we go Alt left click, it required a basic amber, which was rare, a rare drop. It required a crop oil, which was a rare drop from farming. And it required pitch, which is just turning wood sap into a kiln or oven. That's fine. And a glass vial, which is turning sand into glass, and then glass at the, I think, the masonry bench to turn into vials, right? But the main caveat, the main thing that was the rare items. So that made 1 wood polish, right? So you make a wood polish, yeah, and then 5 normal planks. That makes 1 refined rough plank. The page we needed used parchment, or one of these journal pages, and that would make 1 page of the woodworking one, right? We needed, that's 1/5 of the resource pages we needed to make 1 codex. We needed to make, so in essence, you need to make 10 of these, 10 of the metal ones, 10, which means you need to make 10 of the special material, right? You usually need to make 50 of the material itself. So knowing that, we need to make the tier 2 pages. So we need the tier 2 version of refined. So refined simple, that needs the tier 2 version of the wood polish. It needs 5 planks of tier 2, but it also uses 2 refined rough planks, which, as we then know, right, is going to be 2 of the tier 1 wood stain, right? Yeah, which means you're going to need, and this is times 10, right? Bear in mind, this is times 10 of them. You have to do this 10 times. So that's actually, so now we need 20 refined rough planks, tier 1, right? So now we need 20 of that rare tier 1 amber. We need 20 of the tier 1 crop oil, right? So you see what I'm saying here is you still need to use the lower tier materials and actually more of it. So the grind we had just to make the tier 1 pages, just the tier 1 material component alone is double what we have just done the other day to finally get the first thing we needed, right? And then we've still got, we've got to do the tier 10 of the tier 2 version of it. and then we've got to do this for every single other profession, right? So we've got to do the leather one. So we need to make the leather liquid, right? Leather working liquid. We need to make the fancy fabric which is used in the one of the others, right? You get what I'm saying here, right? Like this is a journey, right? We are playing Dark Souls here of Eco and Worm Online, right? Building games, right? This is we have taken upon ourselves a journey, as one might say, by doing this solo at the moment, right? Make no bones about it. If you are a person that loves to be a solo player in a game like this, you want to build your own kingdom, your own settlements and towns, and be like, yes, if in Worm Online you are that person that has had an account for 10, 15 years paid, and you've built on your own an epic kingdom, pebble by pebble, you know what you're in for. But know this, there will be a point where it becomes just so much increasingly difficult, right? Because this is just the jump from tier 2 to tier 3. If I just did it on my own, literally building, and I mean gathering all of it myself and processing it all myself and building it all myself, right? Obviously, no buying it, nothing. If we just do it ourselves, it's going to take ages. And that's just to get to tier 3. Meanwhile, there's big settlements that are already getting into tier 5 because they're working together, right? So you got to say to yourself, that trade-off is, do you want to just potter and enjoy the long-term experience of doing something yourself or with a small group? Do it. Right? The game isn't hard. I mean, I've got to do that as a caveat here, right? This isn't a, air quote, hard game. There is nothing hard about right-clicking on a tree and then making a coffee or dinner, maybe even a walk around the block, and coming back, then clicking on a bench and watching another bar go up, right? There is no difficulty in this game in that level, right? The game is purely, and I say this in a good manner, right? This isn't a negative, but the game is purely a time management game. If you've got the time to right click on things and walk away or look at other things, if you've got the time to plan out what you're doing, because you know, planning your building and the logistics, because you are going to be planning out the logistics of how you're going to approach your time you will spend in game. You know, if you've got that time to do that, then it doesn't matter. You know, like take all the time you want. It'll take you ages, but you do you, boo. Just bear in mind that as the tiers go up, it's just going to be increasingly time consuming to do it just yourself. And I think at some point they've mentioned, you know, once you get to a certain tier, it's where they kind of expect you to be a bit more specialized in a skill, because bear in mind as well, as your level goes up, because you need a certain skill to be at a certain level before you can even harvest or make some of the items. What's happened here? Oops. Right? So you can't just go up to a tier 2 tree and start harvesting it, even if you have a tier 2 axe. I don't even know if you can equip the tier 2 axe until you have the skill at 20, for example. Maybe you can, but even if you can, it will literally not let you. It'll say you need wood cutting or forestry 20 to harvest this tier 2 tree, right? So you are hard gated that your skill needs to be a certain point before you can even process or farm a resource, which means as you go up the tiers, the XP needed becomes more and more and more, right? You're now having to go to harder areas or whatever with more mobs and things, and competing with other people. As the game world opens up and more people are playing, you know, there might be areas where people are harvesting that shit, so you now have to compete against a kingdom of people for that resource. And bring it back. It's all time, right? You're going to have to bring it back and then process and all that. Well, you're going to have to start leveling that skill. So if forestry now is going to take you ages, you get X amount of XP per hit, and it's going to take you days before you even reach a benchmark. Well, that's in one skill now, right? And if you're doing it on your own, you've got to be good at all the skills. So see what I'm saying here, right? So it's just time management. It's all it is. If you've got the pure time, you can potter with this game, right? But very much so, and I encourage people, work with other people. You don't have to have them join your company, guild, kingdom, right? They don't have to. They can they can just come and use your settlement, and in turn, and marketplace and whatever, and in turn you can use that to grow. You could get people to join your settlement. You could make a settlement of your own and get people to help the settlement, and maybe then form a kingdom, right? Good fun. I mean, I personally would. A true story. I would with this, but a lot of the people I know that would maybe join me on this type of thing, look, at the end of the day, there's no thing. It's a $44 Australian game. It's early access. It's not like free to play where they can just jump in and have a go, check it out. So it's a commitment, right, to get people to play something like this. But there are a lot of players in game, right? And yes, a lot of people want to build their own settlement on their own or with their mates, right? As you can see, a shitload of settlements. Now, keeping a small little settlement alive is easy. It really doesn't use much resources, right? Keeping a kingdom, that's going to take a lot of resources. Like making a kingdom is a whole jump up, right? If you want the luxury of having your border across a little area and your name up on the thing just for vanity's sake, it's gonna cost you time. And if you're a solo player doing that, mate, you're not going to have enough time in the day. As I jokingly say, I've got all the time in the day, right? Like I work from home. I can do this. I can stream. I can play games a lot, right? With what I'm doing at home, work-wise, right? Even I don't have enough time to do that. So if a person that has all the time to do that does not have the time to do that in a day, no one else does, right? Like it doesn't matter if someone does the whole, oh, you haven't seen me sit there for 18 hours straight on a game. It's like, one, I don't encourage that. You shouldn't. And two, yeah, even then, it's no. So a lot of these settlements will disappear and ebb and flow, and then new ones will pop up, some will go, because a lot of these settlements players have made because they want the same thing. They want the feeling of making their own settlement. But eventually they will get to that point where a lot of them, if they are solo especially, or just a couple of mates and they don't play often, they're going to realise that all they've done is made a tier 2 settlement, which is the same as the NPC ones or everyone else's that are at tier 3 and 4, and no one's really using them much. And they'll disappear. They'll end up joining a kingdom. They'll end up joining another settlement, right? And maybe then that settlement will become a kingdom because those 3 people have now joined up and went, you know what? Why don't we, between us 3, why don't we have one nice big settlement where all of us can help out? And let's form a kingdom. You see what I'm saying? That's the beauty of this type of game. That's going to naturally happen. The three of us here in this act, like this triangle here, right? Like that makes sense that maybe we'd end up forming our own area. I mean, that was the idea I had, right? It was forming an area so that we're over on this side and taking down here and that and up in the peninsula, right? I thought that'd be cool. But as I said, at the moment, I'm just testing the solo gameplay, right? Like I'm testing it. So that's why I've said to people, I'm not in chat going, hey, chat, come up here and join me and do all this shit. One, because to be honest, it would confuse what I'm trying to do at the moment. If I had a whole bunch of people all at once running around the settlement, just quickly doing things, it would skew the experience of what we're trying to learn at the moment. We're trying to learn how much time and what one needs to do as a solo player when first starting Bitcraft. and making your own settlement. And is it even viable, or should you even bother, right? But as I've said, with some people I know, and if some people came up and were like, hey, do you mind if I help out? Like, do you mind if I do? Oh, look, I'm not going to turn people away. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be like, no, I do not. But I'm not actively in chat going, hey, everyone, come to YamCorp right at the moment. I want a kind of an experience. And a lot of solo players are also just want to experience it, right? Like last night, I saw a good example at a couple of the nations were really going hard with new players. The new player was like, oh, I want to maybe build my own settlement, or I want to do this. And they were right, jumping on them, like, and not in a bad way, but they're like, no, come to our place. You know, we've got tier 4, tier 5 stuff almost ready. We've got multiple farms. We've got all this. You don't need anything. Just come over to our kingdom and you've got everything you need. And that's great. But as some of us were saying in chat, yeah, but we've only just started. I'd like to see what the game actually offers first. You know what I mean? Like if I just instantly start the game and I just go to a kingdom and I get given everything, I mean, this game is all about feeling accomplished by you doing things, watching a progress bar go up. I'm not saying that's not a good thing to do, but I'm saying definitely for a lot of us, we want to just at least learn a bit of the game first before we just feel as though we're just a little pebble in a machine, right? Yeah. Log in and be like, what do we do today? I need you to collect 5,000 wood today, everyone. Okay. Now, and that's not a bad thing in itself either, but yet again, many of us want to just see what the game's like first before just instantly, day one, joining up with a mega company and going, yeah, it's got everything here, right? Because we haven't seen the progression. We don't know the struggle yet, right? Once you've known the struggle, of course you're going to be like, oh, bugger this. Yeah, no, definitely. Like, if you're on your own, just join up with a good settlement. Make some friends. Touch grass. Fuck. Now you can see here our stamina went out again. So we eat some more plain fish and bulbs. I stored it. We don't want to store it. We want to withdraw it. And we want to eat it. I just realised though, where's my... I must have... Wait, hang on. Where did I put my helmet? Look, I've totally mustn't have made a cloth helmet. What the hell? Alright. We're gonna put this away first. Alright. You in there, you in there. So long story short, the tier 1 stuff is not going to be used. What I'll probably do is make enough stuff and buy another personal storage, and we'll use that for tier 1 stuff, right? And then we'll have one for tier 2 stuff, right? All right. Yeah, I realized when I looked in, I'm like, rough leather cap, and I'm like, what do you mean? Where's my freaking cloth hat? Oh no, I haven't made one. Shit. Skills wise, I'll tell you what though, if you are playing it yourself, by God, your skills will go up through the roof on everything, because you have to do everything yourself. Right, so we've got 31 in carpentry, 26 in farming, 25 in fishing, 27 in foraging, 32 in forestry, only 13 in hunting though. So we can't even. Oh shit! Oh, see, this is a good example, right? I can't even hunt tier 2 animals to get the tier 2 level. I just realised that. So we actually have to get our hunting up. So we will have to do some hunting. Leatherworking, so we can process it. We just can't hunt the tier 2 animals. So that's something we need to attend to. Masonry 25, mining 22, scholar 28, smithing 22, and tailoring 22. So I've hit everything except for hunting are all at the tier 2, right? But yet again, this is because I had to do everything to get the settlement claim. If you're a new player, right, and you join a big company and you go, what can I do to help you? They go, all right, Rob, I need you to mine. Is there anything else you'd like me to do? No, Rob, we need you to mine. I need you to literally spend your computing time right-clicking on rocks, and I want you to bring those rocks and put them in the rock chest. And I want you to go back out to those rocks, and I want you to right-click on them and watch a movie or make dinner or have some exercise. That's what we want you to do, Rob, as part of our community. Okay. Well, Rob's mining is going to go through the roof eventually, right? Rob at any point will have very low skill in anything else, but Rob will be an ultimate miner. And it's cool like that. All of these are the different tools. They're only tier 1. See, again, we need to upgrade that. Which we've worked out just then that I can't upgrade that even when I build all these things because we haven't got our hunting skill up. So, we might actually have to do some hunting. My goodness. But first we need to process 13,000 and something stripped woods, right? Oh god. Alright. We've got our improved cart. Very good. Very good. Right. So I've got the ingots. Yeah, yet again, a lot of this stuff, there just isn't... You can get... What's the word for it? You need a lot of things in place before you can do anything, right? So it took a lot of effort just to get to the point where we could make the molten ingots, right? Yeah, I've got to turn them into normal ingots. Cool. But even then, I still can't... I can do tier 2 rope. Cool. I can do the tier 2 planks for the tools. Excellent. We can now do the tier 2 metal. Fantastic. Unfortunately, it also, the tools in that need tier 2 leather, right? So right off the bat, we need to make the tanning station and we need to make the leatherworking station, right? Before we can even process it. And then, as we saw, I then need to level my hunting from 13 to 20 before I can even hunt. And then we got to find tier 2 animals, and then we got to start hunting them and butchering them and then converting them, right? Now, once we do that, we'll be all right? Because then we can start, then I can upgrade first our axe and pickaxe. All the well, they're all important, right? But the main ones like that, the bow for hunting, right? Usually what I do is the ones that I need for tools. So I'll upgrade my mining axe, my lumber axe, my bow for hunting, and my scythe or machete for foraging. And then I will bit by bit do the tools. So I'll upgrade the saw for carpentry, right? I'll upgrade the hammer for the smithing. I'll upgrade the needle for the sewing. And I'll upgrade the thing for leatherworking. It's like, that's whatever it is. It's the thing, right? The knife, right? And so usually I will upgrade them first because they are the most commonly used items that I will use to upgrade my other stuff. Now, won't be a moment. Just had to check there was a parcel at the door. All right. And yeah, this is it. Like this is the game, right? This is the game in a nutshell. So there's a lot of things going on, particularly if you're a solo player. If you are a solo player, it is going to be rewarding, but it's also going to be uber grindy, right? So bear that in mind, simply. If you go into this mindset of, I'm going to be a solo player and I'm going to do everything myself, at some point you're going to be like, holy shit, and you might get very overwhelmed. So I would express very much, make use of other people's settlements. So even if you are going to be solo, make use of other people's settlements as well, a lot with your journey. It will make your solo experience still easier, right? The other big thing I always have said, and I haven't been doing it myself, so, you know, is, yet again, these NPCs that are both the starting towns as well as player towns that have hired them permanently. There are a number of NPCs that each represent the various skills, like merchanting, sailing. Every 4 hours, they will have 3 tasks each, which give you money, which you will use to buy blueprints for chests and all the good stuff, and experience in that skill. A lot of these skills aren't quite done yet, like in terms of what they offer, but the main thing here is money, because every 4 hours you can get money. You can get money from selling stuff to other towns, and that's a big thing here, by the way. If you find a place that's buying stuff, like Eco or something, if you got a town that's like, because bear in mind, the big places, the big cities and towns, they're going to be going through a lot of materials. Even if they've got a lot of people, they're still going to need stuff to fuel the war machine, right? To make sure that everyone's all equipped and got the good stuff going and supplies. So they're not going to always want to buy all the grind all the like, hey guys, can you all go out and grind tier 1 trees? Of course not. So a lot of these places will buy tier 1, lower tier materials off people's, right? Do it. If you find a good thing to make some money and you can grind off it, make yourself some extra money. Sell some settlement stuff, right? But do these tasks, because not only is getting the this is the main way of leveling these up. They're different skills, but you're getting X money very quickly to start you off on your journey. And they're not hard. They're just like usually sell a lot of process stuff. Like, you know, he wants 10 ferrolith ingots, which are tier 1, 10 tier 1 bricks. Svim is a good one to level to 20 as quick as possible, because they have sailing. The higher you can get sailing, the better. Sorry, we just have a Charlie in the house at the moment. How are you, Charlie? Charlie's one of my pussycats. I would pick him up to show you, but he's not a picky up cat. He's built like a brick shit house, and he would rip my face off if I did. How are you, bud? How are you, little pussycat? Oh, big purrs. You want to be up on the... You want to be up here? Charlie? Charlie, get up on the table, mate? Wait. Charles. Come on. Charlie. Mate. You want to get up here? Come on. Up. Come on, up. On the chair. Come on. Charlie. No, not on my chair. Here. Come on. Up. Up. Come on. No. What's it go? What are we doing? What's happening? Alright. Hold. Hold. I need to put him to bed. He usually wants me to go up to his cat bed. He will not nestle into his cat bed until I literally walk out with him and hang out with him for a few seconds while he gets himself all settled in the bed. A moment. All right, Charlie's doing his thing. Gave him a few scritches. He didn't really settle down into his cat bed, but he seemed to be okay with having many scritches, and now he's back to eating some biscuits. So, bless. All right. So yeah, like I was saying, don't not do these NPC quests. Every 4 hours, try to do some of them at least. And that's another thing, right? So yet again, it's all time. As I'm doing this kind of settlement stuff, I'm just processing these materials myself. It's obviously time that I'm not going to do these NPC things I'm saying and all that, right? So seeing as we're doing tier 1 wood stuff, actually, what I do recommend too is to make a lot of these items will come up a lot, okay? So you can kind of stockpile. If you've got a bit of downtime, you're just like, well, I do. Look, there's no reason not to make, say, 50 rough bricks, right? Just to cover you for a number of, reset's done. Oh, he wants another 10 bricks. Cool, just grab 10 bricks. You don't have to sit there and think, right now I've got to go get clay, get rock, turn it into pebble, turn it into potter's mix, turn it into wet bricks, now fire the bricks, right? You can just be like, oh, here's some I made earlier. There's 100 bricks. That's good for 10 resets worth, right, of quest. Yeah. And you can do that for especially the metal. Like you could do like 100 ingots, 100 bricks. What's Fim want? 10 salt, right? I'm literally up where salt is. I could just get 10 salt, right? Plain roasted fish, yeah. It's only 50. But it's the experience that's the main thing, because you want him to 20 to be able to get the better boat outside the raft. Heimlich wants plain roasted fish. What's up, Charlie? What's up? What are you doing? What's up, buddy? Charlie, what you doing? You're very, what's the word for it? Oh, do you want to put up on the chair? Or do you want to go back out again? Oh my goodness. Okay, the Charlie cat has eaten his food, and now he's like, I want to go out, father. So, alright. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Traveler's task. What do you want? Alright. Bricko usually wants processed cargo. So what I recommend with this type of thing, you can carry it in your wagon, but as you can't teleport with cargo pieces, what I recommend is carrying so for example, a metal frame is 10 ingots. So 10 ingots is a small pocket item. So carry the ingots on you, go to the settlement, and then make the item and just quickly hand it into them, right? I think that's your better bang for your buck, is the composite item first. Alessi. Yeah, okay. Right, we've got 2 hours. We might actually quickly go and do a couple of these, right? We might do a couple of these. We will finish this rough stripped wood though first. I just like to know that it's done. Yeah, it's all done. Oh. Now I know the settlement just down from us does have some of the NPCs. So if they have got some of the NPCs, then hell yeah. On the other hand, we have got our bank back in the first town, and I think we might actually go just to there first because there's quite a lot of materials we could grab when we go down there. So what we'll do first is we'll finish this off. I'm actually going to put all this away just to maximize how much storage I have. Okay. We'll put our cart away so it can be summoned if we need more space. And then we might grab all our stuff from our bank at the NPC. Now, eventually, for example, like, you know, we can hire those NPCs and set them up their stall and everything. So, even better, right? Even better. We could have Roomba there and just be like, oh, cool, every 4 hours. Don't have to go somewhere and hand it in, right? We can literally just in our own settlement. So the payoff is that, yes, you don't have to go and travel to someone else's area to do it if you do it yourself. But obviously, the trade-off is that you first have to get the money and the infrastructure and everything ready to be able to do that, right? So, yeah. You can see there, right? Like, yet again, I started off today jokingly. We've had a few breaks here and there with it. But in general, this is me just showing off Playboy, just like the idea of how you gather an item, then you process it. I mean, we gathered the trunks, and now we turn them into logs, and now we're only just finishing processing and stripping those logs. We're still going to turn those logs now into planks, right? Oh, and this progress bar, obviously, once we get some upgraded tools and armor, it'll make it go down. But as the tiers go up, like the tier 3 materials are going to take longer to process, right? And gather, right? So you can see here, yet again, it exponentially becomes more of a... Goes from, I'll make a quick coffee while I do this, to I'm literally going to watch the new Mission Impossible. And I don't mean like watch it on a dodge version or streaming. I mean, I'm literally going to go into town and watch Mission Impossible at the movies and come back home, and I might have processed my 500 planks, right? Tier 4 planks. I would definitely say there's a number of people multi-boxing in this. Yeah, 100%. Many people would be multi-boxing or buying new accounts and having multiple characters. Because technically there is no I mean, there's no subscription fee or anything. So basically, you just buy the game once, right? But I'll be interested to see how they deal with that. I mean, when I say deal with that, it's not like that's innately like Worm Online. There are plenty of multi-boxes. Many builder games like this have multi-boxes, right? But I'll be interested if you have free to play, like what's stopping you just making 10 free accounts and having 10 of your characters just... Well, I suppose you have to have 10 instances of the game up and running, don't you? that's the main thing. But still, you know, having your 10 guys say, you click wood, you click wood, you click wood, you click, and just having 10 of them all just harvest wood at the one time. Or one processing it constantly. For sure. I want to start. See, everyone wants to start a settlement. That's the thing, right? And it's understandable. Yeah, right. It's not like oh, why don't you? It's like it's a common thing. People are like, I want to start a settlement, right? Right? Like, of course you do. Why wouldn't you, right? Like, why wouldn't you want to start a settlement? When people say I'm more of a farmer or a fisherman, really what they're saying is I'm more of a person that can just right click on a thing and then walk off, right? Like you are not a farmer. You are not a lumberjack in this game. You are someone that can right click and watch a progress bar, and I'm here for it. That's my skill. The amazing ability to look at bars fill up with numbers and go, yes, this pleases me. This is good. I like this. Skillfully, I might say, right? Skillfully waiting on that bar, right? Look at that. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no, actually it's at 320. We need 650. God damn it. I thought we were so close, and yet in the end, did it really even matter? There we go. Some hot soaring action. But I do. I very much enjoy it. It's good. Now, of course, the flip side. Waiting on that bar. The flip side of the game too. It is a game about the main thing is progressing through the tiers, which is more progressing through watching progress bars, right? And if you're in a bigger company or group, there's a lot of organising people into roles and getting things done against the other players. As a solo or a small group, reform, and because yes, you can do a few bits and bobs, but because there isn't huge amounts of content outside of that in game yet, for a solo small group, I do feel that there'll be some people that after they get through a few tiers and once the grind gets up, you know, into the tier 3, 4 grind, I think there'll be a lot of small group. Yeah, that'll be their point where they'll be like, that was a fun game. Or they'll transition from running their own settlement and they'll just join up with someone and help out now and then. You know, they'll do some fishing or something, which is totally good, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But because the game is all about just really cranking up those tiers, the other thing too, obviously, is the thing of, well, you know, what happens once people hit those tiers, you know? It's what's the speed of hitting those tiers, you know? I know a lot of players at the moment, they're already up to tier 5, aren't they? Halfway there. And it's only been a week. You know, Kingdoms are nearly halfway through all the tiers, and it's only been 1 week. Now, to be fair, that's a lot of people who are working on it, right? And organisation. And probably a lot of people that know what they're doing. But to be honest, even the whole knowing what you're doing, if you've played the game over a number of days, you eventually know what you're doing. You know what I mean? Because the systems are not, it's not like overly complex, right? It's not like, oh, what's the complexity now? It's like, well, now we just need to get more of that tier, of the current tier, yeah? And then we need to get the lower tier stuff, right? And then we need to ram it together and make the new books. Okay, let's do that. You know what I mean? So it's not like new emergent gameplay happens. It's the same thing as you did the tier before, just more of it. So yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. But I think a lot of players will play it for a bit, and then they'll move on to just either another game or they'll join another settlement and just be a part of the kingdom. I think running a kingdom will be very rewarding, especially when more and more kingdom to kingdom based stuff happens. Obviously, adding dungeons and raids and stuff. So adding the solo / group play, yeah, content. That'll be definitely a thing. I still firmly believe, I know this is a hot topic, but I stand by this. I still think they should have durability in the game. I think without durability, even though you need lower tier stuff to make the higher tools, I think having permanent tools and weapons and armor is a missed opportunity to have trade and ongoing reasons for people to do something. And I know it's a hot topic for some people. A lot of people just want to have their thing once they made it. Like, I don't think I should lose my axe ever, right? This axe is always going to be good. But I still think it gives more options and more gameplay fun for players if there were the chance of your tools and armor and that breaking and needing repair, because it allows players to have another avenue of activity to do and to feed kingdoms, right? Like, you could have literally a small settlement. What do? They are literally blacksmiths. They repair armor. That's their whole deal. You know, they'll day in, day out, they'll repair people's orders of stuff. That'd be awesome, right? And you could make items, you know, for that, like polishes and various tinctures and materials that are for the full repair system or something, right? And like I was saying, make it like June, so that there's a max durability that just gets reduced each time you repair the item, and eventually it breaks, and then you do need new stuff made. That would give a reason for blacksmiths and woodworkers and all that to still keep on churning up the stuff from lower tiers. My humble opinion. Just my humble opinion on that. Right, so we want to go to the town. Yeah. So I think one of the quests was 10 bricks. And I think... Oh, look, we can just put that away. 10. I think one was salt. Oh, hang on, we've got items already. So what I'm about to do is I'm just going to simply... Oh, shit, there's our... Shut that. Put that in there. Beautiful. Yeah, we're going to hand in a couple of quest type stuff, right? And there, no. I think we did. Actually, we will process this ore though. Yeah, it's not going to take long. Chum, lake fish, and raw meat of the game. Then you go to the fish in question. And the ocean way out there. Chum lasts 15 minutes and you use it on the fish node. Yes. Deep sea fishing. So yeah, we'll try to. We're going to get a bit more salt, and then we're going to hand in a couple of these quests just to get a bit of money, and then we might see what we can buy with said money. I'm thinking another personal chest. Yeah, I think we need another personal chest. The reason I'm just doing the metal now is, well, I mean, to be honest, one, I need metal. Tier 1 metal, like to hand into quests. I had 20 of it just sitting in our personal storage, tier 1, so may as well use it, right? I mean, so all of that time we've spent so far, just made 270 odd, oh, that's a log. 270 stripped wood. As I said, we haven't turned it even into tier 1 planks yet. And we need to do that type of stuff for the tier 2 stuff, right? Because all these stuff that we're making needs tier 2. The reason I was doing so many tier 1 planks is simply I had a lot of tier 1 wood from cleaning up my area of land here. And I'm going to use it for paving, wooden paving to start with. I'll pick it all up later on and change it to stone and all that jazz once we do it. But at the moment, it was just like I'm about to get a lot of wood, right? And we've already saw that you need a lot of wood anyway to make refined wood and all that jazz. It's a whole undertaking, that's for sure. There's definitely a market for tier 1 materials, rare materials, because yet again, you're going to need them anyway. So here we go. Oh, we haven't got our food buff. Yeah. Oh, we're a bit silly, aren't we? Didn't we have our food buff? No. Put that there. Okay. Eat. Alright, so I've eaten our food. Very cool. So now we'll just quickly go over to here. And we'll turn our rocks into dust. This does show something too, right? The fact that I was about to go hand in some quests and go to the bank and all that, right? And then I was like, well, you know what? We need 10 level. We need actually 20 level 1 ingots. I have 20 ore. Well, we may as well. I don't know if I've got ingots back at the bank in the NPC town that we need to grab. So I may as well make it. So just this alone is taking some time, right? I mean, I just processed the ore into rock chunks. And now it's at 2,000 progress. That was 1,000 progress. Isn't our 2,000 progress? And I'm converting that ore chunks into the ore concentrate, right? And now, actually, I might not even be able to do it even then. Hang on. Yeah. So then the ore concentrate we're going to need to put into the furnace. But we're also going to need 1 log per one. So we're going to need 10 logs just for basically making that. And then that's going to take 5 minutes. Now we don't have to do anything while it does that. We can walk away. But that's still 5 minutes before even that. If we want the 20 ingots for the 2 items that NPCs wanted, well, that's 10 minutes of just real time. That literally is nothing we can change about that. It's just going to do it. Now, bear in mind, this is a good example of, if I built a second smithing station tier 2, we could queue up another 10 at the same time and we would be more efficient. And that is great. The reality is, though, to do that, we would need to make another smithing station, which would mean we need to get more tier 2 materials and process them, like lumber and rope, and then we would need to do that, right? So it all takes time is what I'm getting at. Now, it's definitely better to have multiple stations first because that reduces time in the long run. But I'm just saying it's, you know, just the act of I'll just quickly make up 20, you know, iron ingots, tier 1 ingots. It's still time it's taking up. So yet again, if you are doing this solo and you're making a settlement solo, it is going to take a while. And there's not much. There's nothing you can do outside of making sure your tools are upgraded to the highest tier you can use, and both for the gathering side of things as well as the production side of things, and then making sure you have the highest tier of armor for speed. they do reduce it down. Outside of that, there's nothing then else you can do. It'll be a fixed. It'll take this long, right? It'll take 5 minutes. In fact, you can very easily tell how long things will take. Just pop a food item with, say, a 30-minute timer, and then start work on a job, right? And then you can see, okay, well, it's been 4 minutes, or 5 minutes of my buff was taken making 20 concentrate, right? So then you can literally go, okay, well, in half an hour, if I've got the materials, I don't have to now go get the other materials. I can make, 50 ingots or something, or 10 ingots, whatever it is. Realistically, the currency in this game is time. I can't stress enough. You are not charging people at the marketplace because you've got tier 4 materials. You are charging people for the amount of time it took you to get those tier 4 materials and then process them into the different sections that you needed to sell, right? That's what you're selling. So the baseline for anything should just cost, how much does time cost, right? What is per second of time? What's a minute of time take? Because most of the things are basically the same, right? A minute processing a 3-stage process, no matter whether it's a wood 3-stage process or a metal 3-stage process, if it all ends up being 5 minutes or 10 minutes, right, then it doesn't matter what the material is. It's just how long you took to make the item and get it there. So I find that interesting from a market kind of viewpoint, right? That, in my opinion, definitely the cost. Now, later on tiers, it will obviously be a bit different because then it's going to be the biomes, the difficulty to get it. But even then, that's still just time, right? Like, how long do I have to go around trying to get that tier 6 tree? How many mobs do I have to fight off to do that? So, yeah. There's people who are tier 5 already. They just can't interact with us. Yeah, I think a lot of people will probably see the bigger kingdoms like, oh, guys, we're rushing to tier 6 now, they'll be like, oh, half the players now are already there. Like, what am I meant to do? Don't worry about it. That's what you're meant to do. Don't care what a big kingdom's journey is. She'll be right, mate. So see, we need... So that 20 turned into 40. So it's basically 40 ingots worth, right? For 20 stones. So we would need 40 logs, right? So we go up here. Go to our handy dandy there. 40 logs. There. So 7 trunks will turn into the 40 logs. So let's have a look here. So we're at the 24. Oh, see, that's nothing, right? That's nothing. 280. By the way, I mean, I've been crapping on about time, but you can do the math pretty easy because it literally is a process per, 280. That's at 10 damage or efficiency per tick. We're doing, so it's 28 ticks, yeah? 28 ticks at 1.5 seconds. You can pretty much do the math very quick. So it's not like they don't give you the exact information to work out how long is it going to take me to process blah. It really is just proficiency divided into the progress, or progress into the whatever that is. So we go claim that. Cool. Here, tier 1. Now we've got the logs. Boom. Cool. And what we could actually do is this, far better, rather than holding the logs, right? We can put, get them out of the improved cart. We can put them into our personal cache here. Yeah, same with that. And now we could just, it can see that chest, so we can be like, oh. Now, unfortunately, we can't do any more. Now, like I was saying before, we could press B. We could go simple smelter. Hell, actually, we could even go, what's tier 2? There is tier 1 stuff. Right, there is tier 1 stuff, but it's only the cooking station, right? It's the rough well for water and garden plots, a crude workbench, and a rough oven, okay? But for basic stuff, it gets you up and running. But let's just say, for example, the simple smelter, it needs 10 planks and it needs 4 rough bits of stone. Those 4 rough stone is 40 bricks, right? And so we could technically, right? We could build another smelter. So we're doing multiple amounts, right? And maybe we will. Like maybe we'll at some point. Okay. In fact, we will. We'll put the recipe just there, just for the moment. Okay. Cool. Hello. How are you, matey? How are you? I've just been full discussing about the merits for people about time management in this game and what the realistic expectations for a player that wants to go, I am solo and I'm going to make my own settlement and kingdom. I'm setting the expectation for players that very doable, just a lot of time, lots of time. And realistically, unless you're a diehard, at some point you should work with other people. Either get people to work with you or work with other people in a town, because it's a whole thing. But I'm enjoying showcasing it off to people, like what that progress is. So currently at the moment we have a settlement. YamCorp settlement. It's not a kingdom. We're not even going to go there at the moment. But YamCorp Kingdom is basically on the peninsula here. It's just next to Venture Trading Co., just kind of up here. It is... If one started down in Dusk Hollow, it is directly north of Dusk Hollow. If one started at Redfen, which I would recommend if anyone was going to visit me and assist me or anything, hang out with me, I would start at Redfen NPC Village, because obviously it is quicker to get up there. But yeah, that's where YamCorp is at the moment. Will we expand out if we get some people? Will we maybe make the nation of YamCorp? Maybe. I don't know. But at the moment, that's where we are. That's where we are. So I place the claim. I'll look into Red. Yeah, I'd start at Redfen. If you're going to come up and you want to hang out with me and, yeah, if you want to hang out with me and assist and all that, the YamCorp thing, and have a bit of fun, then yeah. Redfen would be the place to start with. Also, the good thing with Redfen is you can use that to start with as your base anyway. You know what I mean? Like, it's got everything you need. Yeah. Like, Redfen has everything you need while we're building this up as well. Once I have every workstation up here and I've got the NPCs, like once we've got it to the point where it's the same as the NPC village, we're good, right? But at the moment I've got a bank, at least, and I've nearly got most of the profession, all the stations. I've got some to build here. I just obviously don't have the NPCs and that. But, and this is what I was going to show, like the settlement, for example, here, down from me, they have got a lot of stuff. Yeah, maybe if I had a teleporter. I don't know if you can start at a person's town, even if they have a teleporter. but they will be able to teleport from a starting town directly to my place once I get a teleporter. Yeah, once I get a teleporter, yes. But this settlement here that these people have, they've got NPCs and stuff, right? So it's quicker for me to go to here than to go all the way down to the Red Fen to hand in quests to get money and stuff. Yeah. But eventually I will get the NPCs, so I'll have everything here. Which is what I'm doing at the moment, is just smithing some stuff so I can do some hand-ins back at the starting town and pick up my tier 1 stuff. Right, so we've got the first of the 10 ingots for the quests to hand in. So traveller tasks. So Roomba wants 10 ingots. That'll get us 250 coin. So Roomba wants 10 ingots. He'll give us 250. He wants 10 bricks. He's going to give us 250. Oh, also the other thing, obviously the more people you have working with you and helping out, the more people they can each be doing the daily quests, and then they can donate their money to the settlement if they want, right? So you can double dip, right? If you got 10 people all doing every 4 hours the quests, you can start getting more money, which obviously in turn you'll be able to start buying more NPCs and upgrading your town. So Roomba needs 10. Svim, we've got to get 10 salt, and I have got plain roasted fish back at the starting village to give him. Heimlich's going to want some plain mashed bulbs. We've got that. I can't be bothered doing mushrooms. Bricko would like a ferrolith frame, which is 10 ingots, and that's why we need to do another 10 ingots. They would like more cloth, but we really don't have much cloth at the moment. And Alessi's going to want rough plant fibre, which I think I have, 30 of that, and 200 grain. I think we've got that. Yeah. All right. So yeah, it's, as I said, I think for a lot of players, especially a lot of people like Worm Online and Eco and that, they're going to want to make their own settlement and kingdom. You know, their instant thing will be, I want to make my own full thing, like, you know. But the reality is, I think it'll kick in for a lot of them that it's going to be a lot of work, right? Like, it's going to be a lot of time. Whereas I feel, let's wait for it. It's interesting because you can still be a solo player while making use of other players, right? Like having people still be sociable with you. You can run a sentiment, but you kind of just, you're shooting yourself in the foot if you don't make use of getting people to hang out with you, right? Like it's like it's you really are putting yourself on hard mode. Very much so. So there's the 10 ingots. So we're going to take all 20 ingots with us when we teleport to. So that's got 2 minutes on it, so we'll do that. So at the moment, with the unbuilt things we've got going is the simple leather working station. So that's going to need 2 brick slabs and 2 simple timber. When we get back here, we're definitely going to have the timber. That's not going to be an issue. Then we've got the simple tanning bed. I've already put the rope in, so I just need 4 simple timber, so that's 6. We need another timber, and that'll be the simple farming station up. Then we need 4 more timber for the simple fishing station. And then I need just a bit of basic fertilizer to put some farming fields in. Now, yet again, once you've built them, I believe, once you destroy, if it's fully built and then you shift right click, you can go deconstruct. I believe you get all the parts back from it. Which you can't move an item on your plot, which is, to be honest, I think that'd be great. I feel that just being able to shift right click, move, and move the station over to here or here would be optimal. Devs, that I feel would be great. But otherwise, you just destroy it, get all the materials back, and then just build it. Boom, boom, boom. Put some building labor into it. Cool. So at the moment, I'm just building the objects where I can. And then once I've clear felled out the region here, got rid of all the trees, the rocks, or grass, herbs, everything, we're going to clean all this out. I have got a bit of room tiles to expand. So we'll probably expand out our border out this way, right? Clear fell all that out, and then I'm going to pave a lot of the area just to have it nice and neat, and then start placing the benches where I think look good, right? Like start developing the idea of it, like, you know, like the idea is I have the fishing thing up near the ocean here, right? Have a nice row of a nice farm area with, you know, some nice plots. Have the usual thing of the mining area and carpentry and tailoring, the 4 main professions in their own little hub, right? Have the NPCs in their own area, yada yada yada. Have some nice roads that go through it, all that jazz, right? All that jazz. But that is long-term kind of like goal type stuff for sure. Now, remember you can press U and it will show you all your different stations if you press U. I believe if you hold Alt down or something like that, it does the same. We can go show only tier 1 stuff just to cover things up a bit. You go click, boom, craft. If I wasn't so into June, I think I'd play this game. That's fair. That's fair. It's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? It's just started into early access. It's got a good year or 2 before it leaves early access. There'll be plenty of new additions and changes and bits and bobs. So, you know, play your June. Get your June into it. The game's not going anywhere. And plus, also with June, we have now got... I mean, next week I am going to have another Raz at June. They've opened up the deep desert for PvEers now. So us Care Bears can now actually get tier 6 materials. And we can do the tier 6 dungeons. So let's face it, you know what we're all doing. We're building carryalls. That's what we're doing, right? Right, Zetron? We're building carryalls. 100%. That's my first project. It's probably everyone's first project. I'm going to build a carryall. and a spice fucking tractor. Do you know what the best thing about this game is? Barely on aluminium. Doesn't matter. As long as you're enjoying yourself. You're doing well. That's all that matters. Enjoy the story. Right? Yeah, right. I was the same, right? I've already got so much game out of it already, so I'm good. Yeah, like I'm okay to have a break. And to be honest, there's not much for me to do outside of the break, right? Like, I mean, the deep desert thing means I can now finish off all the toys, right? So I can make all the new vehicles with the new materials. I can gather that, get the new materials, go into the dungeons with some people and get some of the high tier blueprints and just enjoy the labs anyway. And that's it. You know what I mean? Then it's like, well, now now I'm waiting to more story because I like the story of the game. So until there's new update for story, that'll be it for me for June probably. I'm playing 7 days too. Yeah. I'm just I'm holding off just till experimental patch is finished in a few more days' time with it. Then I'll probably play it. Yeah, that's right. June's the type of game where I'll be up to date. I'll keep my things running. Yeah. The cool thing about this game is you technically could play June while playing this on a second monitor, right? Like you know, I'm not even joking. That's the fun of this game, is you literally could have it on a second monitor, and you could be just right click on a tree, let it harvest away, and then get back to your Juning or your 7 days to dying, right? That's what I love about the game. This is the perfect second monitor game. Cosmetic and PvE content, yeah. I didn't think much of their DLC that's coming soon, though, for June. That kind of looked shit. It didn't impress me, but anyway. Not being a Debbie Downer on it, but it looked a bit shit. I wasn't like, oh, cool. I was like, shit, whatever. Just some lame-ass cosmetic stuff and whatever. So long as the free update stuff has the story, then I'm good for it. Even Ark coming up soon. It's got Ark Lost Colony, which is their proper story expansion, dealing with the story between Aberration, Extinction, and Genesis. Like, set in Arik Prime. That shit looks amazing. Give them time to cook some shit up. Conan came so far in 3 years. Yeah. I hope they don't leave Conan, you know what I mean? Like, they mentioned how they're not making any new update now for a while. No more battle passes because they want to fix all the long-term problems of Conan. I hope that isn't code for, but now we're making June, we're not going to really come back to Conan anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I hope Conan doesn't go into maintenance mode. I hope they do fix the Conan up, and then they get back to making some new updates for Conan, right? Because you'd think they would, right? Because there's a lot of people that play Conan that don't give a shit about June, right? You think? But there's more. There's still more to add, though. It's Conan, man. There's still more regions to add. There's still more monsters and dungeons and lore to add, right? Like, 100%. And I don't think the June players are necessarily also Conan players, right? You know what I mean? They are very much their own separate fan bases in a way. Yeah. But I will agree with them that I'm glad they did stop adding new content when a lot of the old content still was bugged and shit. Right? Like, you know what I mean? If they stick to that the reason they've stopped new content for a while is to just fix a lot of the old problems and bugs still in the game, I'm here for that. Please do that. You know what I mean? Like, please do that. 100%. Yes, please. Let's equip our leather gear. I lose interest. Because I can roleplay with it and stuff like that, it works. Yeah. But that's all right, because you've got time to spend on things, plus you've got to get your ass up to YamCorp and start becoming a valued employee here at YamCorp, all right? These trees aren't going to terraform and clear up for me by themselves. Although, to be fair, actually, a lot of them are tier... Yeah, they are all tier 1. A lot of this stuff is there is tier 1 stuff. This is what I like about the biomes in this game, right? Put your nose to the Yamstone, right? It isn't like, oh, this is a tier 2 biome, there's only tier 2 stuff. They are mixed, which is great, because where I'm up, all the way up, there's still tier 1 stuff to level off, to be able to harvest for a new player, right? With their tools and that. Because, for example, you're not going to be able to, Zetran, harvest the tier 2 trees yet until you get 20 forestry, right, for example. But there are, most of these trees where around me are tier 1 trees, for example. There's, and I like that. I think it's a good idea that they made it that the biomes aren't just all the next tier. Because then it'd be boring, right? It'd just be like, well, got to go to the tier 2 zone now because that's where I farm. Oh, now we're into tier 3. Let's go to the tier 3. But by having different tiers in all the places, it means you kind of start picking locations that are just cool, right? Like you're like, oh, you know. Now some areas have probably, you know, higher level of stuff. Obviously, like this type of biome, you have more chance at getting What the fuck are you taking so long? What's going on here? You having a bit of a problem? Like, what's... Hello? What's going on there, chap? This game's just like, I'm not going to let you harvest that material. Why can't I... I'm very confused here. Why is it not letting me... Huh? Oh, that's interesting. I can't harvest. Why can't I? Oh, your position is out of sync. Ah, we might be disconnected. Ah. Oh, we were disconnected because we just got killed by the... Oh. You'll be knocked down. You can choose to get up or teleport back to your home location wherever you last used your set home action. After losing your health, you'll be incapable. I wish... Hey, quickly, devs, by the way, if you've got this message... Yeah, there we go. We can move it. Don't worry about Dev. You did let us move it. After losing health, you're being cursed. You lose health by being attacked. You can protect yourself, better equipment. You can prevent starving. I don't care about that. You'll be knocked down. You can choose to get up. Oh, we can just get up. Oh, we do get a... Okay, you do... If you get up, though, you do get a reduction in health, speed, stamina. Okay. So there is a penalty for dying. Shit, we need some food. But you don't drop stuff. Huzzah, right? Huzzah. Yeah, you do have to watch out for the jackals. They are up here. But yeah, we will get you equipped with armor and weapons, and you will be my... you can be Zetran, the defense system, yes. Realistically, you're probably just I'm gonna see you running from wolves through the base a lot, aren't I? Oh shit! Fuck, alpha wolves. Minister of Defense. Yeah, I was wondering why we couldn't get the salt, right? I'm like, what's going on there? It'll be interesting to see also, like, with the settlement, how it works with players joining the settlement. Salt's actually really good because we can make the upgraded, luxurious version of the... No. Eyes on the prize, mate. Eyes on the prize. We'll just get 5 more salt. We've actually got to get down to that bloody task. Yeah, to hand this... Oh, we've got 2 hours to do it, but... Oh, wow. That's slow. The 30 minutes being knocked out debuff. Yeah, that actually does make crafting shit. Reduces action speed. Okay, so that's the shorter timer. The bigger timer is just health, speed, and stamina, so it doesn't affect your crafting or gathering speed, so that's good. Okay, let's go. Alright, so we've got salt. Go away, Jackal. What do you... No, Jackal, no. Go away. Holy shit. Look at that dog, man. Look at it. Look at it. It's got the scent of blood on it. It's like, I want you, mate. It's like, go away, Jackal. I've got a bonfire. It's meant to scare you off. Right. Yeah, ingots, salt, bricks, yeah. So what I'll do is we're going to go... Oh, actually, we got to get our improved cart. It's got nothing in it. Good. So we go Shift V. So we did improve our cart. Solaro, I think you sure should stop expanding so far north. Wow. That is me. This is what I like, right? This is all, as I said, this is all cosmetic, right? This is all cosmetic, having your empire, but Talari of the Ottoman, he's totally doing this so that he will get people going, what the hell, right? Like, he's already got this section now. He's trying to take over all of this continent for his kingdom. He knows they're going to be pissed. It's great. It's begun. Right, so we've got our thing. So what we want to do is we want to teleport back to here. Right, we do. So we're going to teleport from our base here back to Dustswallow just quickly. One, because we want to pick up some of our tier 1 stuff that's down here still. And two, we can just hand in some quests while we're here. That's what I'm saying. If you're a brand new player, you don't know anyone, make use of the NPC town for a tiny bit. It will get you up to tier 2, but I would still recommend getting the hell out of here towards any of the other settlements, because they're going to have the same type of setups and you're helping players out rather than NPCs. So I believe one of the quests was 30 of that. And what was other quests? Plain mash bulbs, I believe, was one of the other items we needed. And I believe plain roasted fish was another item that was needed. So these are all items I need to bring back up with me back to base. Basic ember grain. Yeah, we'll just take that with us. I think we needed some more... Was it rough plant fiber? Yeah. Yeah, I think Illyri wanted more rough plant fiber. So we can go to Rummer, go Traveller Tasks, right? We've got the bricks, collect 250 coins and 1000 XP. We got the ingots, collect. Beautiful. Excellent. Swim. Yep, 10 salt. Beautiful. Level 7 sailing. 10 raw fish. Beautiful. The 50 coin isn't the big deal of that one. It's the 1000 sailing XP. Rough cloth tarp. Maybe we could do that. I don't know. I think Numbnuts over there wants one of them. Yeah, so we'll craft that up quickly. So we got 1,145 money. I know the NPCs like cost about 5,000. Now bear in mind, we could be selling stuff to other players, right? Okay. But Traveller tasks. So there we go. So he wants rough leather and also wants a tarp. So 2 lots of tarp. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I can be bothered doing the rough cloth grind. So he's basically upgrading. Our next kind of step up from our wagon is to get the, so we've got an improved cart. Advanced cart's level 3, so we're not going to get there. But, we could spend 5,000 coins to get wagon logistics training, right? And then we can basically then, deed for a wagon needs tier 2 simple lumber, which we can do. So really, to get a wagon, it's just more that it's 5,000 coins. We can hire Brico business voucher. That means 2,500. We can put Brico, the NPC, at our settlement. And that's for every NPC. So every NPC we can have at our base. I believe that's the case. I don't know if Good Doggo Dragon you can, Ario or whatever her name is, but maybe you can. Because she's in her own little instance. So Heimlich is actually good. You can get Cook Endurance Training 1. Increases your max hunger by 10. Okay. And then Cook Power Training 1. Increases your cooking powers. This in essence a way of leveling up your cooking. And for 2,500 yet again you can hire him to come to your settlement. So we'll give him the bulbs. It's 200 coin at least. Beautiful. Sven has the deeds for the boats. The raft is just slightly faster than running or walking. It's not that great, but it's still a thing. The reason why a lot of people get to 20, I think it's because of the is it the clipper? Clipper training. So ship sailing is 100k. No. Skiff training. Yeah, 2,500 coin. And then you need tier 2 simple leather and tier 2 simple cloth. So a skiff's kind of what you're aiming for, and I believe you need level 20. I think. I don't know. We'll just go with yes. The twins have down there have no tasks, but they have cosmetics. 10 parchment and 10 ink. Actually, how are we for that? Not really. It's not really. We will take our yoink fertilizer though. We need that. So do I have anything? So we got 4 cloth. We'd need a wisp weave. Yeah, we don't really have some of the other stuff to really do. We've got like 1 cloth, 1 leather. 20 rough plant fiber, water. All right, hang on. Alessi would like 30 bulbs, which we've got. Did I bring the ember grain? Got the ember grain. Check. Split that stack. Alright, so we've got that as well as the ember grain. So just 300 rough plant fiber. We could actually do that pretty easy. Rough plant fiber is literally just go to these bushes here. In fact, if we're lucky, there'll be just someone here. Literally, we can just bring out our improved cart. Yeah, I'm willing to just do a quick bit of get some trunks here. The cloth, on the other hand, the cloth is a time-based thing. So basically we would need to, like, we can do this part of it, is fine. But then we would need to break the plant roots down into the raw fiber, or the simple fiber, basic fiber, and then turn that into the thread or whatever. And then we need to put that on the loom for 5 minutes to turn into strips, and then we need fiber weave. Yeah, so then we'd need to grow fiber weave as well, which takes 5 minutes. It's not like can't do it, but this is what I was saying about time management, right? Even just going, I'll just whip up 10 cloth for this quest. You should, because it's XP and money, but one does not just whimsically whip up 10 cloth, right? Like, it's a process. You've got to do things, as we've seen by now. You've got to do this and make this and do that and do this, and it all takes, half an hour later, you've made 10 cloth. So the better way to do it is, like I said, note down the lower level, the lower tier quests, what they ask for often, and then just do a batch of it when you're not doing anything in particular, right? Like, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make like 100 tier 1 cloth and 100 tier 1 bricks, 100 tier 1 metal, a bunch of the food items that I know the quest givers ask for, grain, bits and bobs. And then I'll just have them in the bank, literally, so that whenever the reset happens, we can go, oh, all right, they want 10 bricks. I could go, Zetron, here's 10 bricks. I'll grab 10 bricks, and we can both go down and hand all those quests in, and then pull our money and go, cool, we've made like 4,000 or 5,000 money from doing that. And we don't have to then, on the fly at the moment, make 10 more ingots. So I think that's what I'll do, is I'll probably just make 100 or 200 in the evening or something, just basic tier 1 materials that are used purely for handing in the quests. Now, bear in mind, there are, I believe, upgraded NPC quests. Like, there are tier 2 quests that they'll ask for tier 2 rewards and materials, and in turn you get more money, right? But yeah, this is just where we're at the moment, right? We did get wild fiber plant seeds. Okay. So we'll take this over here. See, some people are entrepreneurial here, like they've set up their own private marketplace thing, right? Which is pretty cool. And so I'm guessing they're selling whatever's needed here. Like, so, yeah, right? So basically he's got none in stock, but he was selling fertilizer for 9 coins. So that way people don't have to freaking go then make fertilizer. They can just buy it while farming, right? That's a good example. I will do that with our farm, right? I will set up a marketplace where we will sell fertilizer and stuff and seeds, the whole lot, for farming, so people can come to our settlement and just if they want to grow certain things, they can just grow it. You know what I mean? For sure. And they can buy stuff needed to shortcut themselves. So it's pretty cool. There's lots of room for player expression with the different things like trade and all of that jazz. It's good. Origin station. I agree. So we're going to turn that into 1,000 of that. I agree with what the person just said. Hunting is probably best with 2 people running it. True, because what you can do is you can have one person doing the hunting the animals, right? And the other person with the cart. And then what happens is the person hunting the animals picks the animal up, but doesn't pick it up, right? They right click on it, and then they keep moving, And by doing that, there'll be a short timer where anyone else can pick up the item. So then your mate behind you can then pick it up. Because I don't believe there's a way to share like carts even between you, even if you're in the same kingdom or group. I don't think there's a way you can be like, oh, it's the communal cart, which is a shame if that is the case, obviously. That would make life a lot easier, I think, as a permission. Maybe there is a permission. I don't know. I don't think so. Shift right click. There's no permission off that. Maybe there's one for the settlement. I don't know. But yeah, that's how it works. All right, so we got 1,000 there, so we needed 300 there. So to make, just so you know, to make cloth, the 10 cloth, right, that's talking about, we would need to make rough spools of thread. So we would need 400 to make 10 rough spool of thread. And then that rough spool of thread, we would then need to put on the loom. Apparently we already actually claimed some, so that's actually cool. Well, that's good. You would need to do that. And that's just a timer thing. And then you bring those 10 rough spools back over. And you want to make rough cloth. You need that. Plus you would need 50 wisp weave filaments. And that is from growing. Yeah. So it's not like it's not doable or anything. 100% no, but let's just do 2. We'll do 10 more and put it on the go anyway. So I actually do have 10 rough cloth, so we actually could see if we can wrangle at least maybe for the debut day and Juilliard tournament this Saturday. Settlement first 16 walk-in sign-ups will face off in a tournament duels until one remains. Our weekend champ walk away with the pride of the greater Jordan area, owing 5,000 gold to prove it. No buy-in, no catch, all action. See, I like that. That's good. Good for you. Spectators prepare for a great time to surround the area to root and cheer for your settlements champion. See you there, masked voyager. I love it. So that's what I like to see. That's that good emergent gameplay right there. Brava. Brava. How good's that? Delightful. Delightful. Yes. All right. Are we talking about brutal gladiatorial combat? Delicious. All right, so we nearly got 15.95, so that's pretty good. Now I've got to work out what we're going to spend our money on, though. That's for sure. Okay, so we've done that. So we do that. Yeah. There we go. See there, so basically 5 minutes. All right, let's see if we have some wisp weave. So we go over to the farm. Oh, we've got 10 completed projects. Is it wisp weave? Oh, we're in luck, champs. We're in luck. We actually we did the sensible thing for some reason. That's great. We actually farmed. We actually planted some shit last time. That's funny. So we can actually do that. So those 10. So unfortunately, it's not going to be enough though. You can see here, that 10 planting we did has a chance between 20 and 50 filament. 20 and 50. So we needed 50, right? So if you really lucked out, it would actually be 30 crafts of 10. It'd be 30 plants, because, you know, you'd be 20, 20, and then it'd be like, shit, I still need 10 more. But odds are, averages being averages, it's going to be 20 plants, or 20 of those crops grown will equal the 10 cloth worth, all right? If you think of it that way. Now, the good thing is, because we're doing this, this will actually give us 10 normal seeds, which are 1 for 1, as in 1 seed equals 1 plant. What we just did then was 5 wild seeds makes 1 plant, right? So if we finish this off, we can quickly go here and put the other 7 in. That'll be them going. So I think we'll be able to get the cloth done in about 10 minutes, right? So that's okay. I mean, I've got things to do around here anyway. Like I've got to check the vendors to see what we've got to buy. Part of me's thinking to just, oh, actually, can I? Oh. No, hang on. I was going to buy another bloody deed. And I was going to buy another portable storage thingamabobby to do a tier 1. Oh, is that Diego? Diego, what are you doing? Let's have a look. Yeah. I think I have a Diego on the roof hole. Alright, it was a Diego on the roof. Much Diego, very wow. Yes. So now we've done that, we can go Wisp Weave. Bliat. Okay. So we can claim that. Do that. Go to here. Do this. Do that. Okay. Yes. So how many Wisp Weave did we get from that? 42. So we might actually, we only need 8 more Wisp Weave from this craft of 3. So we might actually have enough. That's cool. 1, 2, 3 for that quest, and then the bulbs and the grain. Beautiful. So that gives us that much more there. So we'll have the 10 rough cloth. Very cool. Okay. Maybe I won't. Alright, so claim that. Yeah, there we go. So we got enough there. Very good. Which means actually we don't have anything in our wagon, do we? No. So we don't need our wagon. Let's just get our wagon out of the way. We've still got 1 hour. We've still got an hour and a half till the quest is done. So, go up here, cloth. So see, we can make 10 cloth. Cool. Which means we'll actually get. Let's have a look here. So we will get. We'll give Svim. We'll actually make Svim that. The cloth tarp. Gets our sailing leveling up. think it's Brico that wants one as well, which you just still get. So it's another 10. I'm just trying to think if we have enough to be able to do that. So the other NPC wants 300 plant fiber. Yeah, it's 400. So we would have to go. I mean, we could just go out and get one more tree root, right? I mean, realistically, we should, right? It's money. At the end of the day, we need money, and we've nearly got the things needed for it. So it's only 5-10 minutes to do this. Not like getting that money and XP is important. Yeah, I think we'll do that. So I'll just finish making this, and then we'll make the tarp, and we'll hand that into Svim. And then we might hand in the other quest for Aliana. But that's what I was saying about it's definitely better to make sure that you've got some of these resources just sitting in the bank made in advance, so that way you don't even have to do this. You can just be like, oh, these NPCs. Now, obviously, it's a lot better once we get the NPCs at our own settlement, right? It's kind of interesting they do that. I'm not saying that I don't think that should be the case, but it's kind of like, I don't know. I suppose it's fine. Nearly there. Very good, very good. Alright, so now we'll claim that, and now we can make the rough cloth tarp. We'll hand that into Svim. Oh, Diego, why are you like this? No, get off the models. Why you move? What? Oh, boy. Why are you like this, old boy? Hey? Do you want to go back outside again? Why? Alright. These cats, man. Literally let Diego in. He ate his food. They're like teenagers, right? Come on in. Stuff their faces full of food. Alright, I'm going back out again. See you later. Novus Taylor. Okay. Alright, 20 tailoring. Well, I mean, I guess we needed to get that done anyway, right? So, brava us. Svim, mate. I have stuff for you. Behold, I have the finest of cloth. Level 8 sailing, very good. Yeah, if you're going to do any of the traders, do Svim at a bare minimum every 4 hours. He will, he gives you the ability to, as I said, sail the better ship. And you want that, I think it's level 20 when you get the better ship than the raft. So I go in here and hand in to the best dragon doggo. Look at a beautiful squirrel. I love. Oh, Alessi is awesome. Alessi's cool. I want there's a quest. There better be a quest where we can fix Alessi's gems up, right? Like a nice little yellow gem and another blue eye or something. That'd be sweet. Traveler task. All right. There's that, Alessi. There's that. And there's that. Beautiful. What do you trade in? Oh, shit. Look at that deed. A rideable goat. Goat training, right? 2,000. You can ride a goat. How cool's that? How cool is riding a goat? I want to ride a goat. Can I ride a goat? For 2,200 coin. Oh, you need 2,500. No. Oh, hang on. If we hand in one more quest, oh my god, we'll be 55 short. I'll have to get some mushrooms. Bird riding, 20,000. A deer riding. Ox. Ox is 10,000. Holy shit. Yeah, goat. Hell yeah. All right. All right. Need to ride us a goat. Sprint speed without stamina drain for the goat. Hell yeah. So goat runs at sprint speed. Interesting. What do we need? We needed a what's it? A thingamajig. A dongle. That thing. There we go. We need that thing over here. I believe it's called a tree root. Yes. Alright. Don't mind if I do. Oh, look at all these soggy birds. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Quick, put the root in there. No. Get the soggy bird. Get it? We actually need we actually need our level. Oh, right. It's funny you just say that, Seldrith. I just was about to say that. I'm only at level 13 and I just realized I need to get to 20 to be able to get all the tier 2 leather to be able to obviously to actually even make the tier 2 tools. So I need tier 2 hunting, right? It really would be the slowest. Truly. You got any suggestions? Like, do you think... Now, are goats better, though? Do you get more XP than birds with goats? I feel definitely, I feel they have much health. Yeah, that's right. But they're still the same tier leather though, aren't they? They're not tier 2. Goats aren't tier 2 leather. They're still tier 1. Or are they? Oh, okay. Yep. No, that's yeah. Enough said, right? Like it's like yeah. That makes 100%. Yeah. I mean, yet again, it's like anything in the game, right? It's just time. You just gotta say, all right, I'm gonna now just kill freaking birds for an hour, right? I think you do get some. Oh no, you don't even get any from processing it, do you? Hunting is literally just from killing them. So you can't even double dip into the profession. This is definitely why you want a second person to be just picking up the birds, 100%. Now, having an improved cart helps. You get some from yeah, that's right. That's right. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad. If you kind of dedicate yourself to doing it, you get it done pretty quick, I feel. That's the game in a nutshell, right? If ever you sit there and you go, I will now just do this process for the next hour. We've disconnected again or something. I think the thing that sucks about hunting, unlike the other professions, is just the bloody things run away, right? Like that's the only reason hunting's a chore, is just like you run halfway up the screen and then you've got to bring the bloody thing all the way back to your cart, right? Definitely. Yeah, right. That's why definitely having two people at least, one person on a cart, like 100%, right? 100%. I mean, it's not so bad. I mean, one bird basically gets you probably like half a bar, right? So I mean, 2, 4, 6. I mean, 8. Let's just say maybe 8 to 10 birds per bar. You know, I mean, I know this sounds horrible, but yeah, so you can just literally right-click it and quickly get that timer out of your personal timer done, and that way anyone else can pick it up, and then you can have your mate just pick it up. So you'd kill the animal, right-click on it, timer out, and just keep moving hunting the animals while your person just picks them up. I think we're just going to grab these free rough fruits over here. While we're here, mate, we might as well pick up a rough bloody plant root. Alright. Claim all. I might as well grab them all. Cool. We don't mind free stuff. Free stuff is good. Although, in saying that, for anyone that's playing, bear in mind, of course, that free stuff means that you're not actually leveling your profession by doing said thing. So, yes. We'll go over here quickly. Equip. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't actually make a cloth helmet though. I've been running around with no cloth helmet all this time. It's actually pretty funny. Because I figure, I mean, we will be able to. I'm gonna make the other tarp because it's more money. Hey all, Azaz, how are we, mate? How are we, buddy? Hope you're well. We are progressing. We've got a settlement in Bitcraft up and running now. I've been grinding away at that, and at the moment I'm just doing a few quests to make a bit of money. Every 4 hours there's daily quests the MPs give for money and XP in their various profession, and so we are just knocking a couple of them out. Oh, we need wisp beef, yeah. Knocking a couple of them out to earn a bit of money, a bit of coin, to be able to buy us a few new fancy things, yeah? A few fancy things. All right, let's have a look here, see what this does then in terms of hunting XP. 6 birds. Let's see how many pips we get. Well, it's only 300, so 6 birds. It's only, so it's 50. It's 50 XP or progress per bird. So I'd say about, what do you reckon? I reckon you get like a quarter of a pip per 50 progress per bird. So you're probably looking at about maybe four birds, 4 crafts of butchering gets you a pip. So 4, 8, 12, 16. So 16 birds would get you a level plus the hunting of 16 birds. Yeah, all right. So you probably need about 32. Yeah, I mean 30, probably killing 30 more birds, 40 birds. I'm good. P1S came in today. I printed the boat thing everyone uses and now making something else I found. Still waiting on the AMS to arrive. Bravo, is that? Bravo. Hell yeah. Bear in mind with the AMS, if you haven't looked this up already, I just want to say this. It's excellent. You can print in multicolor. It will go through a lot more filament as you print more colors, though, because it stops to change the colors kind of like in the nozzle whenever it changes colors, which causes a bit of, as they call it, poop, right? And so you will go through more filament when you print more colors in the one model. Just so you know, it's fine, and it's what happens, but I just want you to know that, if you didn't already, that you do use more filaments when you print all in multiple colors. But I'm so glad. That's excellent. Yeah, you made your benchy, as they call it, the boat thing, the benchmark. Hell yeah. It's very plug and play, isn't it? You know what I was saying before? Like, it's pretty. You just set it up pretty much, do a few things, and it's good to go. Like, it starts printing stuff. That's what you want, right? Yeah, excellent. I'm glad, matey. I'm really glad, genuinely. That's awesome. Speaking of which, I need to fire my one up soon. I've still got like 2-3 kilograms of filament sitting there. There was a... Bamboo Labs have got a kind of sale, kind of special thing on at the moment, and I was looking at another P1S with AMS too. I was. So the speed the hot end moves, no. Now, in saying that, there's obviously different settings. There's a whole bunch of things you can be doing to make finer prints and ways that will slow it down, obviously. You know, lower, smoother layer lines and, you know, things like that. Obviously, there's settings that you will play around with. But yeah, in general, it's fast. Even on the slower settings, it's still pretty fast. Personally, what I like about 3D printing, and I say to people, it's just magic. I know it sounds trite, but I find it magical. We've reached the era now where we're just buying 3D printers at a consumer level, like a microwave, and we're just printing shit out like Star Trek, right? You know, it might not be the full full replicator yet, but it's damn well, it's close, right? Like it's getting pretty close to a replicator. And I find that magical, that I can sit there and either come up with my own design or find someone else's design for a cool thing, and then click a few buttons, and then X amount of hours later go, I have that thing in physical form. That's fucking magic. that's just amazing. As I said, my childhood whim and mirth, right, from these things, truly. Oh, we didn't have any tannin. Okay, that's all right. We've got some tannin though. Yeah, my next kind of project I'm going to do with it actually is I'm going to start printing a few figures with it using the 0.2 nozzle that I've got for it. It's pretty cool, right? It is. It's just pretty cool. Exactly. Now, what was the quest? So tannin. So hopefully we'll have 10 tannin. I think we've got 10 tannin, to be honest. I think we do. I think we do. I think with this game, what I would like to see is more, and I'm sure they will, more in-depth stuff to do with the settlements and kingdoms. Like the guy was saying, is there guilds in the game? I would like it that you could set up guilds and separate sections with their own priorities and their own, maybe even capes, and you know what I mean? Like, I feel a game like this demands a whole bunch of intricacies with your settlement and kingdom building, right? 100%. Really encourage some. That's why I was saying that I still think it should have a durability system. I think tools and weapons and everything should degrade max durability wise and give new vocations to repairs and smithing and stuff. Gives good trade. You done. Okay, so let's have a look at the NPCs just quickly then. He wants... I mean, we could. I mean, I could stop being a lazy shit and actually just do this. Let's have a look here. Let's just have a look at this, the situation at hand. So he wants some ink. We have got one there. We have got 4 of the other tarp cloth. Okay, so we could use that up, right? Tannin, wasn't it? It was tannin that I was looking for. We have got some basic... not all that. We have got basic fish oil, which we can use for the pigment, although we will need to get another 5, which will be 25 flowers, won't it? Yeah. I'll just take water with us just in case. What else? What else? What else? Rough cloth strips. We do have the tannin. All right, we have got the tannin for the leather. We do have 1 rough leather, so I mean, we may as well use it, right? What else? I think we need the bark, don't we, to make the parchments? Is there anything else that I'm missing? I don't think so. So I need to get 25 more plants, I think. Yeah, so we'll get rid of our wagon. All right, let's do this. Let's try to let's maximize our gains in terms of money here, because it's silly that you come all the way down here and then say and do these quests and then you don't actually do all the quests, right? That you can. So let's do that. So we just want 25 basic flowers. Daisies, lavender, they all just give basic flowers, right? So we're doing that so we can make basic pigment. And then pigment and fish oil, I think, will make some more basic ink of what it needs 10. Then we need to make 10 parchment. Nearly get our foraging to 30, though. I mean, as I said, as part of playing solo and not having any assistance and making your own settlement, you level every single trade up because you have to, because you're doing it all yourself, right? It's like, I haven't bought anything from anyone. I haven't had anyone make me anything. Therefore, I've had to literally use every single skill in the game. So, yeah. So the idea is we're going to make 10 cloth to make a tarp, to hand that in. Then we're going to make another 10 leather so we can hand in the 10 leather quest. We're going to make the parchment and the pigment to hand in that quest. Yeah. So that'll be an extra 2, 4, 500, or I don't know how much, but it'll be money, right? Are we going to get 25 or is it going to be a dick? Come on, 24, one more. Hey, there we go, cool. So we won't forget to sprint. That's why I took the wagon out, because we don't need the wagon at the moment, so we may as well just sprint. So I run over to here. Go the Ancient Scholar. Right. So we want to go tier 1 stuff just to make it a bit neater. So the books to make your beginner settlement, that's what I was talking about. Beginner research for stone, wood, leather, metal, and cloth. You will need to make 10 of each of these, and each of these will require 10 cloth and 10 of the special material that they have, the epic material, and then 10 beginner's journals. And those beginner journals, you're going to need 2, 1, 1, so you're going to need 10 of basically you're going to make 50 pages. If you're going to do anything, if you're going to make your own settlement, this is your thing. You're going to make parchment to learn study journal, to make ink and that, and you're going to first make 50 beginner's journals to get that out of the way. Then you're going to make 30 glass vials and get that out of the way. You're going to make a bunch of water and get that out of the way. And then you're going to start collecting the rare shit. But for us, rough parchment, let's go. 25 rough parchment. We're going to equip our crafting gear on, which apparently I didn't have. So it's pretty funny. Apparently it's going to take 20,000 years to make the parchment. The parchment takes a while, apparently. So that's cute. Yeah. What materials am I going to need to make a settlement? All of them. if I'm speaking local or region, I don't know what the color of the text is. I don't fucking know, man. They're probably talking in region chat or something. I don't have a clue what is it even. See, it's kind of like personally, I don't want to play often. I wouldn't want to log out after 3 to 4 days and find all the settlement has been upgraded a bunch of tiers without my help. That's why I want my own. The thing is they're just literally going to be my base just collapsed under me during a blood moon. I instantly quit on it. Oh, mate. Oh, mate. Oh, mate. 2 days of my question here is, why the hell were you playing 7 days when you should be damn well making your way up to YamCorp in Bitcraft and start chopping that freaking wood for me, mate? Like, what's going on here, champ? What's going on, right? I mean, what's going on? Holy shit. You could have been doing that while losing your base in 7 days to die. But yeah, that sucks. Why did your base collapse? How did it? Yeah, 100% it's that much of an idler. Have you not watched what I've been doing? Have you not noticed how I've just clicked on a thing half the time and there's this bar here that goes up over time? Look, sum it up. I'm making 25 rough parchment. It needs 2,500 progress. We do 10 progress per 1.5 seconds. That's 250 attacks at the progress at it's 250 times 1.5 seconds, right? Yeah, that's it is very much that of an idler. Yes. I mean, if you go out exploring, obviously, and you go out hunting, animals and all that, there's, and all that, of course, there's movement and doing stuff. But a lot of the time for processing and that, you will be going, well, I'm going to process all 900 of these trees. Oh, it's going to be probably about an hour and a half of real time while it does that. In fact, and I'm going to have to check in on it once in a while when I run out of stamina. So I will watch a movie. Yeah. Yeah, 7 days to die update. Yeah. So it's the 2.0 update. It's still the experimental 2.0 build, which is the one they release just before the full release of that update to just get out the last few bugs, right? The full official 2.0 is soon. Like they said around the 30th, I think. So maybe another 3-4 days is when experimental will be finished. So experimental's just if you really, really, really want to, get and start playing the latest update now, but there will probably be issues, right? I just wait till the official version. I did have a quick look, but yeah. Yeah, Cetron, I hope you enjoy clicking on a tree and then just doing something else, because that's your life now. Don't get me wrong, by the way. I'm a fair... everyone, I'm not a mean overlord to Zetron here. Zetron can choose any item that he's going to right-click on to assist YamCorp. As long as he picks a item, fishing, he wants to fish, he can right-click on a fish and then sit there for an hour and a half fishing. I don't care which object it is, as long as it is an object. A stone, power to us. Pick a variety of item to right click and go harvest, and I'm here for it. It will be of use anyway. You just want me to like just to farm for... Yes, that's what all of us here in Bitcraft want, is we just want more people to just right click on things. and make the thing. Oh shit, we still I'm still making parchments. I prefer the items I click to be fish shaped. Exactly, right? Exactly. I want to be a fisherman. Are you really though, or are you just a person right clicking on a fish shaped, technically resource object? Don't ruin the illusion for me. I won't. What if there was, all right, hear me out. Would it be better if there was so hear me out. What if they added, but optional, an interactive element to all the crafting? As in, when you chop tree, there's like a mini game where you click and hit the sweet spot. And if you do, you do like 10 times the progress. So players that would like to be engaged get a mini game out of the different things, and in turn they can speed up the progress. Or people that literally go, I do not want a freaking mini game in my right click simulator, thank you very much. They can still just semi AFK, but at a normal pace, right? The normal pace. I actually would like mini games in it as an optional thing to speed up progress, because it would just give a bit of just extra mirth and whimsy to it if I chose to be in that mood to do that, right? I'll be down with that. I think it'd be great. Like a bit like Parlia or something, like having mini games for your fishing and your cooking and your smithing and stuff. Is that being a bit maybe like broad with it all? Sure, but I'm here for it. So we need to make pigment. So after doing that, now we need to make freaking pigment. This is all just to hand in one of the 4-hour quests, by the way. And this is why I was saying, note down what they commonly ask for. And then when you've got some time, an hour or two, just make 100 or 200 of that item and just put it in the bank. So that way when they go, hey, I want another 10 bricks, man, you can grab 10 bricks from your 200 brick collection and go, shh, just give me the 250 coins, right? That's what I'm thinking of doing. Put them in the bank too, so that way people can't use you literally, and yourself won't be able to use those resources up accidentally. They are just for quests, right? So what we're doing here is accidentally moving away with left click and therefore stopping the craft, and then you sit there going, God damn it, why you like this game? What we're doing is Roomba would like 10 parchment and 10 basic ink, and he's going to give us 250 coins and 1000 XP in merchant. So we were going to do that. And we'll have 15 over, so that means we've got enough for another one if he asks. And then we've done all the Svim. Heimlich, I just can't be bothered doing the mushroom thing for 50. I mean, I could for experience, but I would get us to 20 cooking. Anyway. Brico. Brico would like a cloth tarp as well. So I think we have enough to do that. So we made the pigment. So now we go basic ink. So basic ink, after doing that, you've got to collect the flowers to turn into basic pigment. Then you've got to get fish oil, which you get from fishing. You'll fish crawdads, which you'll turn into bait, which you will then use to go fish the freshwater big fish. You will then break them down into fillets and cooking oil. And some other bits and bobs, right? That's how you get cooking oil or fish oil. Did I just make one item? I did. I'm glad I only just made one item, because that's what I wanted to do, is just literally make one of them. It's going to be 100 progress per one. It's going to be 15 seconds per one. It'll be 150 seconds to make two. It'll be 2.5 or 2 and a bit minutes. Maths. Have you ever wanted to do maths in your MMO building crafting game? Bitcraft. You can bring yourself down to the finest point of how long is this going to take me? This much time. 34 minutes and 15 seconds is going to be how long this craft is going to be. As an additional bonus, that means that with the time to refresh your stamina, you can coincide that with movies. Like this movie's an hour and a half long. That is in essence, you can start saying to people, like, rather than it's an hour and a half long movie, you can be like, that is a 3,700 tier 2 log movie, right? You can break it down into how many logs that movie's going to take you to do. Isn't that fun? That's a bit whimsical. Isn't that great? Fantastic. Glorious. Yes. Now, just quickly, while we're doing this, I hope we all appreciate, of course, that it's that time of the year, everyone. It's that time of the year. It's a Steam summer sale. Have you already got a shitload of games that you haven't still got round to? Fear not. Steam summer sale. You can now buy more games that you are not going to play. Oh no, Steam. Oh, is it? Oh no. It's like Sean from No Man's Sky, like bringing a new update to No Man's Sky. Like, no, Sean, no, not again. I've got money. I'll pay for an update. Not again, Sean. Right. Dude walking in with a belt meme. 100%. This is it in a nutshell. Not more games I won't play, right? But they'll be in your library, so when you choose to totally think about playing it but won't, you'll know in the comfort that it's there. And then you'll find out that Xbox Live just put it on for free anyway for the next 6 months, and you're like, oh, this shit. Although in saying that, at least you own it. That's funny. All right. See, this is a good thing. We can do this. I hope you appreciate this. We can... well, I can freaking well have to Alt-Tab every time I do this. That's great. Yeah, can we get a... Oh, we can't quite get the progress bar to look at it. God damn it. If only we can move the progress bar like here, right? We can literally... This is what I mean. We can literally look at Steam and see how long our progress is. I told you this is a second monitor game, right? Like, this is 100%. So we'll claim the ink. So now we're going to split the stack, and we're going to split into 10. Beautiful. We'll put that into that. Move that down here. So we want that, and then we're going to split this stack, and we're going to go 1. Put that there. Beautiful. Put that away. And then that fish oil away. We need 4 of that. We need the tannin. Move that there. Okay, so next on the list of things to do, quickly. All right, ancient farming field. We've actually run out of poo. So I don't know if we're actually going to... We might be able to... Oh, we still haven't finished this off. I can click on a whole ass town and I will walk there. Yeah. Just make sure there's no wolves though on the way, right? Make sure you look. Like, I mean, you might get stopped if you go through a river or a mountain, but yes, you can indeed. There's an option where you can even, with the mini map, make it so you can click on the mini map and you will walk where it is, right? All right. While that's doing that, what do we got? What do we got here, peeps? I should have just done a stream where I literally went through with you all freaking the Steam sale, right? What I think personally, in my humble opinion, is mint, and what is freaking dumpster fire. Well, I don't actually say what's dumpster fire because that's subjective, right? I will call a game rubbish if I do think intrinsically it's a scam or it is rubbish, but right off the bat, things I can see. Potion Craft. I haven't picked that up yet because it was on Xbox. Really cool alchemy game. Like, you're literally making potions for people in a fantasy medieval thing. It's great. Very in-depth and very Moorish. So there's that. We might pick that up. The Black Master one. Yeah, the blacksmith one. Yeah. Yeah. It's more of a big numbers go up. $22. Yeah, plus that's 25% off. Long Dark is actually very cool. Like, it's a very, very nicely done game. Survival game set in a Arctic kind of, you know, the world has gone frozen type thing. Got to survive. Pretty cool. Honestly, my summer car, I'm not a car person, but I've always been meaning to get that because it's I like as a non-car person, I love the idea of it. Yeah, we'll just make sure we claim this. How many wisp weaves did we get? 27? Yeah, we might have enough. Bitcraft is crashing on me every couple of minutes. What's it doing crash-wise? Interesting. Crash to desktop. I would just simply uninstall it and maybe just reinstall it because it doesn't take long, right? Or validate files, right? Maybe just validate. Maybe an update didn't quite get pushed through. Yep. I mean, if it's crashing every couple of minutes, that's not just a game thing, you know what I mean? Like, there's something going on there for sure. The game did have, in the first few days of launch, it had a few issues with the... Well, you saw anyway. We had issues with lag and the memory leak, but that seems to have been all fixed up now. And I'd also look at their Discord. If you haven't joined the Bitcraft Discord, please do. Peeps are more spread out now. Oh, I mean, there is towns and kingdoms all being up and running for sure. 100%. 100%. It's great. All of these areas are people's settlement claims. Do you know how many of these are going to be here after a week or two? A lot are not, because a lot of these people are going to realize that it's a lot of effort to... I mean, if this is... A lot of these are going to be solo people just quickly making a deed, air quote quickly, and they're going to find out very quickly that it's not sustainable, right? Like, unless you have some people helping out with you, you may as well just hang out with the other settlements. Yeah. So when you make a settlement, it comes with a certain amount of... It's called supplies. Supplies are... You make them with production. Any, like, timber... stone blocks, whatever, they give a certain amount of supply to a settlement. And basically I've worked it out that 1,000 supply equals 20 days that your settlement is protected. After that protection is gone, your base is able, people are able to take stuff from it and also destroy, you know, remove those things. Yep. So yeah, that's how. Plain and simple. You've got to keep your settlement full of supplies. But when you start a settlement, it straight away comes with like 100 and something days worth of protection. And you get 100, like for example, you get 100 supplies for making a timber block out of tier 1 wood. So 10 of those blocks would give you 20 days worth of supply. Now, the bigger your area, the more supplies you use per day. So that's why... if you extend your base more and more and you've only a small group or a solo player, you're going to be spending more of your time just making supplies to keep your base running. You know what I mean? Like, there'll be a certain point where you're like, I can't sustain my base and do other actual things in the game, right? Then you're just playing to keep your settlement, which is kind of redundant. So it has got its own checks and balances. There we go. We've got enough to make the cloth. Yep. Traveler's tasks. There we go. Beautiful. So now we'll quickly make the 6 cloth. How much money we got? We got 2,004, so we'll have 2,500. We could almost buy an NPC to start getting an NPC in the town, but we'll check to see. There might be some other things though we probably should get first. Yeah, let's just make the 10 cloth anyway, because we're going to need the cloth anyway. It's not an if but maybe. Alright. What else we got? What else we got? So let's have a look what's on my wish list for a start. This is what I normally do with the sales. Look, real talk, Power World is cool. If you've liked Pokemon and you like monster hunting game, collecting games, Power World, if you haven't got it, Power World's actually really good fun. And it's 25% off. It's not a deep discount, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. What have we got? Northgard. Sure. $6.39. 84%. So I sort by discount. You know, the highest discount down on my thing. Beyond Contact. I've always had that on there. I'll remove it. The Quinfall. The dodgiest of MMOs, right? $5.90. I bought Apico. Haven't played it yet. Play it. $7.23. Zetron approved. Romancylvania, $10.95. Brigador. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I've played it before, but I just wanted the full version. Bloodwest, Ship of Fools, Black Skylands. A lot of these games are on Xbox Live too. Now, so I don't actually technically need to buy them. Sands of Salabar. Force of Nature too. Yeah. Yep, that's another little crafty survival game. Moonstone Island. I've really been intending on getting Moonstar Island. That's a very Pokemon-y, Stardew Valley-y type game. I actually do like the idea of it. I think also, though, this was another one where it might have been on Xbox Live, maybe. But I can't remember. But they've got a new update or something. That looked a bit of fun. Long Winter, Dreaming Isles. I think they're just kind of random, more Stardew Valley-esque type games that I went, oh, yeah, cool. Oh, fucking have a look at them, you know, as you do. Surrounded looked really fun, right? This is another one of those. It's a one guy did it. It's a zombie survival-y type game, open world survival, but it's got a vibe. It's got bandits and zombie. It's got a pretty cool vibe. I like the art style of it. I watched a couple of people play it. Review it and stuff. It's single player only. Big point here. Single player only. No multiplayer. My Flint tools is saying I can only have one. Yep. So it's got that poly kind of style, right? So the reason why, Zetron, is, are you doing it in a town? Yeah. Are you doing it in a town? NPC town? Right, so every bench, if you right click on it, it will say how many projects can be done at one time on that bench and how many maximum people in general can do it. In which most of the benches will say one project, meaning you can only have one project on the go at a time, and it can have 500 individual people using that one bench, doing one project at a time. There's a lot of button clicking. I mean, is there though? I suppose there is. With the workbenches that aren't where you craft yourself, as in like the ancient loom, right? Ads. Why do you have ads, Zetron? I thought you'd be subscribed to me, mate. What the shit? Everyone just look at Zetron and be like, what the hell, Zetron? Do you not even have turbo, Zetron? What the hell is going on here, Chan? Enjoy the ads, Zetron. Enjoy them. I hope they're everything you wished for and more. Right? So Soundra Slap, yeah. Yeah. 100% safe and legal, yeah. Exactly. 100% safe and not having to bother with freaking ads. At a bare minimum, Twitch turbo that shit. Well, I guess me explaining it to him is kind of like pointless then. So we'll just keep making the thing. So we've made 10 rough cloth. So now we can make the terp. There we go. Make a terp. Serp and terp. Yet again, this just shows though, remember I originally just was going to go down to the NPC thing and hand in a few quests to get money. Was that nearly an hour ago, wasn't it? So it's been at least an hour of me just being in the NPC village, making bits and pieces to hand in for the once every 4-hour quest. So that's what I was saying, that I think it's a good thing for a new player, I would say, as a tip would be to, when you've got some downtime, but you still can play, make the most common items that appear, like the 10 bricks, planks, cloth. Make all the basics and just make a bunch of it. Not overboard, but make maybe 50 or 100 and just put them in your bank so that while you're hanging around the NPC village for your first day, maybe, every 4 hours, you can just quickly hand in lots of quests without having to go and make all the stuff. Right? That's what I would suggest for sure. So we can do you now. Beautiful. So where are we at then, actually, with quests then? So we've got, he's been done for the next, look at that, 26 more minutes, and we've got another load of them. If we hang out here, we could, god damn it. Svim's all been done. Heimlich needs mushrooms. I just couldn't be bothered doing the mushrooms. Barico has got everything except for rough leather sheeting. And Alessi has been done with everything. Oh, Ramparte. We could have actually handed in some jackal fur, because we have got jackal fur, but it's back up home. So what was I doing the leather for then? I guess it was for Brico, right? To make the rough leather sheeting. Yeah. So let's see if we can do that quickly within 26 minutes, because that's then pretty much a good chunk of money. Yeah, look at that. We'll be nearly up to 3,000 money. Oh, we'll be a short. Fuck, we'll probably do some mushrooms, actually. Oh, I put them in the bank, didn't I? Oh, god damn it. Hang on. Hold. So yeah, I think a lot of people that start also don't realize, and that's because they wouldn't know until you get told or you find this out, is that, yeah, when you first make a settlement, all your problems don't suddenly, you know, it's not like, oh yeah, like now I can just make everything real quick. It's literally your settlement to start with is worse than the NPC one. Actually, we need the tannin, don't we? Yeah, so we need that and that to make the tannin, correct? Yeah. Do we have mushrooms? Just quickly. Because I wouldn't mind doing those 50 mushrooms. We do have mushrooms. Where are they? Can you spot the mushrooms? Can you spot where they are? Look for the mushroom. There. Oh, actually, we only need 8 more mushrooms. Oh, shit. All right. All right. Hang on. What we'll do, we'll put the hide on first, just because that's going to be a AFK kind of like thing of 5 minutes, so we don't have to actually be there. The tanning station. So go to the tanning tub. Rough tanned pelts, which we're going to do from the rough clean pelts, and the piss water. Done. Boom. So that'll be 5 minutes for that to process. That gives us time to quickly grab its 5 mushrooms. So we need 8 mushrooms. And then we can make the 10 mushroom skewers, which should be able to get us. So if we want to see mushrooms on the ground, we can easily do this. Always remember you can do this. You should be doing this. You can go mug room and get it wrong. So you can go tier 1 basic mushroom, obtain button mushrooms, track. And now on our map, it should pop up where some button mushrooms are. Apparently 20,000 light years away from where we are, so that's cute. Anyway. Okay, we'll just grab them. Alrighty, so we get our mushrooms, the great all-rounder. We did. Alright. How many mushrooms have we got? Alright, we got a few. Quick, let's get 100, right? But Lockabar, why? Why? You've got the 50 you need. Just don't be like that. Well, because the timer for the new thing's probably going to click around, and honestly, it's probably going to be like one of them's going to be, hey, as a chef, I would love if you could make me another 10 mushroom skewers for 50 bucks and 1,000 XP, right? So while we're out here, we have got the time, right? Because all we need to do now, we've got 5 minutes on our leather. We've got 20 minutes until reset. We're good, right? Like we're able to make we're able to farm this up, make the 10 skewers, have some spare for the next reset, if it does come up. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, I'll probably go on a bender where I'll just be like, you know what? I am literally just going to make 100 cloth. I am now going to make 100 tier 1 hide. Blah, blah, blah. Just to have it as money. I like these half gathered resources, right? Like someone's literally came out here and went, oh, I'll just grab a few mushrooms. See, I will try to play. This is an active game. You're going to play this as an active game. I mean, it is an active game, kind of, ish. You know. I mean, if you want it to be an active game, trust me, the best thing you can do is for sure is to be hunting. You will love that. I think you'll enjoy this, Cetron, because as I said, it's the type of game where you can just have on a second monitor and, like, for example, right? Just say, for example, we're working away, right? You could be to me like, you have about 16 flint tools to make. Yeah, exactly. What was I going to say? Yeah, like, for example, you could be like, yeah, it has lots of filly bits. The processes for each trade has multiple steps, which means, for example, you could be like, hey Locke, is there anything I can do while you're farting around? You know, and I could be like, all right, well, we do need tier 1 planks, right? Just for whatever. You know, we need a bunch of tier 1 planks, right? And you can be like, cool, no worries, right? You can literally just be like harvesting a bunch of logs and then just sit there and process them, you know, AFK while playing another game or watching a movie or just sleeping. You know what I mean? Like, it'll let you still, don't get me wrong, it's not fully AFK because you do still have a stamina bar that will run out, and you will need to resume the craft, right? You'll need to make sure that you have your food buff on, you know, like I've got a 30-minute food buff at the moment to give me faster stamina regen. So it's not completely AFK. It's not like you can queue up 50,000 logs and then where the shit are we? Yeah. So you can't just fully AFK it or anything. But where the hell am I going, game? Cool. Yeah, so it's got a good mix of going out and doing things, but it has a lot of downtime where you can just be like, yeah, I just want to, I mean, what I was doing last night, for example, is rather than go, oh, I've collected 20 trunks, now I'm going to make more wood. What I did is I went out and I collected 200 trunks, right? And then I did some stuff, and then I came back and went, now I'm going to process them into logs, you know? Queued it up, and yeah, sure enough, it was like 40 minutes of just processing time. So I proceeded to watch some YouTube videos and fuck around with some YouTube stuff. Do we need to go to the oven quickly? You go to the ancient cooking station. Mushrooms. Well, we'll cook 20 of them. We'll just get over and done with. We've got the time to do it. It's only taking us 400 to make 20 of them. Oh. But the thing I need to do is definitely yeah, I need to get my hunting to 20 so I can hunt the level 2 animals so we can make level 2 leather, so then I can actually start upgrading and making level 2 tools. And if the more people say that play or something like that with the settlement can start kind of diverging off into like, oh, well, actually, I have got no problem being doing more, the usual thing, right? I'm happy to do more smithing stuff at the moment, right? Like I'm happy to literally start cranking out tools for us, for example, right? And getting the materials for those tools. All right, well, seeing as you're doing that, I'm now going to crank out building materials for us. You know, I'm going to start making the stuff literally to start getting these buildings in place and pavements and blah, blah, blah. And you have another person come in like, hey, well, you know, how about we start getting some food online? I'll start fishing and planting some bulbs to make the fish and bulbs food for us. Yeah, sweet, all right. You know what I mean? Like it very much allows players to really pick up the load for peeps in the group, right? Yeah, it's good. And if that person isn't there, you can still have the other people go, all right, well, I will still potter around, right? It's not like you're stopped. But it's just, it assists, that assistance is golden. And now, I mean, now that we just got the pelts, now we still need to, right? It hasn't stopped there. Now we need to make the roughed tanned pelts, and now we turn them into the roughed leather. Now, at this point, the leather, this is where you can use it for the tools, right? The tier 1 for the tier 1 tools, the tier 2 leather for the tier 2 tools, also for the leather armor, obviously, and I think some of the metal armor. But we need to make the rough leather cargo object, right? Which in essence is the supply. I was mentioning supplies are what's needed to keep your settlement running. Settlement supplies are also used for research in your settlement to allow you to have more members, to unlock the next tier of stuff, right? So you see how it says rough leather sheeting, 250 supplies, right? And it uses 10 rough leather to make it. So the rough leather itself you cannot use to give your settlement supply. But if you then convert it into the sheeting or the timber or whatever, right, whatever the item, the big item is, 10 converts into that. That is now a cargo item. That'll give us 250 supply. Now to put it into perspective, the tier 1 wood turns into the timber or lumber or whatever it is, but it only gives you 100 supply. Because technically the wood's easier to get and craft than chasing after freaking animals and butchering them, right? It just takes a bit more time. Therefore, leather is actually pretty good. But if you don't want to be chasing animals down constantly, you can, or have a hunter that's running around doing that a lot, then you could just go for the wood, right? 2.5 wood to do the same amount of supply, but still. But yes, that's where you get supply, right? So to put that into perspective, for 20 days to keep your settlement running, 40 rough leather, and turn that into 4 of that sheeting would be 20 days worth of protection for your settlement, right? Another perspective is the research that we're at the moment is costing between 2,000-4,000 to actually get to tier 3, the next jump, so we can make tier 3 benches and everything. Needs 20,000 supply, right? Yeah, so yet again, as a solo player, and a lot of these solo players are going to find this out, they're going to be spending so much time just simply getting supply to research things, right? And it goes up each tier, right? Like it's even at tier 2 to 3, it's a lot. 3 to 4, it's a hell of a lot. 4 to 5, it's shit, right? Holy Lord. There are the big cities are like, yeah, they've hit tier 5, moving to tier 6, but they're all hands on deck, right? There's 90, 200 players with these kingdoms with spreadsheets and organization, and even they are still smashing it hard every day, and they're reaching tier 6. So you as a solo player going, oh, I'm just going to get to tier 10 pretty quick and build my empire, have fun with that. It's going to take you years. And years, I feel, is just a waste when you could just get a bunch of people to hang out with you and pick up the slack. It's just a lot easier. All right, so you want to do this rough leather sheeting, yes? Yep. And we're handing it to... So we've only got 9 minutes to go. So Bricko. And we need to hand in to Heimlich the mushrooms. Sadly, we don't have any ocean fish. Claim. Beautiful. Hey, we made level 20 leather worker. So we can actually make level 20 leather gear. So Heimlich, Traveler Task, have some mushrooms. The Great All-Rounder. Thank you. Yeah. I don't think new players really... they're not going to understand the full gravity of how much effort goes into running a settlement. Like, it ain't just a quick thing. The game is not really made for solo long term, I think, unless... No, so there's two fronts to both the statements there. I do think that the game definitely is not skewed for solo players long term. I should say, let's break that down. It is not skewed for solo players that want to have a solo settlement experience where they will be able to have a thriving metropolis that only they have made. Yeah? All the way up to tier 10. The amount of time I don't think there's enough time in the 24 hours that they could physically do it, right? And I should say in a time that is fun for them, right? You know what I mean? Like yes, could they do it over 10 years? Yeah. Why would you? Right? You know what I mean? Like, no, that's silly. The game might not even be around in 10 years, right? So, yeah, as a solo player, making your own kingdom and doing it every single thing only yourself, no, hell no. Once you hit about tier 3 or 4, hell, even the jump, yet again, I've been doing it on my own so far. The jump from 2 to 3 is still going to be probably about a week's worth of grind, right? I reckon. If I play this every day and I grind away, I could probably hit us to rank 3. But then it exponentially goes up, right? From 3 to 4, it's probably going to be a month of me playing this game every day. You know, like every day, doing all my turn-ins. If I don't buy anything from the marketplace, if I don't have other people working with me, it's going to take ages. Now, is it still a great game as a solo player that doesn't care about their own settlement? Yes. You can very much play a solo and hang out with different kingdoms, trade, level up, all the good shit, right? As a solo player, utilizing other people's kingdoms and settlements, it is amazing for a solo player because you literally can do everything you need to do. But if you throw the whole settlement kingdom into the process, that's where the difference is. And I think there will be a lot of players. Yet again, this comes from information that we don't know when we're new to the game, unless we talk to an alpha player or, you know, a founder or someone's YouTube video. We won't know this until we play it. So this is what I'm trying to do, right? For example, this is what I've been playing a bit of solo because I've wanted to see firsthand what the actual real experience and time investment is, so I can tell other people that are thinking about the game what it actually is going to be like for them. So I don't want to break the illusion. So I don't, you know, I wouldn't say to someone that went, well, I've played Worm for 10 years. I built my own kingdom in Worm over 10 years. I'm happy to do that, right? It's like respect. But although this game has similarities to Worm, it's not Worm. It doesn't have some of the features of Worm. There's Worm, you can over 10 years literally just do that. But with this, I feel it just exponentially goes up the amount of effort. So I think the other question would be, why would you, right? You know what I mean? So this is the other question you have to ask yourself as a solo player. Why do you want to make a settlement of your own, right? If the answer is, I don't want to join up with another group, I want to remain independent to my thing, well, that's fine, because you can still be independent and not join a kingdom while still making use of that kingdom's towns and cities. Oh shit, thank you. Holy crap. Cheers, mate. Oh, that would have been bad, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that just be freaking... Let's have a quick... All right, we've done all them. We've done Swim. Yeah. We've done Heimlich. Yeah, Ocean Fish. I haven't done Ocean Fish. We haven't got it. We've done all of Bricko's. And we've done all of Alessi's. And we haven't done Ramparte because I just didn't bring any of the wolf shit down. So what did that give us in the end? So we got to 3,000 coin. Now, there's a few things we could buy. Yeah, so now that thankfully I've been reminded to do that and we're good. The question would be, why are you going to make a settlement on your own? There'll be various reasons. As I said, one, I don't want to join another person's kingdom. I want to be an independent. You can. You don't have to join anyone's kingdom, but you can still make use of their workbenches and facilities. So You do you, boo. You don't need a settlement. If it's, I want to build my settlement the way I want it to be and not have to deal with other human beings, yada yada, okay, do it then. But it's going to be a lot of work, and realistically, you're probably going to be annoyed that every other people that even have one other person helping them out is 2 or 3 tiers higher than you, and no one really is coming around to your settlement because, you know, you're still stuck at tier 3 and everyone's fucking around in tier 5 and 6. Yeah? Like, so power to you, but you're going to be probably annoyed that other people are leaps and bounding because the game is physically constrained to time per activity. You can't shortcut it much. It does. The only thing you can shortcut is you can go, I'm going to play this game for 20 hours straight, right? But even then, it just means that you're going to be able to it's just not viable in the long term. If like myself, in my humble opinion, if you are making a settlement because you want to see for yourself how the systems work and not under the illusion that you're going to be able to make a thriving metropolis on your own, if you are like myself where like you're streaming it or making YouTube videos as guides for new players to show them what the different systems are, because I feel there is a lot of lacking information still. There are some sort Teladril of the Ottoman Empire. He's got a YouTube channel. He does some good stuff. But there is still a lack of Bitcraft good guides, in my opinion, for new players. There is a lot of head scratching to start with. If you're going to do that, like I have, then that's fine too, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm under no illusion I'm going to be making a tier 10 YamCorp settlement on my own. I will not have the time nor want to do that. But at least in the early phases, we can see what it's like. And then I'll happily say, if anyone wants to, as I said, help out and come and join or whatever anyway, good, excellent. That's brilliant, right? Social MMO is social, right? At the end of the day. So, but yeah, there's a lot of just head scratching. But I think a lot of players think, and this is mainly because a lot of games do that if they make their own settlement right off as soon as they can, grind for that settlement claim, plonk it down, that suddenly they're good, right? But then they got to realize that they haven't got any facilities like the NPC town yet. They've got to build those facilities. They've now got to level all their skills up to be able to even do that, which means they've got to do time out to do that. You know what I mean? Like it's suddenly the realization that, well, I have my settlement. I'm still going to be hanging out at the NPC village, aren't I, for a while, right? Like, I didn't make my settlements until literally I had almost 20 in most of the skills. I mean, there are level caps, but I would say it would be 100. Am I wrong here? Right here? You recommended dedicated roles in towns? So, and 2 questions. Are there level caps? I mean, there is. It'll be whatever the level 10 is, tier 10 is needed in a skill to do it. I don't know whether that's 100, 200. I don't know. Let's have a look. Is there a way to see? Does it show? I mean, I'm level 25. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just say 100. Sure. And do you recommend dedicated roles in town? So you mean when you're up at YamCorp, do I recommend you being dedicated to a couple of professions rather than everything? Is that what you mean? Because if that's what you mean, then at some point, everyone will have to be dedicated at some point to a couple of professions. Because from what I understand, and yet again, we're learning, all of us, these systems, right? We're all part of this journey. From what I understand, getting from 1 to 10, 1 to 20, a tiny little grind, but it's your tutorial, right? You've got to level 2. You can now grind up tier 2 stuff, right? I think 1 to 20 is your tutorial. 22, is it 40? Is 40 tier 3? I don't know, right? I haven't clicked on a tier 3 thing yet. But let's just say if it goes in 20 jumps, right? Right? Maybe. Let's say you need to be level 40. Well, before you can do tier 3 stuff, that level 20 to 40 is going to be incrementally higher than what it was from 1 to 20, right? Which means if you're doing everything, you're going to spend even more time now logging, more time fishing, more time hunting, more time carpentry. You know what I mean? But it's still probably doable, right? But yet again, this is all speculative. But let's say double the amount of time it took you from 1 to 20 to get all of your skills to 20. Let's say double that time now to get you from 21 to 40, right? On your own. Just pottering. So it's taken me to get to 20 whatever here. It's taken me nearly a week of solid play, right? Like I've been playing this since early access launched on Sunday, wasn't it? So I think I've played it pretty much almost a week. Every day. A lot of hours worth, right? And I've only reached 26, 25, 28, 25, 21. Okay, after a week of solid play. So I would say for us to get to 40 or 30, or like I don't know, but whatever it is, let's say 40 to tier 3, I reckon we're looking at another, I would have to play this for a solid week and a half more, right? I reckon by the end of next week, maybe we'll get some of these skills up to 40, right? Which is tier 3. That's nearly 2 weeks on my own to get there with no assistance. From tier 3 to 4, I would expect it jumps even more incrementally. So now we're looking at probably 3 to 4 weeks on your own to get to tier 4, a month, right? And from tier 4 to 5 on your own, it's going to get to the point where you're like, look, to do it all on my own, this is going to be another 2 months, 3 months of grinding every day. Yeah? And that's why a lot of that's why coming back to this whole dedicated thing, I think at a certain point you would probably start 30. Okay, thank you. So in that, on my own then, I've in some of the skills, I've hit 30 already. So a week, let's be generous. And to a new player, let's say a player that isn't like me and has been playing it every single day, constantly, right? Let's be reasonable then. Let's give them 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks of very casual play would easily get you to tier 3, right? Now, that is just leveling it, by the way. This isn't building your tier 3 settlement or anything. That isn't the time involved also, right? 100 is cap. Okay, so that makes sense. Right. Thank you. So at some point, you are going to want to be dedicated to a couple of professions more than others, because you are just not going to level things up at a reasonable time, right? So if you're in a group, of course you're going to want to go, hey, what do you like doing? And the person might be like, I'm actually really enjoy cooking, so I'm happy to use my time to process food on the cooking bench. Yeah. And as a side gig, maybe I'll do some fishing while I'm waiting for things to cook in the oven passively, or I might go gathering. I might forage for berries and mushrooms and food ingredients, right? So although they can still do other stuff, like I might be like, shit, we really need some tier 1 wood. I could do with some help with that. Then anyone can still be like, oh shit, yeah, I'll chip in, and they're still going to level up their forestry, right? But I think it's still better for players to be like, I actually like doing these few activities that work kind of well together. How about that? And you go, cool. So I think still focusing in on some trades, and this is if you're in a group, obviously, then it's going to help out a lot more than, say, I'm not going to do one thing, I'm going to do everything as though I'm on my own. It's like, well, you're literally not going to be assisting us much then, are you? You know what I mean? Like it's just, right? If you're running around doing 5 things, you're not running around doing the one thing really well that we needed. So yeah, I think now having multiple people doing the same thing is still good, right? Like, so it's still going to be helpful if it's like, oh, I like cooking and I like, someone's like, well, I like fishing too and I like cooking too. Good. It's going to speed up the food and cooking. Any excess we're not using, you could sell on the marketplace to get money to buy more stuff for the settlement, right? Yeah. So I think dedicated is definitely a couple of, not just one, like I am just a mason. I will use the masonry bench and nothing else. Don't you dare even hint a whiff that I will be at the farmland or making a parchment, right? It's still probably in your best interest to now and then just potter around with a few skills when you're not doing anything, just to level your character up, right? But to help out and to focus what you're doing with your time, definitely pick a couple of skills that I think you don't have to, but I think the logical one is to pick skills that fall into similar things. Like if you're going mining, probably pick up smithing as a secondary, like probably do the smithing as well, right? If you're doing tailoring, probably go out and forage as well, or get tree trunks, whatever. Same with leatherworking. You don't have to be the hunter, but definitely if you're doing leatherworking, you probably want to make sure the leather's being tanned and cleaned and all that, right? So I definitely feel that their dedication, and I think you're going to have to be dedicated towards a few classes after tier 4 or 5, right? After that, it's going to be such a huge amount of XP and grind that if you spread yourself thin, you're just not going to get any skill remotely done in a hurry. There is a caveat to that. If time does not matter and you're not hanging around with people that need any assistance from you, you do you, boo. It always comes down to that. You know, we are not the boss of one's destiny. So what do you want? You want brick? All right. We're not going to do that. We're going to get back to fucking around. We've got an X amount of time left. We're streaming. We're still going to bugger around with our base a bit more before we end up. First things first, though, let's have a look at the different vendors, what there's possibilities to do. So we've got 3,000 coins. Pretty much all the vendors are 2,500. So we could be like, hey, Bricko, I want to be able to put you in our base. So then we don't have to. Now, honestly, I'd probably do this myself, humbly. I think the ones I would take first, in my humble opinion, would be Rumba. Just because Rumba's stuff is usually things like, give me 10 bricks, give me 10 planks of wood, give me this parchment, right? Like, Rumba is very to the point. Like, Rumba just wants a few basic things over it. Yeah, I'd probably go Rumba. And also Rumbas, you would want to look at their inventory of what they sell, right? Which is a pretty big thing. Sven sells all the sailing stuff, but Rumba has a lot of shit that you can buy off him and that you're probably going to get a lot. Like he's got... oh shit, there you go. Even worse. Now you actually need to buy stuff from the NPC to make tier 3 onward stuff. So not only are you crafting shit, but there is special NPC items that you have to actually buy to make the actual good. Brava. Brava. Yeah, there you go. So you can literally spend 500 coins to buy 370 supplies for your settlement. So if you don't want to gather a certain amount of goods, but you need the supplies for your settlement, and you've especially good for if you have a lot of members that are doing these dailies, or these not even dailies, these hourly quests, right? Tasks. If you're all pulling your money together, right? This is a very good way of just pound for pound getting your supplies up for your settlement, right? everyone chips in 500 gold everything, and there's 375 supplies per bag. So that's important. For 1,000, we get 750 supply. I mean, that's just double that. It'd be good if there was extra value, but anyway. So basically, he sells one of every single of the profession's rare material to make the tier 3 cool shit. He has some settlement recipes, some other bits and pieces. He has got the trader stand training, so he can make trader stands. We could get him for 2,500. You can buy your one-off writ of trade. And then also, this is where you can get the like the deeds for personal caches, which allows you to build your special little storage that you can use. Expanded personal cache. Actually, what do we need? So we've got a personal cache for tier 1. So we just needed a tier 2 material, and we could have had an expand. Oh, shit. So you see what I'm getting here? And then he's got the settlement. I feel if I was going to get an NPC to start with, I would probably get Roomba, right? Because he literally has a lot of shit that you are probably going to be using. And also his 3 tasks are usually very to the point, right? They're pretty basic. So I would probably hire Roomba first if I was going to hire any NPCs. After that, oh, geez. Can you hire Alessi? I guess you get Alessi's hideout, right? To just plonk down. I would guess that's the case. So Alessi's, yeah, you can get them all. So Alessi's just going to have animals. On the other hand, her 3 tasks are actually pretty easy, right? Usually they're grain and farmy type stuff. Now, when can we get the teleport? That's really what we wanted to buy, is the freaking teleporter. No shit. Is there anyone selling it at the marketplace? Marketplaces, like I mentioned before, are independent too of the place. Okay, so what? Basic ink. Also, no one's got any buy orders for it. Okay, interesting. The twins don't have any tasks. They have, it looks like they are mainly cosmetics. They are just purely cosmetics. We should actually be looking too quickly. Yeah, so you see Rumor, he wants more bricks. He wants more bits and bobs. He wants planks. Alessi wants stuff that we don't have now. Okay. So yeah, I don't know where you get the teleporter from, or if it's a research thing. I don't think Rumor. I mean, Ramparte doesn't have it, does he? What's he sell? Claymore training. Ooh. Crossbow, yeah, crossbow training 5,000. So you do need training in different skills other than sword. Two-hander apparently is the go until you get like crossbows. Okay. Heimlich as a NPC to start with. I mean, he doesn't really offer you much in terms of... he doesn't really give you anything to really be like, well, that's why we've got him. The main reason is just tasks, right? Oh, we can get that in. Hey, level 20 cooking. Nice. Does that unlock any more trade with him? It does not. Get wrecked. All right. And then you've got Bricko over here, who's mainly the transport wagons and stuff like that. I mean, his quests are also... In fact, if I was going to do anyone, I'd probably go Ramar first, then Bricko. Main reason why, he usually has consistent good tasks that are usually just make 10 bricks and turn them into a slab. Make 10 iron ingots, turn it into the iron slab, basically. Make 10 leather, turn it into the leather slab, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and so you kind of like every 4 hours, you can pretty much guarantee with minimal effort to get 750 coin and also get experience towards construction, which doesn't actually do anything at the moment, but maybe at a certain level it does. Deeds, in terms of buying stuff from him, I mean, wagons, right? Like, I mean, we could buy the wagon. You need 5,000 to get a wagon, though, right? But once you've spent 5,000, you then can make a deed for a wagon, which is better, I think, than the improved cart. And it uses a tier 2, just one tier 2 lumber. We have an improved cart, so we're not going to be able to improve that until we get tier 3. So in terms of items to buy, I'd probably do Brico for tasks, right? And then finally, you've got Svim. Svim's tasks are usually not bad either, to be honest. I mean, he doesn't pay out as much as Bricko, but I mean, he can usually get a good amount. And of course, his main thing is that he's the sailing person. So, you know, you can buy all your deeds for your clippers and stuff like that, right? So all in all, I think the NPCs are great for the tasks, right? But I think I would go Rumar first. I reckon Rumar would be the better purchase right off the bat, because he just has a lot of other stuff that you can buy from him. And upgrading your personal stash, I think, is excellent. Getting yourself a trader stand, which we do need, by the way. We do need one. And we could make more personal stashes. Well, in fact, oh, hang on. Waystone energy source. A source that can be used to power a waystone in a town. Waystones allow players to teleport. Oh, is that it? Is that the... Do you think that's it? Interesting. It's 5,000. Here, let's see if anyone knows. I don't know. I think we're going to just buy a Rumor, right? Let's just get... In fact, I'm not even going to think about it. Let's just buy him. We're doing it. We're doing it. Let's go. I do want the teleporter, but at the moment, I like the idea of getting a bit of... Just having the NPCs at our base, right? How is the Fearless 100% safe and legal leader of YamCorp? No, there's no TM next to YamCorp. But I'm well. How are you, Zivik? I am very well. The TM's beside the 100% safe and legal TM. But the YamCorp has the exclamation mark. I am. Are you doing all right? You doing good? We are just twatting around. We've done a bit of quests. We got some money. We're building our settlement up at the moment. Zetran is slowly working his sweet ass up to coming up there at some point, being a productive member of YamCorp. Where are you, Ruma? And we're going to hire the services of Ruma here and have Ruma hanging out at our settlement. Is that you? Can we use to construct a building that Ruma would operate out? Hell yeah, let's do it. There we go. Goodbye for sweet money. Did you hear about the June changes? I am soon to be the most valued employee, right? I did hear about the June changes. It's excellent, right? It's really good. It's going to allow so many of the PvE players to just simply get on with finishing off their stuff. So there should be no more complaints. Super happy about the June changes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're going to teleport to our base, but we're going to take some stuff with us. So Ruma's going to be using bricks, so we're going to take that. We're definitely going to take the unfired bricks. And that. And... basic bait. I did pick a spot for YamCorp. I'm going to go up there in a moment. I'm just trying to grab the things that I kind of... Well, I'm going to grab everything, actually, to be honest. We'll grab the pebbles. Oh, actually, hang on. Hold. Brain. We're going to grab them, the wisp weave. Because you can teleport with items, just not cargo, heavy objects. Oh, we got plenty of that. I'll take the ferrolith ingots. Take the rough leather. Take that. Take that. Leave that. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that'll do. We're going to come back and we're going to bit by pick all this stuff up anyway. So now what we can do is we can run over to the teleporter. The Bitcraft is all one combined server. There are no regional. This is all one server. Cost 19 to teleport? Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, the reason why, right, is it only costs 1.9 to teleport, but it's times 9.65 because 96% of our inventory is filled, right? So if I just teleport without carrying anything, it costs bugger all. If I start teleporting, though, with full inventory, then they charge me for it. So that's fine, right? That's good. Yeah, it's all one regional server. Mainly because from what it looks like, the ping. Now, here's a good example, just quickly. This is a nice example of what a settlement can end up looking like, right? Now, a small settlement, I should say. This is obviously a few people have done this. But like you can see here, right? They've got an area for a number of crop plots, right? They've got lots of personal, all kind of like stockpile storage. They've got all their fishing. They've got NPCs. They've got a bank in the center. Yep, they've got a couple of tanning tubs, right? They've got a couple of smithies. And this is all kind of just a bit of an expanded out area, but otherwise, just you see what I'm saying? Well, that's quite nice, right? He's Ramparte. He's a NPC for more the killing monsters. It's called the Slayer skill set. Yeah. So he gives you basically rewards tasks to go out slaying wolves and monsters and critters and stuff. But yeah, like you can see what I'm saying here is that this is a nice use of space. Like, for example, they've got 3 looms, so you could do up to 30 cloth at a time passively every 5 minutes and walk off. They've got the station where you strip the stuff down for that. So, like, in essence, this is their tailoring quadrant, right? This is their masonry smithing quadrant. This here is their leatherworky, a bit of leatherworky, smelty type stuff, right? And this here is their gardening area, and that's what I like, right? This is just a good example of what you can do with that. Now, do you notice one big thing about this? This place has been here for a while. What do you think the one thing that I've noticed here about this area that's nicely laid out is? If you were to say, oh, it's all still tier 2, not tier 3, correct. Because, yet again, even with a bunch of, like, they've got probably a couple of people playing with them. It's not just one person doing this, right? Even with some people helping out, they're probably still working on even getting the research and the oomph ready to transition to tier 3, right? So even with a small group, it's still going to take a while to transition from tiers, right? So if you're a solo player, it's just you, you're going to enjoy this tier 2, right? And this took a lot of work, by the way, too. Bear in mind, all of these tier 2 things, just making one of them is a bit of effort. Making 2 of them, the luxury of having 2, my goodness, 3 looms? Get out of here, right? No, tier 10. Tier 10 is the highest. The big mega guilds have only just hit tier 5 into tier 6. And they know what they're doing, right? Like, as in they've got people that have been in alpha, and they've got spreadsheets, and they've got shit set up, and they're only just hitting tier 6. And they're like 100, 200 people. I joined up late, but what is your plan? I do own a settlement. So, all right. So here's my plan. From a streaming gameplay viewpoint, what I've been trying to do is simply act as a guide to new players to both enjoy the game, but also to show new players just like myself what to expect from the game and any basically as a guide, right? So first things first, that's what I'm trying to do. The second part of that is, if people would like, they are more than welcome to hang out with me in terms of, if you would like to hang out with a settlement, I have it up here, YamCorp, and I do plan on growing it a bit. Now, do I plan on making a mega kingdom, blah, blah? Look, probably not. But do I, if we do get a bunch of people though that are interested and we're doing it, sure, we'll form the kingdom of YamCorp. But I'd like to just build a thing up here, and for new players and that to just kind of enjoy themselves, you know? Like, for sure. So I've got a settlement. Yeah, we have a settlement. I'm just working on the logistics of it at the moment. This is the YamCorp settlement. Because I've been doing it on my own and showing off what it's like for new players that are deciding to do it as solo, this is the solo experience. You know, after a week of solid playing, I have a settlement and a few tier 2 stuff being put into place bit by bit, right? So this is not an unreasonable amount of effort a solo player could have. If you have even 1 or 2 other people helping you, boom, you know, like it every person that helps out exponentially makes things just go, right? Caveat, also, the more people you have, obviously, the more logistics you have, right? Like, for example, I don't have a big Discord all set up for Bitcraft, and I probably won't, right? I don't have spreadsheets filled with biomes, resources down to the finest thing. No. I don't have a grand plan yet, right? What I do have is a plot of land and the willingness and chutzpah to build upon that land, and to be the best 100% safe and legal TM provider of goods and services to all in these lands. Okay. So if anyone does come up and they're like, hell yeah, then they can pop up. So 100% safe and legal, right? So there are two things here, right? One, if someone wants to, they can come up and make use of my facilities, and they don't have to join YamCorp, but they can just make use of them. And in turn, I get a few little coins being generated, and you've got an area to plot around with as I grow it. And if you want, you're more than happy. Anyone is more than happy to join up with YamCorp Nation. I think the settlement, yet again, we're finding these things out how it works, right? I don't know how it all works as a settlement, right? It has a couple of things here. It looks like I can have up to 50 members of the settlement until I research new tech. It looks like I can recruitment openings, 0 member slots available. Whoever does come up here, by the way, like Zetron, if you make your way up here or something, I can find out what the go is here. Whether anyone can just go up, shift right click on my settlement claim and join, or I have to add a new opening. Like, for example, add a new opening to automatically join your claim. I could be like any profession, or I could be like, no, if you are not a carpenter and you are not a minimum level of 20, right? And I want 3 of them. I want 3 minimum level 20 carpenters at YamCorp. No one else at the moment, right? Like, you can, right? So that's how you do it, though. You basically can be like, okay, well, now we've got 3 fishermen, right? We don't need anyone else that's a fisherman at the moment. That's what they mainly want to do. Now we need some people who are interested in logging or something, right? So I believe you could just be like, all right, well, I don't care about the profession at the moment, right? For example. Actually, do you have to? Hang on. Any profession. So if we just went add. Yeah, so there you go. Level 1, level openings. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's nice. So we could be just like, look, we don't mind, right? There's some open for anyone at the moment, right? Because there's no specialization yet. Yeah. So that's how it works, plain and simple, for a settlement. And I guess once you have members, it looks like you've got permissions. You've got, storage permissions, right? Build, deconstruct. So for example, as the head, I probably wouldn't, if it wasn't people that I know personally, or I'm working with, right? I wouldn't be like, oh, fuck your building permissions, and just have some rando join you and then go, destroyed, right? And then go, sucker, we work with the other nation, get wrecked, right? So, I'm not a great builder, right? But I will probably, as part of YamCorp, as the president of YamCorp, I will probably do the layout. So I'll do the building of things. I should say, I will put things where they are. The good thing is people can contribute. So once you put down the template like this, for example, right? Well, no, it's going to do its weird buggy thing here. Yep. It'll do, once in a while, you'll get this bug, right? Where you'll right click on some of these things and it will act as though you're fucking clicking halfway across the map. I find usually if you click on a bench or something, usually it fixes it. No, see what I mean? Look, I'm right clicking on the item. It's literally avoiding the item. Right? Build. It's like, oh, it's like, where are you going, champ? What's happening there, mate? Right. So what I plan to do with YamCorp is simply, I want to just treat it as a guide for new players. I want to see for myself how the game works so I can clearly explain it to anyone that's interested in the game. Anything I've found out about doing it. As I said, I'll probably be what I was trying to explain there is when you put down a building, it's a template, and when you right click on it, it will say, hey, it needs 3 rope, 2 timber, whatever, right? Anyone with permissions, I think, can put items in it to finish the job. So I'll place the items where I want them, right? But anyone else in the settlement they've joined can help put it together, right? Which is excellent, right? That 10 out of 10, brilliant. Especially as you get more people joining you, you might have someone just say, for example, go, hey, I really love logging and woodworking. Are you cool with me being one of the woodworky people? It's like, sure. All right. Chop trees, turn them into planks, and make timber when we need it for buildings. Is that cool? Yeah. I've got you, fam, right? So then you can have the carpenter, you know, whenever the buildings go down, go, all right, well, that needs 4 timber. That needs 4 timber. That needs 2 timber, 4, 8, 10. All right, I need to make 12 timber to finish that part of it off. I will get to work making timber, right? And then you could have someone else like, well, I like tailoring. Are you cool with me gathering fiber and shit and making, you know, weave and all that and getting it on our looms? Sure. All right, well, then they can also look around and go, oh, shit, that needs 5 rope. That needs 5 rope. I'll get rope being made. See what I mean? So organically, you are... I think that's how you do it, right? Like you just organically get people to be like, yeah, I'm happy to just vibe and help build the settlement while at the same time having my little kind of bits and pieces. So that's the idea. Just to build the town up. I'm not trying to reach for the stars, be like tier 10 nation blah. I just want to learn the game. And if anyone is interested and you are thinking about playing Bitcraft, or you are already playing and you haven't got a kingdom or anything like that, and you do want to hang out, look, you're more than welcome, right? Like I'm totally happy with anyone wanting to come up. Where I am at the moment, as I said, is... And look, if we got enough people, if we're interested, I'd joke, I will happily form a nation. I mean, I've got some bloody currency and shit. I've got no problems owning a bit of land. So we could have the YamCorp nation fighting Tincture. I don't know, right? But if you start off, if you picked Redfen's the easiest NPC starting place to get to my joint. You basically just go straight up northeast up to here. It's right next to venture trading companies kind of thing on the peninsula. If you started all the way down where I did here, well, it's a long journey up, but you can use the teleporter in the town and you can teleport to Compartmentalitz. They have a teleporter, and then it's not long, just quickly swim across there. Doom. So, yeah. It'll be interesting to see like how the permissions work. So obviously, I would have to probably play around with some personal storage and get some things I don't know how quite. So yeah, personal storage. Yeah, personal storage is literally personal storage. So, each person would have their personal storage. What I would recommend. So because I've just been doing this on my own, obviously I've got my personal storage, because nothing's laid out nicely yet. It's all clustered close to this. So I can just literally dump shit in here and all my benches can see it and use the resources, right? Obviously, the more people, if we get joining us, that's not going to be that great because this is personal. Like, you know, no one else can put stuff into my personal storage and vice versa, right? I believe, though, there is a communal storage, I believe. If we go press B, storage. Yeah, okay. Okay, so you've got a simple chest, a simple large chest, a simple stockpile, a simple stone chest. I guess that's just for looks. Right, so... I don't... So that's... Stockpile for cargo, chest for single items. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah, right. So... Yeah. So I would... Yeah. Sorry. I'd muted myself, right? And I'm like going, all right. And I'm hitting the mute button. It wouldn't unmute. I'm like, all right. Try to unmute. It wouldn't unmute. All right. I'm like sitting there to myself going, all right. All right. Oh, God damn it. All right. Fucking unmute, you piece of shit. What the hell? All right. So, what I was saying is thank you for saying that. Now, right, exactly. Old man talking to himself. Truly, truly. Now, one thing I believe, is that once you've built the item building, you can then shift right click, destroy it, and you'll get all the components back that took to build it. So then you can just move, you can then just place it down where you actually want it properly, and then kind of just, you've got the materials. So I'm thinking, yeah, so I can't stress enough, this is not the layout. This is just purely getting buildings down so I can then move them once I've got... one thing I do need done around here is I need to do more terraforming. I need to get rid of these trees, rocks, bushes, plants. I don't... Yeah. Oh, you are shitting me. Really? Someone said you can't... Oh, you know why? You know why? It's because you know how I said outdated information? I reckon I looked up Wiki or some bloody, like 2024 alpha. Oh, yeah. No, you've got to destroy them, or thing on Reddit or some shit, right? Oh, well, well, guess what, everyone? You can move your buildings. So that's now just, that's just, oh my God. Oh my, no, I know it's fine, but seriously, thank you, right? Like that is a game freaking changer, right? Like, my goodness. So thank you. Oh, 100%. Like I can now go, right, I can move this over to here and move this over to here. Yada, yada. So what... So I'm thinking, yeah, well, I'll get a storage. Yeah, if I am actually going to have anyone come up and assist YamCorp or would like to join, I definitely do need to start with. As I said, don't need to go full on nuts, but at least a storage and probably at least a chest. I guess the chests are the equivalent of a group-based personal storage, right? Like if I put a chest down, it'll have a radius that the various benches can see. So if we had a little tailoring area, we could put a chest there and be like, right, that's for tailoring materials. Just dump them off there, right? Yep, chest for each kind of area. Yeah. Do you end up eventually, I guess, to what you'd do is you'd end up having a chest for like lower tier stuff too. Like this is the tier 1 chest. And that's the tier 2 chest, right? I guess it depends on how much you fill it up too, right? But that's what I'd probably do. Yep. Yeah, very good. Very good. That's definitely on the list of, we'll get round to that at some point. I think at the moment, like I said, it's not like there's a great influx of players or anything. It is just me at the moment. And Zetran's working his ass up if anyone else, as I said, wants to. But we'll just put this in the bank, actually. With bank and personal storage, it's enough for a while. Yeah. Just put the tier 1 stuff in there for the moment. Beautiful. And then put that in there. Excellent. I picked Rumor as the first NPC because I just think he's the most useful to have. I think his tasks are very easily done. and he literally has everything you want to buy off him. Like, including personal storage upgrades and shit, right? Like, I feel that Rumar's the first NPC you should get for your settlement, for sure. Okay, well, actually, that's good. So I can go... Oh, interesting. You can't move the claim, though. So make sure where you put that claim, right? Like, is that where you want a good path? Suck it. Suck it. Right? There you go. That's honestly, that's probably what happened. I probably went to move that. And oh no, we don't want to change that as our home location yet, because we want to be able to teleport back to the NPC village just for a bit longer. Look, oh yeah, no, Brico's good. I was saying the order I probably would do would be Roomba first, then I would do Brico, because Brico's tasks are also very easy to do, and he has the card upgrades. After that, honestly, I'd probably go Sven, just because his tasks are also pretty good and they give you good money, and he's got the boats. After Sven, probably Elio, the good Drago, good doggo Drago. Probably get her because her tasks are really easy to do. The pet's not so much, who cares about the trade items, but honestly, Ramparte and Heimlich are probably the two last ones. Heimlich doesn't really have shit to buy from him. And also his quests, usually only 2 of them offer even remotely kind of alright money. You know, like he's pretty dog shit. Rampart's kill quest stuff is not bad. But yeah. But that's what I reckon. I'd go Rumar and then Brico first, and then Silvo third. Now, all right, let's have a look here then. So we can go move. Oh no, what? Oh, we can't kind of move the personal cache. What? I don't know. Interesting. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yas. Yas. Right. Okay, so kind of once you've filled it up, you can't really move it. You can't pick it up. To move it, you would literally have to empty it all and then move it, pick it up, put it back down again, right? Or, I guess, make another one, right? And then fill that one up, and then pick up the other one. Or can you? Can you have multiple ones? Can you have multiple personal things? I guess if you buy the deeds, or you can only have one. It's probably only one, isn't it? Yeah, good question, right? I mean, I feel if it's a deed, deeds don't seem to have multiple, do they? Like the carts certainly don't. Let's get Rumar in play first, right? Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, really, Rumar? You're gonna be literally. Come on, man. Oh, we can move him. All right. Wait, well, which way is he? Like, wait. Like, do you like this? Rotate. Like, which? What's this bullshit? Well, I guess, what, is he just gonna look that way? Like, right? Do you have to have it so he's always facing this way? Like, what do we do here, right? Like, what's... Hello? You know what? I like the idea that he is literally just chilling, looking out at the ocean, right? Right? I love it. That's amazing. I'm here for it. So right off the bat, just having Rumor here now is huge, because now we're not, oh my god, so quest to hand in or any of that. Also, we can buy a lot of the crafting stuff that we're totally not using at the moment, but we can. And then let's have a look here. So deed, personal cache. Let's have a look here. So deed, massive. No, we don't need that. Yeah. So he's 5,000, isn't it? The power source. Yeah, that's it, right? Waystone energy source. I think if you buy that, that gives you the recipe for the Waystone. It allows you to build the Waystone. So yeah, 5,000 coins. Yeah, where's his trade stands? Deed personal cache. Yeah. Rough brick slab. Yeah, all right. No, this is cool. This is cool. Okay, so what we'd want to do first then is let's do a couple of things here, just quickly. So storage, we want a stockpile to start with. So stockpile's about that big. So okay, that's fine. We'll just for the moment. I don't know what the radius is of them, but we'll just dump the stockpile there. Seems good. Cool. And then we will get a storage box in as well. As I said, this is very slapdash. This isn't meant to be neat at the moment or anything, but functional. So that's going to need tier 2 stuff. $16 items. What's a personal storage do? You know what it does? It makes it so I can't right click on it. That's what it does. Oh, okay. Fuck me, I guess. Had way too much beer last night while grinding this game. My head. Oh my goodness, mate. Love it. I love it. Should come up to YamCorp, mate. Too much beer. Love it. No beer for me at the moment. Purely running off. I've just got some coffee and some biscuits. Coffee and biscuits. How many? So this is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21. I mean, think what? 34. So technically, yeah, okay. So we'll have to. Yeah. All right. So the storage, the large storage chest is still only 16. Now, can we make? We should be able to make the... We can make all those things, actually. I usually drink, but I thought, you know what? A night, no kid, let's drink, but now I remember. Oh, look. And I can't stress enough, too, by the way. You know, I'm certainly not like a wowser when it comes to it. But yeah, I don't drink much anymore. I used to. I've said many a times. I've said many times. I am an ex drug user and an ex alcoholic. Note the word ex. I have not done so for a very, very long time. I got off numerous amounts of shit in my life. I am now a casual dude that's hot night of a weekend is kicking back, clicking on trees in video games and having and going, even at a party, it's like, well, I've had my 2 beers. I think I will now have a nice hot cup of tea, thanks, at 7 o'clock on a Friday evening. So, respect. Now you're brain dead grinding in Bitcraft. Exactly. Yeah. Look, as I've said to people, no doubt, have I had fun in my youth? 100%, right? Ups and downs and all that, like anyone, but I had fun. It was crazy. Am I fine with the fact that I'm not now on the shit and everything? 100%, right? I quit normal smoking like 6 years now. Yeah. Had a couple of goes at it, but went cold turkey both times. But yeah, this time round, I'm good. Been 6 years now. I can smell cigarette smoke and go, I'm fine, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm okay with it. Probably the only bad thing about my situation at the moment is just because I gave up a lot of these things. I got a tubby belly now because I literally have not been exercising properly. And getting off all that shit meant that I ate a bit of food and shit, right? So got a bit of a little belly whereas I used to be a stick thin skeleton. Probably not healthy. That, by the way, that's not indicative of health. One does not need to be a stick thin skeleton. I'm fine that I now have some meat on my bones. I am okay with having as what one may call a dad bod. Yes, I am fine with the dad bod. I'm okay with that because I'm alive at my age, right? It could have been a different story, so I'm okay with that. Good job, I have a friend that's quit. It is. It is tough. Be happy, especially in my country. The government is making smoking so expensive. I'm happy I never smoked. So good news. I'm Australian. I don't know, but we have some of the highest, I think, cost of smoking in the world almost. It's like nearly like $100 for. I don't even. I mean, even just talk. Yeah, but I just as for comparison, what's a packet of 30s smokes? From the cheapest place you can buy them, like a place, right? It doesn't even say now, does it? Not that I'm really fucking jonesing or fucking getting statistical data about it, but Coles online. Oh, for fuck's sake. So look here. So a packet of 30s, cheap brand too, like not the kick-ass brand, lol, but the shit ones, you know what I'm talking about, the sweepings off the floor. I can't believe it's not probably tobacco and rat fur. $40. $40 for a packet of 30s of the dog shittest cigarettes ever in existence. And for the better brand ones, $50, $60 for a packet of 30s. Up to like, you know, $100 for 30 grams of rolling tobacco. Yeah. So, I mean, I've always been under the opinion that, I don't know, it's a hard call. I won't go into it, but I don't like the fact that any government goes on about how you should stop smoking, but then are happy to allow cigarettes to be sold and make money from it under the illusion of, oh, the taxes go towards helping people that have been smoking. It's like, no, they don't. Fuck off. You know what I mean? Like just ban them. Like, it sucks for people that have to go cold turkey because of it. But if you're gonna honestly want to try to make a difference, you just got to ban cigarettes. And if you do ban them, unfortunately, the illegal trade of illegal cigarette tobacco kicks up. You know, it is unfortunately a no-win situation. But if you promote it and you make money off it, I mean, of course, people are still going to do it. But I just said to myself, look, at the end of the day, the cost of those things is just, you know, you look at an ashtray and you can look at an ashtray for the night and be like, wow, there's nearly, between us all, that's $400 worth of cigarette butts. Glad we, you know, right? Like, like I could have bought nearly a PlayStation 5 with that, right? So, all right. So, yeah, I am definitely glad that I've made my segue out of a lot of that situation, that's for sure. All right, so we need one simple brick slab and one thing. So if we go add all, yes, there we go, and we go add all, yeah. We need 2 more rope. Okay. Then we need 4 pyrite nails, which we can actually do, I believe. There we go. Oh, it makes 5 anyway. Just one craft makes 5. Here we go. And then we can transition. So what I would use for personal storage is when players are like, hey, well, I like to be the fisher person and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be hanging around this area a fair bit. You know, they can put their personal chest down and have their stuff in there. Pyrite nails, very cool. At all, excellent. So we just need 2 more rope, very good. Shit, at all. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we're building our first chest, very good. We love it. We love it. Oh. Yeah, I very much enjoy with this game, as I said, it is a grind. And like we've mentioned, on your own, it's just going to be bullshit after a point. But even if you have just 1 or 2 people hanging out with you or just people using your settlement, right? They don't even have to join. Just people come in and out. It's good. Here we go, first little chest. Very nice. Yeah, sweet. I can name it. Very cool. Okay. So let's put... Oh. Let's just put whatever in, right? Tier 2 stuff, probably. That. Whoop. Actually, we don't need the rare stuff in there yet. Yeah, should I probably keep the rare stuff separate just for the moment. All right, view personal. Oh, I just... God's sake, man. No, don't put it in there. Yeah, get rid of the personal... Oh, god damn it. Hang on. What am I doing? Wait, inventory, right. Shift, left click. Yeah, cool, right. Shift, left click. Beautiful. Click, click, clicky, click. Click, 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 click. Right, cool. Bring up that. Sweet. Put that in there. Glorious. Okay. Oh shit, I'm actually starving, am I? Oh. Oh wow. That's actually pretty funny. I'm like, why am I taking damage? Is there a wolf attacking me? It's like, just literally starving, right? Amazing. Right. What did that need? That needed 2 rope. Yeah? Yeah. Glorious. Wait, so I can be cheeky here. I can be like, move building. Up a tiny bit. It's like, yeah. Yeah. Shame you can't move the claim though. That's a bit annoying. Yep, claim. So there you go. Just so you know, claim tokens cannot be moved. So guess that's the plaza, right? That's the plaza. That's right. We can work around that. I wonder if you leave the claim, if you actually get the claim marker back, or whether they just go, well, that was silly of you, and you're like, God damn it. Can that see all the way up there? It cannot. Okay. Okay. I wish those sticks were not there. That's a bit annoying. We do probably need to do a bit of the old paving to stop bushes and sticks and shit growing back up again. Playing from Australia here with no noticeable lag or hitches. Exactly. Which never happens. True. Alrighty. How much progress do we think Zetron's made on coming up to YamCorp? Is it A, heaps, or B, still making flint chisels? Let's have a look here. All right, Loom, you can stay there. That looks daft. Aussie. I thought UK. No, I'm from the Netherlands. No. No, I am indeed Australian, mate. I am bloody Australian. Tim Tams and shit and koala bears. Mm-hmm. Stone the bloody crows, mate. Stone the bloody crows. Lamingtons and shit. That one's always for my New Zealand brethren because it always gets a rise out of them. They know. They know what they did. So it still doesn't see it from there, even. Shit. Has to be pretty close, doesn't it? Like, real close. It's like, how close we're talking, going. Now, can you see it from here? Really? Hang on. What? Damn, what's the radius on those chests? Like, not much? So it's like the radius is like, do they even have a radius? Like, wow. That's like up on its ass completely. It's almost kind of like, whereas that, yeah, whereas the personal chest, it's quite robust. It's probably why they're so cheap, right? Can't use mats. Oh, shit. So what? Is there the equivalent then? Can't use... Really? Okay, so... Oh, okay, so you have to literally pick up the materials and have them on your person. Oh, that's a bit dumb, isn't it? How bizarre. What's the purpose of it then? Interesting. God, that makes the personal chest so much better and important. You would think that you'd basically be able to just do it, but if you can't, is that the same with the storage then? So storage is the same thing. Like you could get someone to dump it all there, but then someone has to literally, put it in their cart or something and then use the workbench. If so, I hope they change that. It's kind of a weird design decision for sure. If that's the case, in a small group, you may as well be like, hey, you want to be the mining smith person? They go, yes. You just go, right, you're dumping your personal box and upgrading it near the mining smith shit, right? Like that's what you pretty much do, yeah? You just be like, right, you're the fisherman gardener, you're dumping your personal box over near there. But then again, like then only they could actually make use of that. Yeah, that's a weird one. Let's see. We'll see. Let's see what the general consensus is. Right, yeah, it's a tier 6 box. So, fuck. No, hang on. Hang on, we can... Oh, is that from... Yeah, that's from that freaking box there, isn't it? I was all excited there for a moment. It's like, hang on, we can see it from here. Oh, that's excellent. Oh, it's great. Oh, it's like, no, it's because it was a personal storage box. It's like, shit. Balls. Nah. Yeah. Interesting. Compendium. Yeah, just Roomba. Yeah. Urza, you have yourself a good one as well. Thank you for hanging out with us today. We appreciate you, yeah? We appreciate you. Talk soon, yeah? Talk soon. Maybe I'll have figured out the storage situation. Yeah, just Roomba. Just Roomba. Actually, let's have a look at something else. So there is different research too, right? More members. Maybe it's Empire? Where do you even play around with storage permissions? It's like, what are storage permissions? Like, can we change storage permissions? Like, what do we do here, game? Okay, you just literally have one thing for storage. Because I'm the officer, it's like I have everything, obviously, but... Okay. Interesting. Okay. Trade. So you got the personal deeds. Trader stands. Interesting. Oh, who knows? Who knows what the go is with it then? Well, obviously what the go is it doesn't let you do the thing that I thought. So annoying. Annoying. Now, I mean, from my viewpoint, it's like not that annoying because obviously I can just freaking well use a personal storage. But if I do get some people actually joining, I will have to work something out for sure. So we needed a timber and a simple brick slab. All right. All right. I was caught up in the whimsy of storage, thinking that I'd figured out the Rosetta Stone of storage or some shit, but the reality is it's just storage that you can't see. Yeah, so I hope there is some level, because I feel that's an odd decision on their behalf to have a storage that literally like can't just pull from things. Very odd. I don't think there's any other type of thing that lets you do anything. Claim, crafting, storage. So I wonder what the difference is between, like, so simple stone. Is it just visual? 5 bricks. Yeah, so it's probably just visual, right? Okay. So what we will need to do now is just put all this back in for the moment, right? We'll just dump it all back in there. That's what we'll do. Right. And now... Okay, so this... Let's get a quick bit of building done. So, tier 2, this needed 10 bricks. Did we have some, or were they just tier 1? Ooh, lovely. Good news, we only have 1. So, all right, okay, sure. Oh, do we have to make some? We have to make some pottery shit. Oh my god. There's a whole process, peeps. There's a whole process we need to do. There are things we need to do. It's bullshit. All right. What do we need to do? We need think. I need some rock, don't I? And I need some clay. Yeah. Just have a double check in here. Make sure there's all tier 1, right? Yeah, okay. It's all tier 1. Cool. We don't want to put that in the improved cut. We would like to put that in there, please. Go in there. Oh, that's only the tier 1 anyway. Hang on. We don't. No improved cart. Stop popping up all the time. I think there's an option, by the way, you can turn off so that inventory doesn't just keep popping up. And do you mean me, the improved cart? Would you like to put stuff in me, sir? So I do not want to stuff you, improved cart. Not today. Hi, you have a big base. That's cool, Stephen. How are we? It is a yep. So this is when you place a when you first build a settlement claim, right? This is basically the area that you get to play with, to start with. You can upgrade and research to upgrade more tiles, individual tiles, to extend your property. But this is basically how big your claim will be to start playing with. And then you got to terraform the land, chop down trees, you know, make pavements, start building your buildings, all of that jazz. So yeah, thank you. We are in the process, very messy, because I'm just building buildings to give it a thing. How do you claim a plot? Yep. So I won't say it's like it's really simple, but it kind of is. So have I got a workbench to show you? I don't have a scholar bench. Yeah, okay. So when the cart decides to let me when the cart decides to let me not use the cart, right? I will show you. Some reason the cart's decided that oh, okay. Well, how about we shift V? Oh no. Oh wow, I am now one with the cart forever. What the hell, game? Hello? Did you get raided by another player? Hang on, we'll just log out for a moment. No. So there's no raiding. Hang on, I'll just log back in. There's no PvP raiding. Like, you can't attack other players and destroy their stuff. Although, if a player who owns the settlement does not keep their supply of their settlement up, which is an item, resource, then the settlement will stop being protected and other players can take stuff from the chests and destroy the buildings. So if you don't keep your protection, your upkeep up, yeah. Bugged my RTX 2060 only gets 2530. Yeah, so they've got some frame issues and bits and pieces that they are and have said they are fixing bit by bit. So if you are dipping down on a bit of frames a second, just know that they are getting around to it, right? There are fixes to it that they're putting into place. They've been doing it all week. Reconnecting. So I guess that would answer our question, right? Game's not down, is it? Let's have a look. So while I'm trying to get back in, yeah, I think we are. I try hard for login. I need 3 times. Yeah, it's got a few. Yeah. So if you do get logged out and it keeps trying to log in, log out, log in, log out, right? It goes into a bit of a loop. Just end the task, right? Just hard end the task of it. Yep. And then just reload it. I've had it a few times. So to build your own deed. Now, just a quick thing. If you're going to build your own settlement on your own as a solo player, it is going to take a while and it's going to take a lot of materials and a lot of time to grind it up. Yeah. You can do it, but I just want you to know that it's better to have a couple of people assisting, but you can make your own settlement, but it's going to be a lot of time involved in what I'm about to do. So to make your own settlement claim, you go in the first town that you start with. So that there's a cart. That is indeed one of the vehicles that you can have. Yes. When you start the game, if you haven't already, you'll start in one of the NPC villages, right? There'll be a bunch of NPCs like this gentleman here. Okay. When you go to trade with this gentleman, Roomba, he will bug out and not show us any of his inventory, making what I'm about to explain difficult. Rumba, please. Oh my god. You've been working all day so well, game. What's... Yeah, that's your tasks. We don't want your tasks. We want your inventory. So sometimes the NPC decides to not want to sell you stuff. Anyway, look. This NPC, when it works, you go to trade. He'll have a list of items. There'll be a settlement claim item. A bug everywhere. Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair though, I've actually played the game constantly since early access started this week. And there was a memory leak and there was some frames. Oh, there we go. Right. That's why. Yeah. So we're going to just do this quickly. Hang on. So I have played it all week. There was a memory leak and there were frame problems. They did say they were going to fix it. And to be honest, after they started fixing it, I've had my game personally has been running fine. There has been a few bugs like what we just saw there, but nothing that stopped me enjoying the game, right? You know what I mean? Like, so they're fixing it. It's not unplayable or anything, but that's not to say there isn't bugs and there's not to be the odd issue here or there, right? Early access, am I right? But I've played it pretty consistently all week, and well, I've been able to enjoy the game for the most of it. It said the worst was when they had the memory leak. In the first 3 days of the game, there was a very bad memory leak that did make it almost unplayable. But they fixed it. Well, it looks like they fixed it, because I haven't had that issue. Oh, has the server gone down? Who knew? Who knew? Patch notes. Interesting. Announcements. Hey, to all content creators, our work partner program is currently open for applications. Do you reckon I should apply for being a partner in Bitcraft? Is that a thing I should do? That'd be a bit of fun, right? You're still on so far? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I might see what the go is. Oh no, I did it again. Shit. Oh, I hate that. So, not ready for release? No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, like I said, like a good majority of us, Stephen, have been playing the game all week. And other than a few minor bits and pieces, it's been totally playable. You know, there are hundreds of players that have made cities that have got a lot through the content. Yeah. So I mean, I'm just being honest with it. I've played it solidly for a week, and the bugs and bits and pieces have happened. Haven't stopped me from doing it. Now, in saying that, it is early access, and of course, there are going to be bugs and there are going to be issues. The main thing is if the developers get on top of it and fix it, as we all know, and they have been. So, that's all we can ask for, right? Is developers that at least get to work fixing any problems that come up. It's the devs that don't do that, right? You know what I mean? Have you yourself played much of it, Stephen? Or have you just started to try to play it? And do you like games like this? Wait, what? What tier you all tool? I'm only at tier 2. I'm working towards tier 3 now. You're confused? How to upgrade to tier 2? If I can get back in game, I'll very easily explain it to you in a moment, matey. But basically, to upgrade to tier 2, right, you are going to need, if this, and do you mean if you're crafting yourself, if you are crafting yourself, you will need to get the tier 2 materials and the skill up to 20 in each of those skills needed to be able to craft it. So for example, to craft the tools, you'll need to be level 20 as in smithing, being a smith, right? That's to make the tools. And then you're going to need to be level 20 to upgrade your metal, and so on. Long story short, Stephen, you need to get your skills to level 20 before you can even make any of the tier 2 stuff. And then you will farm the tier 2 materials needed, like wood, metal, leather, rope, and then you will make the tier 2 stuff. And that will be the same for every tier after that. Then you'll need to be the right level for the tier 3 stuff. And then you'll gather the tier 3 materials. Then you'll make the tier 3 tools. Well, I am actually back. It's just I'm doing some stuff I don't need to be on the main screen type stuff, you know what I mean? It's email-y shit and just trying to sign into the game. The game has a very annoying minor feature. This is something that actually annoys me. If you, on the login screen, when you log in, they give you an access code, right, to play the game. Once you put that code in, you're good, right? But if you accidentally click log out, you've got to freaking like send another freaking email and get another code. Now the reason why, it's like Lockerbar, but why? On Steam, I don't have to because I didn't buy this on Steam. I bought this originally from them. So this isn't the Steam client. Yeah, ask away. We can't claim land in company land. You can claim land anywhere so long as it's not on someone else's claim. A kingdom is not a claim. So I could build my settlement in the venture company's kingdom, but I couldn't build my claim over someone else's settlement claim. That makes sense? So that green glow around my base, that's my claim. That's the land I own. No one could build on my land. And in fact, so that green glow, that's all mine. You couldn't come up here and put your claim on top of my stuff. It wouldn't let you. In fact, it has to be 2 tiles away from anyone else's claim. But if I wanted to, I could, well, apparently there's no, it's not sure. Do you mind if I use your wine barrel storage style in June? And if so, how did you finesse the half-height floors fitting over the boxes? Go for it, and you have to use those specific types of walls type variant, because otherwise the other one fills in too much and it won't let you. And I think you've got to do... Oh, honestly, I'm trying to remember. It's either you have to... I think you have to put the ceilings on first, then the barrels in it. And you have to wank around up on a platform to try to get the mouse to make it move into it. If you know what I mean? Like, you're going to do a bit of tweaking around with it. Yeah. When I get back on, I'll have another look. But yeah, it's the order that you do it that matters. Yeah. Yeah. And the tail cutter. What about the tail cutter? What, you want to use my tail cutter? Or what? Or where you get it from? Or what? Was that a second question? The third question? I got mine from the Odom. The Odom spires. Sorry, I didn't say that. The Odom spires. You know, the kind of big towers you go up with all the worm witches and all that. I got it from the top, up the top loot room from that, where there's usually the 1 or 2 minigunner dudes and a couple of swordy dudes. Yeah, it goes on rotation. I think it's just a chance that you'll get one of it. So yeah, just keep farming there. Yeah. Yeah, this is the tool thing I was saying. Simple smithing station. Yep. So if you're going to upgrade to when you first play the game and you want to upgrade your tools, for example, if you want to upgrade your fishing rod, yep, you'll have to first... this game, you have to find the ingredients before you get the recipe, which means you won't know how to make ferrolith ingots until you get the refined concentrate. You won't get the refined concentrate recipe until you find the ore and break it down into parts, right? So if you don't know what to do in this game recipe-wise, it's usually because you haven't got a certain resource yet to unlock the different recipes to then use at the different benches. Will he talk to us now? He will. All right. How do you make a settlement claim? 1, I hope you have a lot of time. 2, you go to this NPC with 5,000 bucks hex coins and 10 beginners codexes. If you have 10 beginners codexes, which you need to make, and 5,000 coins, you will get a writ of settlement foundation. Once you have that in your build menu, press B. I think it's in claim or empire. It's one of these things. There will be a claim thingy that you can click where you want it. Boom. Now you've got your claim. Yeah. The pages to make the codexes that you need, 10 of them, are going to require materials from rare materials from every single item where you map place. Did it just crash again? Fuck, it's really hating me. Fucking hell. Yeah, I'm up in the north region at the moment. I would show you, but apparently after playing the game straight all day with no problems, it's decided to just, as one might say, shit the bed. You also lagged a bit when talking. Ah, so it could be... Interesting. Wait, internet or something? Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my internet seems... How am I sounding at the moment? Am I sounding all right at the moment? Like, nothing kind of spacing out or anything like that? Okay, okay. I'm loading up some websites and doing the usual thing, and they all seem to be loading up fine. Interesting. All right. Obviously, the game doesn't think so, right? The game's like, well, we don't know what's happening here. Initializing player, right? Interesting. Okay. We're just hard end us. What? How peculiar. It has been, yeah, memory's fine on it. Not much CPU usage. It hasn't stopped. Interesting. Oh hell, bug every time. Curious, Stephen, what have you done? Stephen, are you a hacker? Stephen, have you hacked the system, and have you made it so that Bitcraft has now fallen down on me? You're going too fast as a solo player, so they hold you back a bit, right? Right? Real talk, if it keeps on doing this though, I'll probably just sit and vibe with you all for about 10 minutes, having a look at the Steam summer sale shit until we wrap up stream, because it's getting to the ending stream soon kind of stage anyway. So if we do have this kind of doing that, well, I'm not going to be doing too much more anyway, if you know what I mean. Like, what I'll be doing off stream tonight will be simply like you do in this game in general. I'll be just grinding up materials to get the rest of the facilities up and ready, yeah? I'll probably do some terraforming as well, clean up our property, and get it all kind of ready. All right, take 3,528. Okay. God, this place looks like a shit show, doesn't it? Truly. What was I doing? Originally I was doing the whole getting ready to I needed stone, didn't I? Right? Why is there there's a wolf over there? Hope it doesn't see me. That'd suck if it saw me. We need some of that tier 2 wolf. Tier 2 wolf? No, not the tier 2 wolf. We need the tier 2. Oh, we need to level our hunting to 20 too, don't we? That's right. Because it doesn't matter what I want to do at the moment. If I don't get level 20 hunting, we can't get level tier 2 leather, and we won't be able to finish off our rest of our buildings anyway. So it's a moot point. If I don't get hunting 20 at the moment, that's where it stops, right? So what will I be doing off stream first? Probably getting my hunting to 20. Yeah. Well, you saw, I think I was at level, what was I? Level 16 or something? Almost 40 smithing. First outfit hype. Oh, there's outfits at that kind of thing, is there? Like you have separate like smithing outfit and stuff like that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, matey. Where are we at the moment? Level 40, 60. Oh, hell yeah. I like that. Well, where are we at? So I've got 32 carpentry, 26 farming, 25 fishing, 28 foraging, 32 forestry, 14 hunting, 21 leather, 25 mason, 23 mining, 29 scholar, 23 smithing, and 23 tailoring. You can see that your achievement... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's... Yeah, all right. All right, now colour me intrigued. Oh, all right, I like that. That's excellent. Well done. Well done. That's a 10 out of 10 find, that one. Where's our fishing one? What's the fishing one look like? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm going for that. I totally want to... Yeah, right? Yeah, I'm a sucker for trivial mirth and whimsies like this. What's the farming one like? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Sold. I don't know what I'm sold on because it's not like I'm not going to grind. Oh, fuck me, I guess. All right. Well, I guess Bitcraft's just like, oh, and now we've got into the endless loop. What the shit? What's hello? What's happening in Bitcraft? What the shit? Bitcraft, please. Bitcraft. We're still streaming? We're still good? Bitcraft just decided to log us out, then log us back in instantly. I don't... Is the devs just shitting on us? They want you to get... Mate, if I went to bed now, it's 4 PM in the afternoon. Even though I'm old, mate. I'm not that old. I'm not quite ready. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't mind a 4 PM nap in the chair. You know, the sunlight beaming down on me. Maybe I'll have one of my cats on my chest. I don't mind a bit of a nana nap for an hour. I'll admit to that one. It's okay. It's fucking pleasant. But no, I don't think going to bed at 4 PM would be 4 PM on a Friday. Imagine that. What are you doing Friday night, mate? Oh, it was a big night. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Got into bed. Got into bed. Slept. Woke up at 2 in the morning wondering why the shit am I like this. Logged into Bitcraft, started harvesting trees. Gotta get to 40. I'm sure Murder She Wrote is on somewhere. Luke says, don't be like that. And you know that Murder She Wrote is on somewhere because you're probably watching it currently. Hope you're well. Hope you are well. Hope the Steam sale has been fair to you. Did the nurse refresh your diaper already? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do I get nurses? Oh my. Oh my goodness. Wait, why have I run out of energy? What's going on here? Eat. Eat. My goodness. You haven't bought anything yet? Nice work. I am not buying anything from the Steam Summer Sale because I've looked inward to myself and realised I have got everything I need. I do not need anything more. I am good. I mean, I personally think it's good if I'm a filthy Leah. I want to be a filthy Leah. I don't know what a filthy Leah is, but I want to be one. Sounds like some sort of like boom, 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 kind of like Star Wars parody cosplay, doesn't it? Hell yeah. I could be totally the filthy Leia. You're gonna be the Gerber the Hutt. Oh my god, Gerber the Hutt. Much Gerber, many Hutt. I'm just a whimsical tier 2 miner. Living my best simple stone chunk life. It's glorious. It's delicious. And I hope you're ready for some 7 Days to Die soon. That 2.0 getting out of experimental's about to rock up soon. Trying to get a better part in Star Wars. I don't need to try to get a part in Star Wars. I'll be the best Sarlacc pit ever. Oh, old man stretch. Feel the burn or something. I don't know what's happening there with my vertebrae, but it was doing something. Whew. Oh, god damn. Kind of like part of me wants to crack my neck. Part of me realizes if I do, I will fuck myself up. You're ready to die in 7 days. Glorious. Glorious, I say. Glorious. Yeah, I think I think they've got a few more. So it's still a tiny bit. They've said roughly around the 30th that they'll stop the experimental build and do it launch. They usually have the experimental run for a week or two just to do any last bit of patches and updates. But yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. Good bit of fun. But otherwise, hope you're well. Hope you're well. We're mining to this glorious 80s frickin' montage music. We're showing Steven like how the game really works when it isn't bugging out. This is the true experience that is Bitcraft. Mining for tier 2 chunks. But no, it's very much yeah, like I was saying earlier about this game, very much a second monitor game, which is excellent. And as I said, you can play solo, but you need to meet your expectations if you make a settlement in this game. If you make a settlement as a solo only player, you are not going to hang out with anyone else. You want it all. It's going to be a long and laborious task indeed. It's doable, but why would you? Almost. Why would you? Wait, why did you stop? Why did you stop? Oh, you ran out of stamina, did you? Oh, okay. We still have 3 more simple stone chunks to go, champ. Don't you be like that. Get in there. Get in there. There's a raging war that happens in the evenings. Usually someone will go, why does my character look like a girl? Then someone will be like, I don't mind looking like a girl. Then someone will be like, they're fucking robots. What's your problem? Then someone will be like, I want to be more feminine. Then someone will be like, I want to be more masculine. Then someone will be like, we're playing fucking robots. It's great. it's the evening conversation that usually rocks the Oceanic DJ hour conversation without fail. It's great. But we're playing fucking robots. I didn't even notice it, to be honest. I think I might have kind of went, oh, I think I might have went, did I pick a femme character? And then I was like, I don't think there was even an option. I think there's just, you have a whole bunch of choices of just faces, and there's no real body types or anything. It's just kind of faces and hairstyles and eye colors and shit. I think it just went, oh, that looks like a good combo, and yeah, I'm playing a fucking robot. So, an automata, I guess. I think they are. I don't know. Come on, chip away. Get that rock. Come on, just one more rock. Just one. Just one more simple stone chunk, champ. Don't be like that. Hello? Yay, alright, good. 10 out of 10. Wait, you're not gonna... Wait, are you not gonna let me get my cart? Oh, you cheeky sod. Oh, what's happening now? Why's my... I hate you guys sometimes. How do the robots make more robots then? Masonry. They're all very proficient in masonry and scholarship. Beep, boop, boop. The cart is stuck. Luckily, I think. Isn't there an unstuck button or something? The card is actually stuck. Oh my god, game. Oh, good. All right. Okay. 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 I see how this is. Menu. Oh, yeah. I remember now, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. When a very skilled engineer finds the right parts to twist. Exactly, right? Exactly. Air quote engineering. I think your items disappear. Oh, shit. Right, hang on. I mean, I guess if I can't use my card, it doesn't really matter much, does it, anyway? Although, we could do this first. Oh, actually, we could have just done this, right? Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's simpler. Just take the shit out. Then summon the card again, and then just put all that stuff in there. There we go. Amazing! Look at that! It's almost as though he understands concepts and shit. What the hell is this? He's learning. My goodness, he's learning. Inconceivable. Harumph. For sure, and stuff. Might be a good time to test. You know, I got that damn 20 chunks of rock there. Entering YamCorp. Who doesn't want to enter YamCorp? Welcome home. It's the most sinister welcome home ever. Like, welcome home. Yes. Dismount from your cart. Proceed to put the rock in the thing. Yes. All right. Put our rocks in the thing. There we go. Delicious. Now, then what I like to do is proceed to go over to this bench here. Actually, this bench here, and hopefully not get attacked by that wolf that's just lurking off over there. Then I like to go do 21 of those things. We're going to get 168 to 420 pebbles and a chance of getting 84 a simple broadside. We'll click craft, and then we watch that bar go 1365. We also go, are we in our crafting clothes? We are. Have we got our buff on? We do. Emergent gameplay is occurring here in Bitcraft. Yes. I'm going to turn my light on. That's what I'm going to do. Because I've been living like a freaking vampire. The world is a vampire. Insert some sort of music that goes along with that, because I vaguely kind of remember the song, but not enough to actually remember the tune. It's okay. We get the gist. Right, so where are we at? We have YamCorp set up. We are throwing buildings down with the idea that they're built, and then we can play a game of Terraform City, where we are going, well, where I, tonight, am going to individually cut down every single tree, every single bit of ore, every single plant. I'm going to suck up all the resources so it's flat. And then I'm going to make up a shitload of tier 1 wooden planks, of which we are going to use for paving. We're going to use it for tier 1 paving. We have decorative wood paving grey and just plain roads. We are going to decorative wood plank the shit out of this area. One, to stop regrowth for the moment, because we can always dig it back up and then replant and do all that fancy shit. But I plan on basically just covering the whole thing, just so it's a nice base for me to then look at what I'm doing. Not sure I understand this game. Once you get to the highest tier of gear, what is the gameplay loop? Where is the one? Yep, no, that's a fair question. All right. So for the first part, right? Tier 10 is the highest tier so far, and as they've said, they can put higher tiers, but that doesn't change anything. The reality is there's 10 tiers, which are going to take a long time for a very productive group of people or city or whatever to get to, right? But after they do, which they will, let's face it, what is the loop? Honestly, we don't know yet, because once you've done we've hit tier 10, I would say, hopefully, a lot of the focus then will be the kingdom stuff, right? Which apparently isn't showing on the map. So this is awkward, isn't it? Let's just imagine there's big borders with names across the map at the moment going, the Venture Trading Company is here, and the Toteman Empire. Oh, we accidentally clicked on the map and he wants to... Oh, no, we stopped doing a thing. All right. Yeah. No, don't go wandering. Sorry. Hold one moment. I must just continue. Yeah. So the kingdom system at the moment, which is where the various settlements can turn into a kingdom, and a bit like Eco, they can vie for control over lands, right, and prestige. At the moment, it's cosmetic only. All it gets you is the fact you can go, my empire is bigger than yours, right? I believe that as early access goes on, they're going to develop more features about PvP and other aspects of the game on the kingdom level, right? So I think what happens after tier 10 will probably a lot of kingdom stuff. Hopefully, air quote, there'll also be more, there'll be dungeons, right? There'll be raid bosses, yeah? There'll be special loot to get. There'll be fancy buildings and cosmetics to get, right? So I think that's the idea. What is there now though? Honestly, probably nothing. But no one's really going to hit tier 10 for a while yet, right? You know what I mean? Like tier 10 is at least 6 months away for some of the for the guilds that are full on know what they're doing and they're going to play this game 6 months straight hard, right? Even then, they're only just going to be hitting tier 10. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not going to be the common group of people that are going to be getting there either. So, TLDR, I don't think you have to worry about what there is at the end of tier 10, but I'm being honest in saying at the moment, once you hit tier 10, the answer to the question was, what is there? What's the loop? And I think realistically, the loop at the moment will just be one of making your city bigger, making sure all your citizens are fully equipped, having a good stock of goods, having a good amount of money, and being able to keep your nation. Yeah, you know what I mean? Are there any gameplay differences between the tiers currently? Is it just chop a different bit of wood? Look, just like RuneScape, Eco, anything like that, I could crap on about, no, there's all these differences. No, look, each tier technically is just another bit of wood. It looks different, but it's just the next tier of stuff you need to do, right? It's just the next progression point. So yeah. The biomes where the higher level stuff is different, and it's quite varied, right? So you're looking for different biomes that have a good mix of tiers stuff in it. But realistically, like any game like this, if you break it down to its most basic, it is. Tier 1 is the same as Tier 2, just longer. Tier 2 to Tier 3, it's just the same thing you're going to be doing, but longer, with upgraded tools that, you know what I mean? Yeah, of course. It is just chopping a different tree. It's just like playing a role-playing game and going to a Final Fantasy game where first you're fighting green slimes, now the harder area has red slimes. Yep. You know. I think the gameplay loop, and that is... I summed it up the other day, wasn't it? That, this is the type of game that people, they get that vibe and enjoyment out of this type of gameplay loop of the gathering, crafting, pottering, yeah? Having it as a second monitor game. Why do people play RuneScape and enjoy just chopping a tree to get to 99, back in the day? Just because it's a thing you do while chilling. Yeah. Yeah, so there you go. So you understand, right? I do play a fair bit of OS, so I'm not against it, but skilling is mostly different mini games than OS completely. But older versions, yeah, right. So if you come from, I mean, even still with OSS, right? Still, you are clicking. Mainly, you're just clicking though, right? And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I enjoy RuneScape, right? But still, you're just clicking, right? Realistically, most of the time, you're just clicking on things and then watching it do a thing and going number up, right? As you said, you know yourself, right? Yeah, true. Yeah. I think if you like RuneScape, right, if you like games like Worm Online, if you like games like Eco, if you don't mind another second monitor game where you can watch a movie while getting some sense of accomplishment for a while out of a game, it's good, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's going to offer the same level of monkey brain activated, neuron activated, right? For chopping a tree and going, now I can finally make my tier 3 axe, right? You know what I mean? There are some cool features, like we just found out, Wiki was showing that at level 40, 60, and 100, the professions get their equivalent of a cape. It's a full outfit, and they all look different. So there's a reason to get to 40, 60, and 100. So that's a chase item. So anyone that plays RuneScape gets, capes, right? So same thing, they've got outfits. So you get a level 40 smithing outfit, a level 40 farming outfit. Yeah. It's both a main monitor game and a second monitor game. This is currently mostly... I mean... No, look, it's a hard call, right? It depends on what your activity is too. So if you are just processing materials, right? So when you're in the processing phase, if you are just going out hitting some trees or processing material, yeah, definitely it's a second screen game. You just click it, bar number goes up, let it do its thing, right? If you are doing Slayer skilling, which is the going out and fighting the monsters, it's an active element. If you're going out exploring the land for biomes, for resources, and working out where you can put watchtowers and that, it's active. If you're visiting other cities and talking to people and trading and being a merchant, then it's active. So I think it flips between the both. Like, you can play it as a second monitor game. I mean, don't get me wrong here. I feel very much it's a second monitor game for a lot of the gameplay. But it definitely can be a more active, a slightly active game, right? A bit like RuneScape in a way. Now, also, there are going to be dungeons in the game. It's going to be a bit... They're adding more MMO stuff, so there will be temples to deal with. There'll be some raid bosses, I believe, etc. So, I mean, you tried second monster with the game in June, but the stamina makes your work active, so I can't play June while playing this. Thanks to... Yeah. No, I mean, I think you get a lot of people that are playing RuneScape that have been looking at this. I've had a lot of people who've asked me questions about it and have said, oh, I play RuneScape, you know. And I think mainly because, yet again, it's got a similar base, you know, with the you click thing, skill number go up, right? At its most basic, right? Like that's the game in a nutshell, yeah? Look at your profession things, look at the number, you want that high, right? So, yeah, I think, I mean, so far, I mean, genuinely, right? As I said, I do a lot of these games where I show a lot of early access games off so that people can see if it's something that interests them rather than having to buy it themselves. I do like playing open world survival games, buildy games, cozy games, you know, all that type of stuff. I've got a vibe that I like. So I feel this is a type of game, if yet again, if you like RuneScape, you like that mentality, if you like Eco Worm Online, this isn't another bad game to add to the pile, right? Like, now, do you need to buy it right away? No, if you've got plenty of games and you're good, no, of course not. You don't have to. You're not going to lose out or anything. There will be a wipe between early access and launch anyway. But launch won't be probably for at least a year away, if not 2 years. So, and it will be free to play on launch. Whereas at the moment, I had to pay $44 Australian. I think RuneScape and this game work perfect together if you got two mods. Yeah. You can 100% play this and RuneScape at the same time. 100%, right? 100%. Unless you play RuneScape 3 and you enjoy spending your credit card on leveling up on items and skilling items, because apparently that ship's about to go woo down the gurgler. And so many ORS RuneScape players are happy with that. Yeah, so as I said, I play a lot of these type of games, and I like to believe anyway that if I say like, look, the game isn't bad, that it isn't, right? And time will tell. Still early access. We'll see what they have on offer later down the track. But I will say that for the price that I've paid for it already, I mean, I've played it non-stop all week. Yeah. I mean, it can't be that dog water if I've played it all week solid, right? It's obviously, it amused me enough. I mean, how many hours have I got out of it so far? Bitcraft, I have played it for 72 hours so far. So for my $44 Australian I spent on it, it's already been fun, right? I could literally I could stop playing the game now, and I could still be like, oh, that was good, you know, that was good entertainment. And I haven't even expanded my base, you know. I haven't got all the cool stuff organized. I'm only at tier 2, which is literally the basic tier that pretty much the NPC towns have, right? And yet, just like with RuneScape, when you get that cape just from chopping a tree over and over for ages, it's still that level of enjoyment for when you're twatting around, and eventually all that twatting around ends up with a building or a new axe, and you're like, yeah, sweet, right? You know, because it took you that time to get it, and so you appreciate the fact that you got that item or building or whatever you've done. Terraforming, right? Because you can terraform in this. It's only raising and lowering the land, but you can terraform, yeah, as you can. You make paving and stones and roads take a while to make, but they help. They speed you up. Eco was the same. I love building roads in Eco. Level 40 smithing, outfit height next. Love it. Well done, Wiki. Well done. Hell yeah. Level 40 outfit. Let's go. Yeah, I think as I said, this game has a charm, and it all comes down to devs too, right? At the end of the day, if the devs continue on with their dream, and they said they're going to show a roadmap soon, yeah, there's going to be a roadmap out, what they plan to add and do and tweak around with, and they were very quick to squash the launch issues this week with the memory leak. They seem to have resolved a lot of those problems. I was looking if you were close so I could visit, but kind of far, so I'll visit later. Yeah, hell yeah, mate. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fun game. Like, it's... Oh, hang on, we need to go to the masonry thing. So for those that don't know what I'm doing, it's like, so I crushed the rocks into pebbles. And I love how there's little... You've got to get the raw resource, then you break the raw resource down into components, and you use those components to make sub things. You know, like, I like that there's extra steps in the process. So now we've got this, we're trying to make bricks. 10 bricks will be so we can make one of these, this here, the simple brick slab. This is what we need for many of our buildings that we're building at the moment, to be able to put them together. So this is 10 bricks. To make the bricks, we need to first make simple potter's mix, which is 2 clay and 5 pebbles from those rocks we just broke down. Once you've got them, you convert that into unfired rough bricks, which is just 1 for 1. So one of that potter's mix turns into 1 brick. And then you put the bricks in the kiln passively over 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever it is they cook, 10 at a time. Sweet. And then that 10... we will then convert into a simple brick slab. And we'll do that over and over until we get all the simple brick slabs we need. That's and I love it. As I said, I love the little busy work there. It's nice. But as I said, as a solo player, I think a lot of solo players that build a settlement are just going to imagine that they're just going to quickly whip up. You know, I play these games a lot. I'm going to be on all the time. I'm going to easily be able to smash out a tier 4 base. You know, you watch me. And they're just not. Because time will say no. You know, you can only do so much champ on your own as a single player. So, yes, you'll get there, but you're not going to do it quick. And like I was saying before, why would you? You know, like, this is the type of game where it wants you to... You don't even have to make best mates. All it wants you to do is at least try to convince some people to use your settlement, right? To buy some shit off you. It's like eco. It's good. So yeah, I in general, I've been really happy with this, right? Like, as I said, when I first played it in its alpha or something, I gave a little close, you know, little preview look at it. I won't lie. I think I actually streamed it, if I remember. And I think I enjoyed it, but I was a bit like, it's alright, I suppose. You know, like, it's okay. And now that I've played it properly, kind of like really got into it, as I said, it's good fun. Now, don't get me wrong here. As you was brought up, Ingredient brought up the whole, like, you know, is there nothing more than just chopping a different type of tree? Realistically, that is all you're going to be doing, right? Set expectations aside. Really, it's just moving from tier 1 to tier 2, tier 2 to tier 3. Now I've hit a new tier. Make sure that I get the resources first to unlock the recipes for it. Now start to gather those resources to upgrade our benches. Make sure that our levels... for the skills are of the level that we can use all the items and process the items, and then finally make the armor and tools and weapons of that tier. So we can now go find the tier 4 materials and repeat the whole, right? When you look at it that way, of course, it seems air quote shallow. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like, oh, well, that's not it. But for games like this, it doesn't matter. The whole just clicking, watching a bar go up, and you going, sweet. It's no different to me, in my opinion, than playing Sudoku, yeah? Doing the crosswords. It's just something that you get a good vibe out of while just chilling, right? So, yeah, I think in that front, like I use the words RuneScape, Eco, Worm DNA, Worm Online DNA, and I say that respectfully. Those three games all have excellent components of this type of genre. And so this is taking aspects of those genres into its own vibe. And that's excellent, right? Good stuff. So yeah, I think once the Kingdom stuff pops off, right? I think the big one will be if they really get the Kingdom thing working, maybe like Eco, where there can be full passive aggressive culture war economics, you know. I think the Kingdom thing will be a big factor of it. Worm Online Eco. Eco's an excellent game. Oh, DNA. No, I just meant like it's got RuneScape, Eco, and Worm Online DNA. Yeah. Yeah, it comprises a lot of those aspects. What's this other game I've never heard of, a genre I love? Right. I mean the genre is click on thing, number go burr, right? For sure. And I think the other thing too, for example, I'm not saying this is going to be any major change, but I think, say, someone watching me stream, right, at the moment, mainly they're watching me chop trees and work at a workbench, right? You know what I mean? Like that's mainly been the streams recently. It's me just chopping and getting materials and then turning them into shit, right? And talking. I haven't been going out fighting monsters, right? I haven't been going to the temples, right? I haven't been following the storyline thing that there is, yeah? So I haven't visited any other cities and interacted, you know, on a level of even doing some role play or something. There are all those things that I can be doing and probably will be doing. So if you just isolate the gameplay of what I'm doing at the moment, it is just clicking on things and watching a bar go, burp, 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 which, if we've noticed, we haven't got our naughty little food buff. We'd like our stamina, thank you very much, and crafting speed. That'd be nice. So, yeah, I think if they get the Kingdom Thief stuff happening, if they add PvE content like the temple / dungeons, yeah, with bosses and rare loot, you know, like MMO stuff, just MMO stuff in general. Chase items to find, some rare stuff. I think that's what'll really seal the deal of this game for many people. And I think, as usual, kind of like, well, what is there after tier 10? It's kind of like saying, what is there in a brand new MMO after the max level that takes ages to get to? You know, it's like, you know, what is there after you get to June and make everything? It's one of those kind of analogies, right? Where it's like, well, I guess it's up to you to decide what there is left for you to do. In a story-based game or a game that has a definite ending, it's easy, right? It's called, I finished the game. It was a good story. Either that's it and I move on to another story, right? Or maybe there's a new game plus, which adds some new content, which I want to unlock and I'll play it for a second or third time. But a lot of the games will be just normally, well, I've finished it. I'll now play one of my other pile of shame games, right? The thousands of them sitting there going, or you could just play us, you know, you have spent 500 hours on that game. Maybe you'd just like to finish this literal 12-hour story-based game that has a start and a finish, and you can feel good about things, right? Maybe? No? Oh, no, you're reaching for another open-world survival game with thousands of hours of just doing the same oh, fuck me, right? I feel seen, right? Of course. You can play Ark for 50,000 years. Or you could play Ark Survival Evolved and see all of the story that has in the game, which is pretty good story and lore. And you could be like, I have finished all the story lore stuff in Ark. I am good. But you can keep playing. I'm good. I'm fine. Why am my brain? Stop it. You know what I'm saying, right? It's one of those things. And it sounds like many of us here play a lot of open world games where you can technically play them for ages. And as I said, I find that at some point I'm fine now with stopping. You know, it's like, no, I've seen enough. I'm good. There are other games I would like to enjoy and experience and get whatever the developer or people want to offer, right, as an experience to me. So even a game like this, leave me alone, leave me in my 500, mate, you have many story-based games which you seem to enjoy and like reading out and reveling in, and they are sitting there at the moment going, hello, could you just maybe, I'm literally a 5-hour long game, could you just put 5 hours in and start and finish me, please? Can you just on the Steam thing say you played 5 hours and you saw the ending achievement? The achievement was you played a game and you got the ending. It wasn't the best ending, but you fucking did it, champ. Bravo, gold star. You can move on. Build. So much commitment. No time for that. Got see, right? And as I said, and I mean, we know this. I say that from a place of understanding, right? I get it. I am part of the situation, right? I get it. But that's what I'm saying. I myself need to break myself. Not other people, but I need to break myself from that cycle, because I find, although I jokingly say I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of hours in Ark, for example, I think to myself, that is literally hundreds of really interesting games and experiences that I think you would have enjoyed the shit out of, that you just chose not to, and instead you just collected more pterodactyls. Right? Right? Like it's like, so put the pterodactyl down, fire up this freaking game with a cool cinematic and cool story and some characters, and just fucking play it for 20 hours and go, it's cool. That was a cool game. I like that. Then you can talk to people about like a fucking book. You're like, have you played this game? I have. Fuck yeah. Did you like it? I did. What did you think about this part? It was pretty sweet, right? Ark, it's kind of like, or Survivor, it's like, so, did you build a hut? I did. Did you like collecting all those logs for it? I did. What was your best part about collecting all those logs and building that wall? Ah, that I got a skill that reduced it down by 50%? Oh, sweet. It's literally like a full-on raging party, and two bureaucrats get together and talk shop over a glass of Chardonnay. Non-alcoholic, I might say. I don't even want to grind the logs. I just want to build. Right, that's right. It's like, I have to grind the logs. I breed the perfect Rex, kill the boss. How am I going to beat it? Right? I barely made a hut. Well, yeah, Ark, oh, see, I mean, to be fair, Ark Colony, Lost Colony's coming up. Not to the end of the year, though, which is good. Fire that in there. Beautiful. But yeah, look, I mean, as I said, you know, I say this obviously in part jest and everything. Like I've always said, you do you, boo, for everyone here, right? At the end of the day, it's our own experiences that we enjoy in the time that we spend on these things, especially the frivolities of gaming and shit. So if you want to sit there and go, I have literally done nothing but chop logs in this game, and you know what? I fucking enjoyed it. Then you do it, right? Like at the end of the day, it's your own enjoyment. It's no one else's enjoyment. But I definitely for myself feel that I need to focus myself on trying out more of these games that I think are really cool. And I'm not giving them the time of day because I trap myself in a mindset of this is comfortable. I'm just going to sit here and do this one thing over and over. So I am trying to break myself out of the habit by giving a numerous amount of games at least a go for a bit. And says Cinder going, oh, yes, you do, don't you, champ? Oh, you fucking do. It's fucking how's your June game going last week? Probably fucking Bitcraft. I'm going to be doing next week. Holy shit. Fucking wheel of bloody Lockabar if I'm playing a game. I did tame a giant pink dodo once, though. Right? Giant pink dodo. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I love Ark. Like I said, I thoroughly love Ark. It brings a smile to my face whenever I hear that dun 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 dun, and then just like and it's a fucking seagull thing just fucking like ramming you, like you haven't even loaded into the beach yet, and it's fucking going you and stealing your non-existent berries, and you're just like, Ark, and then it just goes, you are dead, right? Like, where do you want to respawn? And you're just like, I didn't even load into the beach yet, and I'm dead. Bless you, Ark. Bless you to hell, Ark. I love it. I fucking love it. Right? It is, right? It truly is. It is. You load into Ark, right? We all know, right? We know it. You load into that beach and either you're dead instantly, right, before you've even spawned in. You're doing the scratching animation, yeah, we know it well. And meanwhile, it's it's a Trudon biting you or a compy gun. It's fuck off, right? We know it well. And there's always a dodo, right? There's always a fucking dodo noise, right? Like, just doesn't matter if there's a T-Rex next to you. There's still a dodo just making peaceful dodo noises. Oh, right? The scratching animation just kills everyone. It's great. So, I mean, the fact that, yet again, I love the dodos. I mean, the dodos are, the parrots are nothing on they are horrific abominations compared to the majestic dodo of Ark. Atlas is a giant parody of Ark. We all know this. The only good thing about Atlas is that you could build a ship, I guess, and sail on a sea that's rather empty half the time. Other than that, it's a pale imitation of the glory and majesty that is Dino Farm Simulator 3000 and Death Sim. So why do you like Ark more than Atlas? Robots and dinosaurs, my friend. Unfortunately, that is a combination that does it for me. Pirates and fucking noisy parrots. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool, but I can be a pirate with robots and dinosaurs, I'm just saying, in Ark. Death Beaches ahoy. Dar! Arr, look at that! Arr, we're glad we're on the seas again of Atlas. Oh, it's good to be back on the seas. Oh, what are we doing now with on the seas? Oh, we're probably going to sail to an island, I guess. Excellent. Oh, look, a shark. Okay. Is that a mermaid? No, it's not. It's just another shark or a dolphin, probably. Oh, that's... No. Well, fuck me, I guess. The other one that always get me in Ark was little dinos that stun you off the dinos. Yeah, is that the Trudons, isn't it? Isn't it the Trudons? And the Microraptors? Fucking Microraptors. No, not true. Microraptors. Oh, Ark. Oh, it says I want to, like, I like anything. Like, Ark is definitely one of those games where I want to take you aboard a journey one day with me, because truly, I'm at my happiest when I'm fucking around in Ark. It is. I wish I could be like you that has only just touched a bit of Ark, right? Like I wish I could have just touched Ark for the first time, right? Truly, it is a a magical experience to run the full gambit of Arks. The Ark taketh and the Ark giveth away. Oh, it won't be just you raging. I mean, I rage all the time in Ark. Everyone rages in Ark. It's a normal thing to do. We, like, if you haven't spent all the time in the world to get the most best dinosaur ever that you've called Happy McGilmore, and you've partied with it all week and you love it, and it's leveled up and it's the best, and then it just glitches into a bit of hill and 3 compies start gnawing on it, and you get frustrated and you accidentally get off the dinosaur and realize there's a cliff and you're right next to the swamp and you fall down, break your legs, and then a titan boa stuns you. And then it doesn't kill you, it just makes you tired so that you fall unconscious, and then it pisses off again while your dinosaur's getting killed by compies, and then you wake up and then the titan boa comes back and hits you again and knocks you out again, and then it says, your Happy McGilmore just died. And you just go, Control-Alt-Delete. Usually it's followed by looking at Steam quickly in a very annoyed rage, right-clicking, uninstall, yeah, I thought we've all been uninstall, and just feeling the satisfaction of, fuck you, Ark, fuck you to hell. And usually there's swearing, there's usually lots of like just regression, just anger, there's just a whole sorrow. Then you just realized you've uninstalled 300 and something gig of Ark, right? You've just uninstalled 300 gig of game, and you kind of want to play it again. And now you've got to fucking install it again. Getting Ark. Never play you again. Can't see you tomorrow. Look at installing Ark, right? We know this, right? We fucking know this. Hey, while I'm talking, you know what I could be doing? Fucking processing some wood. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, where's my fucking wood? Wait, what? Oh, it was tier 2 wood. Here we go. 270 something tier 1 logs. Let's see how long that's going to... 10,920 effort at 10 fighty things per effort. Excellent. So what's that? 1,092 hits. Oh, good. At 1.5 seconds. Anyway, we can talk now. I'm having flashbacks of Atlas pre-heavy modding, like 4.0 earlier, but I know Ark was much worse. Probably why I just didn't. I couldn't even uninstall. To be honest, Ark... Oh, 100%. 100%. Ark's pretty good with modding. Yeah, like, I mean, my general mods that I run, it's like at least 50 gig worth of mods. That's usually all of the echo mods and decorative mods and shit. Like, I just won't play Ark without. As anyone knows, one does not simply... It's literally Skyrim, right? Like, it's literally Skyrim all over. Like, one does not just play unmodded Ark. I mean... Rumph, what the hell, right? No. It's always heavily modded Ark. Even not as a builder in Ark, a big builder, right? I still install all the building mods. I still install all the decorative mods and cosmetic mods, right? I want to look good while building my shit shack out of really cool materials, right? I want my dog shit base to still look fucking amazing with tweaky technological shit mixed with Wild West crap. And is that Star Trek thing over there? Sure it is. Why not? Let's Klingonify the whole place. Right? Yeah, Ark's easy to do now, especially with Ark Ascendant. Yes, there's the... Yes, I know, everyone. I know. You're like, did you just say Ark Ascendant? What the... It's like saying, I like RuneScape 3 to a bunch of old school RuneScape players. It's just... Right? I get it. I know Ark Ascendant isn't like the glory days of Evolved. I love Evolved too. It is the classic. It is the beautiful thing. It still looks good even today. Why would they touch such a beautiful thing when it just worked? Because Ark Ascendant, when you actually tweak with the settings and all that, looks fucking amazing. Like there are still some issues, but in general, it really does look fucking so good. Like, it is beautiful to look at, updated. And the mods are starting to catch up with it too, which is good. And the mods have an inbuilt mod thing now, right? Where you now, you know, the workshop's integrated with it. So you literally just look up mods in-game and install them in-game and uninstall them in-game. So it does make it a lot easier. The only issue with Ark has and always will be I mean, that's a lie. It's not only 177 gig because we're going to add 50 gig worth of mods minimum, right? And that's without that's of course they haven't yet done Genesis and Genesis 2 yet. So that's why it's so small. I'm blinded by right? Blinded by the sun. Did you see the Lost Colony stuff? I'm hyped for this. I mean, I'm an Ark lore ho, and like I said, my character Lockbar and YamCorp and shit all comes from the lore of Arit Prime Ark. So I was pretty happy when this expansion is literally set in Arit Prime. Oh yeah, Ragnarok. Ragnarok remaster too. Right? Fucking Ragnarok. Holy shit. And you get little shoulder dragons in the new update. Shoulder dragons. 4 different types of shoulder dragons. Like Fey dragons. Oh my god. No, what am I doing? Alright, I'm sold. I'm sorry, I'm done. I'm reinstalling this tonight. Shit.
I have seen your memories within the Codex.
Oh, and bear in mind too, David Tennant's making a reprise for the voice of Rockwell back again. Like there's good voice actors and shit again. Like,
You are a broken soul. You left behind those dearest to you. One murdered and watched another vanish into nothingness.
And just quickly, I can't stress enough. Anyone that loves Ark knows you hear that music, that dun 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 dun, dun, right? Like you feel something swell within your chest, right? You that music score for Ark, and every time they change it for each of the expansions, I don't know, I just sit there and I'm just like, fuck yeah, like it's just it's a vibe. Their theme song for Ark. In every iteration. I've listened, if you can, listen to the soundtrack of Ark, and it is fucking amazing. Like, it is just so good. Oh, it's not in your chest, right? Right, Ark RP server, right? Sorry, just quickly, say what you will about Atlas. Atlas doesn't do shit like this. And say what you will about Ark and the devs, right? The reality is the devs have always been trying their best against a shitty studio, right? You know what I mean? Like a shitty company overseeing them. That's the reality. The devs have tried to make Ark a majestic, unfortunately run into the ground by just a money-grubbing cunt of a cunt. Sorry for saying the word cunt, but that's basically where it's at with them, right? Like, they're just assholes. So every time they do something where you can see in this type of thing, they want to generally have Ark still going and they want it to be a good name amongst gamers, but God, they get fucked hard by their parent company. So hard. It's so disappointing.
I'm sorry, Mika.
I hear your voice first thing in the morning, and you sing me to sleep at night. Are you my mom?
I'm sorry, Mika. I'm not. But I did know your mom. A long, long time ago. Diana Altares was so brave.
Diana Altares is fucking a legend.
You'll come back for me, right, babe? Never let go.
Fucking
You've
legend.
got me. We will both see you again soon, Diana.
But Meian's story continued. To the far side of the earth, into frozen wastes shrouded in endless night. In a place called Arat Prime.
Just that music that swells up, man.
Prime. Where the arcs came from?
That's right. Mei Yin traveled there looking for a way back to me. And your mother, Diana. But what she found instead...
What? What was it? Tell me!
There she found... the stuff of nightmares.
Fox pets, teleporting fox pets, fairy dragons. Look at them. Blueprint system, so you can now store your blueprint, pop it back up elsewhere. Whole new skill tree. Underground tech bunker. That's the Arab Prime shit, like all this obsidian high tech kind of shit. Yeah, Keith David, David Tennant, Michael Yeoh, Madeline Madden, Katie Sackhoff. They've got some pretty good voices for the freaking characters. Hell yeah. Well done. I just convinced myself to reinstall Ark. Well done, champ. You fucking idiots. You freaking idiots. Oh, god damn it. There you go. If no one has, if someone doesn't have Ark Ascendant, by the way, it is 50% off and it is $35. So yes, I am rather hyped for so I can't say that Atlas has ever got me hyped like that ever. Like I've never, and it's look, to be fair, right? I'm waxing lyrically about this, but the reality is Atlas never got a chance to either, right? Like, and I don't think it ever would have, because whereas Ark was literally had a story, like it had a lot of lore. They had there was a design for it, right? Between expansion and expansion, they told a full complex story. Atlas didn't, right? And they didn't even, I mean, there was, you could see, they had the idea of it. So yeah, RP's out why it's still alive, correct. But at the start, you could see yet again, right? This is what I'm saying about the difference between the parent company and the devs, right? The devs, you could see, wanted to try some stuff because they had the Atlantis stuff, right? They had the caves with a bit of lore, yeah? Even the roadmap, there was going to be voodoo and magic, and there was a whole thing about it, right? It really was, you could see, they had ideas for it. They were going to create lore and story that was going to continue on with it, right? But they just got shut down so early, you know? Like, just literally got shut down early. And they were just told, I think, just like get that shit out the door, like, right? Like, I couldn't give a shit about what you're trying to do with this. You've got ships, you got water, yeah, that's great. Fucking sell it, right? And then once it was sold, they went, yeah, you've got a bit of money to design some shit, but otherwise, as far as we're concerned, we couldn't give a shit, right? Like, moving on, as they normally do. The various teams of devs gave a damn, but the parent company, exactly. So I jokingly give shit about Atlas, but as I said, I still feel, yeah, I would have preferred, don't get me wrong, I would have loved if Atlas had have been the Atlas it could have been, right? I wish it had all the lore and cool stuff in it. In fact, I feel a bit disappointed. This will be, no, actually, it's not, it's only a hot topic with people who are anal about this, but I would have preferred even Ark RP to have the Atlantean stuff in it, right? My hot topic, I think it Ark RP is better, Atlas RP is better with the Atlantean tech. I think it's better with all the fancy doodads. I think it's better with the big mermaid under the Atlantean underneath the sea shit. I think it's better with the Kraken. It's better with the dragon and the Hydra, right? Because at its heart, Atlas has always been a better fantasy Age of Sail game than a realistic Age of Sail game, in my humble opinion. So take all the cool shit out of it and you get a fucking reasonably bare bones boring game that needs to be modded to even get it to a state where it's kind of okay. And bless the modders for doing that, but it doesn't, there's so much cool shit that you could use of it that just has more toys to play with. Like why strip why strip what little is in the game already out and then go, so there you go. It's got a bare bones with mods. It's like, great, sweet, thanks for that. The good old days when lead creative directors and such had all the power to make games great. Yeah, I mean, true. I love to be ancient tech. Yeah, exactly right. So, you know, at the end of the day, as I said, I have a, you know, those that played Atlas with me. No, I love Atlas for role playing, but that's it. Like I think Saz definitely knows how I feel about it. As a game, I totally don't like Atlas anymore. I literally don't like the day-to-days of Atlas gameplay. There are now that I've played games like Enshrouded and Dune and Conan even, right? There are better games that do the same thing with better mechanics that are fun to do the day-to-day mechanical side of it. There are becoming better building games that offer that. Literally Atlas's only saving grace for most of it is ships and water and ship combat. Because if you took the ship combat and the ship combat out, literally it's just a very bog standard, average as shit, it's just survival grindy game. It's not a particularly good one. Yeah, no, and 100% right. Like it is born out of playing the game so much. That is very much the case. It's not just instant, oh, Jesus, shit. It is very much it's worn on me. And even Ark, right? Even Ark, obviously. Now, don't get me wrong. Just because I'm crapping on about how much I love Ark, I haven't played Ark for quite a while. Why? Because I played it for thousands of hours and I got over it. Right? Like I was to the point where I load, another season of Ark, let's go. And then I'd just be like, oh, fuck this. You know, I've done this so many times, this song and dance, right? But I've now had such a big break that when I fire it up now, I kind of at least go, and there's enough new content, right? There's enough new shit. There's enough mods now that have developed that it is now still new. Whereas with Atlas, there isn't much new and hasn't been much new. Yes, Darkside and all that, they've added their mods. And there's been things they've added, which are great, but it's not like a flux of things, right? It's not like a huge, big game-changing things to the point where the game itself is, this is really interestingly different now. It's just like, it's the same thing, but some new stuff on it. Cool. All right. So much respect to, like, say, Darkside and SRP and anyone that makes a modding pack for Atlas to get it to fit into a roleplay setting and to give players agency. But by God, you know, and I mean, I think even like Ven was saying, like for Darkside, you know, that it's Atlas is definitely is in his mind reaching that point of there's not much else. Yeah, we have lots of more ideas, but the engine really is not going to let us do a lot of those ideas anymore. Like it's had its time, and that's okay, right? I mean, at the end of the day, that's okay. So, yeah, I mean, all I want out of a lot of these games is, did we actually make, or did I accidentally wander off and not make the 20,000 things? Shit. Oh, for God's sake. We had not. Oh, no, we don't even have our buff. Oh, my God. Eat that fish and whatever. Eat it. I think tonight I might treat myself to some pizza. I've been good. I haven't... I have not eaten any Uber Eats or anything. I've been eating very good meals. I've been cooking, and I've allowed myself the once a pay to buy a pineapple pizza. I mean, you say that, Zivik, but I mean, realistically, pineapple pizza, it's not even a joke. I love pineapple pizza. You know, it's weird one, like people are so... Caveat for those that have a problem with the actual pineapple enzyme. Obviously, this is not not if you are allergic or you have a fucking reaction to pineapple, then obviously no matter whether it tasted good or not, it would not be a taste sensation for you. So if you take that outside of that, I've always found it weird when people lose their shit over pineapple on pizza. And oh my God, how can you have pineapple and sweet with ham? And you're like, do you not eat Chinese? Is sweet and sour not something you have heard of? Is your mind blown by the concept of Japanese cooking where they mix salty and sweet and sour flavors? Or China? Is this your brain is just it's too much for you to understand the concept? Get out of here. I can't stand it when you see some, yeah, it's Hawaiian pizza. I can't see it when you get that whole as an Italian family back. Are you Italian, by the way? No, but my forebears or some shit are Italian, and they would hate you for doing it. It's like, well, yeah, that's true, but I mean, you wouldn't go to Italy and fucking go, hey, can I have a Hawaiian pizza? Would you? What? What? Of course you fucking wouldn't. But if you're in a place where you can willingly get, that type of pizza, then, fuck me. So I do like Hawaiian pizza, but I don't know what I feel like tonight. Do I get the good pizza, or do I go Pizza Hut? Like, because there's a difference here, right? Obviously there is. If I go Pizza Hut, it doesn't matter what the topping will be. It'll be fucking average. I'll be pizza, and the garlic bread will be the best part of the whole fucking thing, right? If I buy a good pizza, it'll cost way more, but there'll be shitloads of awesome toppings that will taste really fucking good. So it's actually a decision point what toppings I then have on that pizza, because, I'm getting that good shit. So I don't know. It's my guess. I don't really know. We shall see. But there will be no Macca's. There will be no Dirty Bird. Fancy pizza or fancy food truck, there is that as an option. There is that. I could go the fries, the really nice seasoned fries with the barbecue place where they do brisket and apple smoked pulled pork, and really nice chicken meat, and they do like hamburgers, like double oil infused. Oh my God, I'm so fucking this food now. Just slather it in me. There is options. The other option is I could just continue to cook normal food. I think I have got some chicken defrosted. I have got apricots. I have got French onion soup. I have got potatoes. I have got butter. We could make apricot fucking chicken and mashed potatoes with lots of butter. I mean, I could just do that. You'll love this. Why was the pizza even an option? Go for the meat, right? Make that sounds good too, right? Well, hear me out. I did the smart thing too. So I get a big kilogram of chicken breast, right? Let's eat home. Forget about all that, right? I got a big kilogram of chicken breast. I've started to do this thing, which I keep telling myself to do, where I took all the chicken breast out and I portioned it up, into big portions for 4 different meals. And then, wait for it, I fucking cleaned that chicken breast up before portioning it out. And then I now have actually chopped and sliced chicken breast ready to literally just cook. Not, oh, now I've got to fucking trim it up and cut all the manky, you know what I mean? We know what I'm saying, right? You're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to cook this thing, and then you get the meat out or something, and you're like, oh, fuck, now I've actually got to do shit with it. Fuck, right? So I sliced up, right? I've sliced up and chopped up 4 meals worth of lots of chicken, properly all cleaned up of any manky bits and all nicely sliced up, so I can just literally defrost and then cook a fucking meal with it. So I right. So what time is it? 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Now, I could, but I'm liking the idea of that, like, fancy truck place now. Because I literally just fire up Uber Eats and go, why am I like this? Order. Your order is on its way. Yes. Right? Like, yes. Deliver me the good food. Save me the trouble of spending 15 minutes, 20 minutes in the kitchen. Yes. Yes. Like, Bitcraft and ordering, ordering exactly. Playing Bitcraft and see, Bitcraft's great. Why am I don't know why I'm like this, right? Bitcraft's excellent because you literally can hear me out. Hear me out. You could have Bitcraft on your second monitor doing this, whatever the shit I'm doing at this point. What am I doing? Apparently, I'm crafting rough planks to make paving. So this is more a Saz thing, right? Like, I'm literally making paving to pave and start terraforming our whole fucking claim, which is going to take all night. So I can have this on the second monitor. While on the main monitor, I can have a movie, I can have YouTube, whatever. I can have another game, probably more like a movie or YouTube, right? TV show, yeah? I do have to finish the Blacklist off. I'm only up to season 5 of 10. I could be watching a TV show while on the other monitor, whatever this is, and I could be stuffing my face with a double burger with garlic aioli, cheese, yeah, beautiful caramelized onion, bit of smoky barbecue mayo or some shit on it. Fuck yeah. Nice fries, lightly seasoned. We could game maxing or whatever it's. I don't know. I'm just an old dude trying to pick up new words. Something maxing. We food maxing, Bitcraft maxing. I don't know what it is. You want a nice burger? I don't know whether playing Bitcraft, watching the Blacklist, and stuffing my face with a double garlic cheeseburger. It's life maxing, it's life minimizing, probably. So probably the fucking opposite, to be honest. But you know, I'm in my 50s. I've got to treat myself. We don't know how long I've got, so fucking, let's. What's the worst that'll happen? Lockabar, unfortunately, it would seem that all those delicious Uber Eats double garlic cheeseburgers are catching up with you, mate. You're going to have to ease back. Doctor, I'd rather ease back on not living than to not stuff my face. It sounds mint to me. It does. My bar is pretty low. Look, you've come this far, right? Exactly. It would be an insult to everyone here if I didn't, right? That's all right. See, Doctor, I was streaming, right? And I know you said I've got to cut back on all these delicious food items that I'm ordering for myself all the time, right? And not exercising. But hear me out. Chat was like, "Oh, that sounds excellent," and I just went, "I agree." And so, you know, look, here we are, Doctor. Fucking. I'm ready for my part in Star Wars, fucking as one of the Aruba the Hutt or something. Life is short and the burger show and a game sounded better than making apricot chicken, right? Exactly. Why did you stop? You can't actually full AFK this, right? Because you do have the little bar once in a while that's like, hey, you need to redo this shit. It's like, I have to do something? Yes. Okay. Resume. Okay. So you have a new heart. Whose heart? Who knows? Better not to ask, right? Exactly. Yeah, so I don't know yet. I don't know. I'll get onto that in about half an hour or something. The reason why, for those that know, that like normally I stream till around 4 and it's like 5:15. Honestly, it's a Friday. I haven't got anything going on at the moment. I am going to be ordering food, so I don't really actually need to prepare anything. So basically, in essence, we're just vibing here for a moment. Like, it doesn't really matter. If I stop my stream now, all I'd be doing is exactly what I'm doing here now, just not talking about nice food. So, or I could be talking about nice food. It'd just be to myself. I mean, I could grab one of the cats, I guess. The cat would just be like, seriously, why are you like this? I'd be like, look you, sit on the chair of happiness and look amused. Diego. Yeah, Diego, Charlie. Diego's Charlie is in the living room. We just got him in, and Charlie now will not put himself to sleep in the cat bed until I now go into the living room with him, lay down next to him. He does a jaunty little dance, kneading the cat bed for a bit, and then turns around 3 times and faces me, looks at me, and that's my cue for, I'm good now, Father. You may leave. If I don't do that, he will not do the happy dance. He will just plonk himself down all sad. So I'd probably be fine with it. He'd just drool on you, right? We appreciate the commentary makes the grind way more, right? Exactly. This game is like, as I said, it's the perfect streamer game. Fuck. I think it was Cletus, right? Cletus is playing, I think he's got like 2 accounts. Literally, I think he's literally playing some multi-boxing. He's just like, fuck this. I got one character chopping wood. I got another character fucking turning it into something. So there you go. While talking. So yeah. So bless Charlie, Charlie Cat won't put himself to bed properly and do his happy dance unless I'm actually next to him. And I might say, for those that don't know, Charlie's a big black cat. He's like a bulldog. He is very square. He is a fight me brother. He will headbutt you and hurt your leg probably. He is built like a brick shithouse. But he does this little happy dance when he's just going up and down, looks at me for it. He's so fucking happy when he does it. For such a brute of a cat, it's so funny to fucking see. It's a big tank of a cat, just all jubilant. This guy's probably a tavern, got all the material right. Exactly. He is called the Tavern Lord, right? Who would have thought? He is running the kingdom called the Tavern Lord. He is the Tavern Lord, the kingdom of tavern and gold, or something. I don't know what it's called, but it's pretty cool. Diego is outside. He came in twice. He was just a teenager, ate food, was like, all right, I'm off again. Then jumped on the balcony, came down. Father, let me in. Here you go. Ate food. Father, I'm going to walk all over your models now. Let me out. Okay. I'm off to see the neighbours. Goodbye. All right. See you later tonight when it's cold. And Mini Cat. Mini Cat's just being a little creep. Minnie's a little barn cat that's brought inside after years of her just hanging out. And Mini Cat is a creeper. She's small, very tiny, but fierce. Likes to hang out on the bed, on the electric blanket. Likes to stalk. Oh no, just creep. She'll just be in the hallway, like either watching Charlie or Diego or me. Just creep. And then you look at her and go, what's up, Minnie? And she'll look at you. And then either you give her a pat and she's cool with it, or you pat her and she just runs downstairs, or she runs up onto the bed, or you'll just turn around and she's gone. She's like Spider Cat. She's just gone. And you're like, where the fuck did it go? It's like, and then you look around and she's somewhere else and just looking at you. It's like, what the fuck? Charlie and Diego, Charlie and Diego, and they just look at her and like go, what the? Diego's real passive. So Diego's like it. Diego's violent too. Like he's not violent as in he's a loving cat, but against other animals he can hold his own, right? But he doesn't like to. He's a very kind soul. But he's a big cat too. He just looks at me and he just kind of goes, oh, fuck this shit. And but as Charlie just walk up near her and you just look and go, meow. And she'll be like, oh. And he's like, He just walks past. It's like, Minnie Cat's my kind of cat, right? Minnie is just literally like, what are you doing, you little creeper? And when she's on the bed at night, like when I go to bed, right, she'll like get up close and she'll be all like, hey, and she'll give little licks. She gives little licks on the hand. And she'll do about 3 of them. She'll go lick, lick, lick. And you go, you all right there? And then she'll go, yes, I am. I have licked you 3 times. And now I shall curl up in a ball. It's like, it's all right. And then it'll be like, but now for something has disturbed the force, I'm now going to move to the end and look at you as though you are a piece of shit. It's like, what happened there, Minnie? Like nothing? Did nothing happen? Exactly. Fuck you. It's like, she literally has resting cat face. Like, it's just like, are you happy? Are you angry? I am having problems discerning what is going on, Minnie. Like, what is going on? Little weirdo learning how to socialize. I empathize. Like, I don't know. Is she happy? Is she annoyed? Who knows? It's Minnie Cat. Fuck knows. She'll be right, mate. Oh my God. Are we still... Do you appreciate for what we're doing here? People need to appreciate how much, like the grind, you know, you're like, oh, it's just a click. It's like, brother, I'm just literally converting, what, 233 stripped planks into planks. I haven't even got to the making paving part. And this shit's already taken 2 lots of food, which is half an hour. I think we've been nearly doing this for an hour. Yeah, like this is an hour converting tier 1 planks into whatever the shit I'm doing. Like, like I said, any new player that's like, I'm going to make my own settlement and it's going to be tier 10 by the end of the week because I'm a no-lifer and I play these games like you don't understand. It's like, oh, brother and sister, we do understand. We know that you're not going to enjoy this. This is not going to be the thing you're wishing for. Truly, soaring logs and yapping. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, so that's Minnie Cat and Diego Cat, Charlie Cat. They're vibing. It's very cold at the moment. Very cold. Very cold. You can see here I'm... Look at this. I'm all ruggled up. I have my appropriate big fuck off puffer jacket. It's not really a puffer jacket. It's just a fucking jacket. It's got insulation and shit. I don't know what it's called. It's called a jacket. It's a bulky jacket. It's all nice. It's warm. That's my headset. Fuck. What's the temp right at the moment? That's a good point. I mean, obviously when I say here, I know it's not Arctic temperature like many of yous have to deal with or anything, but it's still cold. It is 9 degrees at the moment. 9 degrees. It's just chilly, you know. When it gets in the morning, it gets to, I can't remember what, but I remember opening the door up to let Charlie out at about 4 in the morning. And I only had the door open a tiny bit just for a moment. I was in my boxer shorts and, you know, I was just like doing the whole, all right, go out. I'm like, all right, you be all right. You're okay, you're right. No, that's right. No, I'd let him out and I was seeing, usually what I'll do is about 20 minutes later, I'll wake back up and see if he needs to come back in after going to the toilet, right? If he comes back in, he'll come back in. If he doesn't, he's fucked off for the night, right? He's like, I shall go into the cold, father. I am okay with this. All right, you do you, bro. So I'm there in box shorts and shit. And I'm like, open the door. I'm like, Charlie. I'm trying to be quiet, obviously, because the street's fucking pinpoint quiet, right? I mean, pin drop, 3:34 in the morning. So I'm there with Charlie. Bus. Shutting the door a tiny bit, because, yeah, I'm in my boxer shorts as well and shit, this fucking neighbour's house thing. Yeah, I know the lights are on, but still, nonetheless. So, Charlie. Come on. What are you doing, Charlie? Come on. And within just the literal, I don't know, 30 seconds of me doing that, right? I went, oh, fine, you're not coming in. I shut the door. I remember just getting to bed, and literally, I felt like almost frostbite in my hands and extreme. You know what I mean? Like, it was that, oh, Jesus, no, that's the cold really cold into everywhere. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's nasty. Like, that is not good weather out there. Good on you, Charlie. Dipshit. You know, Charlie's just in his chair down under the house, outside. He's got a chair, which he now sits in, all stoic, like, yes, father, I'm going to sit in this chair. And if that other cat, Mischief, comes over, I'm going to fuck him up. In the meantime, I'm going to sit in this chair and freeze my tail off. It's like, all right, mate. Fair enough. And he did. The other night he waited out until Mischief made the mistake of coming next door, and Charlie beat him up, had a few tufts of fur off his head as well, and did his usual thing where he was like, "Father, I have been assaulted by Mischief. It wasn't my fault, even if I did leap on him first. I'm now going to come in here and I would like pats. Not too many pats. Fuck off now. I'm going to curl up in a ball and be all mopey because I've had a fight that I started." It's like, all right, mate. You do you, champ. You do you. So, like, fucking Charlie. Bloody Charlie, mate. He's a good boy. I think he's about, he'd be about, I think he's about 13. He's roughly about 13. He's not old, but he's getting there. Diego, I think's about, I feel Diego's like 5. I don't think Diego's really young. The reason why I'm saying I don't know, by the way, cat law got a more interesting than me. Summarize cats, right? Charlie sounds fun. He is pretty cool. Yeah, we got them. I had my little cat Miko, who I love very much. Had her for 10 years. A couple of years ago, she unfortunately got cancer and passed away. And so I was very devastated. I loved my little cat. She was my little companion. And before that happened, there was a big black cat that was turning up in our backyard. I was like, oh, what, he lost or whatever. And he was very hissy, very, okay, fuck, all right. And I waited and waited to check. And so I gave him a bit of food, a bit of water, just to make sure he was okay, as one does. And he'd pop up, he'd pop around, okay. And then he did that for a few months before then. And then I saw another kind of like tabby, which would be Diego, another kind of silver black striped cat, would show up every now and then and go, "You all right?" Okay. And he'd fuck off though pretty quick. All right. Anyway, long story short, this big black cat just stayed there for ages. He'd pop in and then disappear, and he was very fighty and shitty with us. And anyway, yeah, Miko passed away. And literally the next day, I was all mopey and cry and fucking, I was pretty devastated. Made worse, by the way, I can't stress this enough, right? And those that know this, right? So I don't know if any of yous had watched the Cyberpunk 2077 anime, the cartoon, Edge Runners. Has anyone here watched the Edge Runners series that was on? I'd literally just started watching, or I finished it off. And you have not watched it? I did. Yeah, all right. So no spoilers, no nothing. For those that have watched it, you know what? Probably the fact that my little cat had just passed away. And then also I watched that show. I was I was a bit cry. I was a bit distraught. That fucking music, that song, yeah, we know the song. Seldrith, you know the song, right? You know that song. I enjoyed that song. In fact, most Reddit people go, I used to love that song. Now if that song comes on, I'm really sad, right? So I was devastated. And there's all sorts of shit happening emotion-wise. Anyway, I'm sitting on the couch. And this black cat just fucking walks into the living room, right? It just walks in. Now, my cat, Miko, was a black cat, right? So I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, are you all right there? I was like, okay. And no word of a lie, this big black cat walked up to me and just jumped on my lap and just curled up. I'm not shitting you. And it was the cat that had been hanging out for a couple of months out in the backyard. And literally the next day after my cat passed away, like he just let himself in the cat flap and just curled up on my fucking lap. I was like, he wouldn't let me pat him or anything. He was like, "Brr." Okay. And he was very hissy. And oh, what the fuck? So anyway, he ended up just hanging around. I was like, oh fucking okay. Asked a few neighbours, nothing. fed him. He was still hissy, but bit by bit he got used to it. And then the other silver cat started coming over and got in the cat flap and started hanging out. I was like, what the fuck? It looked as like they both knew each other. Anyway, long story short, I think I grabbed the silver cat, which is Diego, which before then was, I didn't know. And I captured him in a cat crate and went, oh, fuck, you're a beautiful cat. I mean, I'm going to take you to this place called Just Cats. You know, they look after cats and all that. And sure enough, he got picked up. And the person ended up, that picked him up, they literally lived in the street over from him, right? And apparently what the go was is both the black cat, being Charlie, and the other silver cat, being Diego. Charlie was her old cat, and she had a boyfriend who she had a kid to when she had Charlie, and Charlie got a bit about the kid, right? And then they got Diego, and they were living with family that also had a cat, and basically they'd broken up, and she had to move out with her mum and to a place where they couldn't have cats. And so the guy was looking after the cats because he did like them, but he worked full-time and nights. And so basically whenever the door would be open, they would run, right? They'd just get out, and he just couldn't, you know, younger bloke, he just couldn't get the cats in because he had to go to work, right? So I was like, fuck, all right, well, they've got cat flaps. And so it was those two, and because of their situation, they just started hanging around over here. And because being fed and kicking back and not being like in a like rah, yelly kind of like environment, yeah. So anyway, the girl basically said, "Well, you know, I'm sorry about this. They've been coming over." I went, "No, it's all right. You know, it's cool." So like, oh, my ex is going to basically, he's probably going to have to take him to Just Cats, right? Because he can't look after him. He's got to move soon too from his brothers. All right, yeah. So we'll pick him up. And I went, I mean, they've literally been living here with us for 6 months, right? You know what I mean? Like, literally, we have been feeding, air quote, your cats for 6 months now. I don't see that there's a reason you need to. Like, I'll just look up. You just change the names over in their ID thing, and look, I'll look after them. Really? I went, yeah, no worries. And sure enough, yeah. So, managed to get Diego and Charlie. They're basically from the same house, literally a street over, and here we are. Like, basically, they're living here now. Minnie Cat had been a barn cat for years, just living in the garage. She did not want to go inside, especially when Miko was around, and just basically went, "Fuck this." Earlier this year, went, "Fuck you. You're coming in here, mate," and just brought her inside. And she, rather than we honestly thought she'd just not want to get out. She just went, "All right, I'm cool with this." It's like the door's been open. She's went out once, but otherwise she's like, "No, I'm good. I'd prefer it being inside. I do not need to run out. Thanks." So there you go. So that's why I was saying that, yeah, it's like I think Charlie's 13. I think Diego's, because wasn't originally my cat, right? So I've only got, and the girl, I've asked the girl a few times to kind of just like, hey, message her like, "Oh, is there any info you could tell me?" But she hasn't really said much. She's a younger girl, and you know what I mean? Like, she's got her own thing, you know, that's, sad that she's going to given up on her main cat and everything, but at the end of the day, I get it. She's just like, "No, you look after the cats now." Oh, fair enough. But it would be good to have known a bit more information about them. But I think she mentioned something about age, and that's why I've got roughly Charlie's age. I think he's about 13 now. I said Diego's a younger cat, so I'd say he's about 5. But they're good boys. Diego he's found another couple. He's a bit of a cuddle sloot, yeah. He has found a few places. I think he's a bit of a neighborhood cat. He's been hanging out with another old lady that doesn't have any cats. Because him and Charlie, they get along, but they don't, they're not like, "Hey man, what's up?" They're kind of like, "Hey man, what's up? I'm going to fuck you up." "Yeah, me too." It's like, "All right, I'm cool now. You cool?" "Yeah, all right. Okay." So I think Diego's found a place where he's like, "Oh shit, that's a lot of planks of wood." Yeah, Diego's very like, he's found a place where he's just vibing. So and I don't mind. Look, honestly, I know where he goes. They're all right people. he wouldn't hang out with them if they weren't, you know what I mean? It's fine, whatever. Whereas Charlie literally, he hangs outside a lot, but this is his house, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't go into other people's houses and shit like that. And Minnie's literally just like, fuck this noise. This is where I live now. Glorious. So yes, the saga of the cats, and how I've now got so many rough planks. So many rough planks. Was there something I was going to do with them? No, they're only tier 1, aren't they? They're not even good planks. Oh, that's right, it was pavers, wasn't it? Oh shit, do you want to see what pavers do? Hell yeah. Oh, it's done that bug where it's now not going to actually let me right-click on the things that we haven't built yet. To build. Cool. Okay, that's a thing. Good shit. All right, so if we go B, we go paving. Yeah, here we go. Decorative wood paving. Grey. For some reason, I think that reads gravy. I don't know why. Decorative or not decorative. All right, let's see. All right, we ready? Let's have a look. You don't have the required... What do you mean I don't have the required item? I mean, what? Yeah, I do. Don't I? What would you do with the planks? Oh, they're in the... Oh, delicious wood gravy, right? Look, as a builder, you would understand the benefits of wood gravy. Okay. Now, behold. I'm going to show Saz a trick or two about building. Okay. So what you do is you get a paving. So now we have 180 wood gravy. Why can't I do... Oh, shit me. Plank roads are actually just stripped logs. So they're logs and they're planks. So guess we... Guess I've got a lot of planks, right? Guess we're going to be building a lot in decorative wood paving, right? So tough shit if we wanted the road. That's okay. I mean, we'll see if you can actually easily pick it up or destroy it or whatever. Oh. Okay. Okay. What do you think? That's actually kind of... That's kind of cool. One thing I don't approve of in the game, and this is a bit weird, unless I'm wrong here. When you're kind of building, it locks you into place and you can't right-click to move or something. Oh, yeah, no, we can. Right-click. It's all right. Well, no. Yeah, that just built. I'd like to be able to move and not build game. So that's a bit annoying, but anyway. Oh, we can't. So that's counted as water. You can't do like a water. Okay. Okay, well, that's a shame. All right. Well, that's fucking annoying then, isn't it? It's like, that doesn't feel right. Anyway. What happens if can we just literally go, hey, I don't need that resource? Is that a thing we can do? Oh, fuck you, resource. It's like, go to hell, resource. It'd been interesting to build in hexagonals, right? Like it's definitely a different way you have to kind of plan things out, yeah? It'd almost be like 2 or 3 wide for a lot of things to give it that kind of... Okay, you can build underneath there. Interesting. Oh, no. That's what? Oh, you can actually... I haven't even built the item yet. So the game's like, oh, you can build like over the silhouette. Interesting. What if we go shift left click on it? No. Okay. Can't pave underwater. Interesting. How to build with bees. Yes. Seldra, though, yeah. Hello. Hello, I am building wooden paving shit. Oh shit. Except shit, do I have any inventory? That's good. How's that work? Oh, trade offer. Rico business. Oh my goodness, you shouldn't have. The other player has cancelled the trade. What was that? Oh my god. Seldris like, hey look, here's an NPC. Can't have it. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's awesome. That's awesome. Appreciate it. I'll put him down in a moment. Yeah, no, thank you. That's awesome. Now he's got a mate. Now he's got a mate to hang out with him. I love it. Let's put him down. Yeah, there's no oh, what's the word for it? Yeah, like that's one thing they need to do with the building. Like there doesn't seem to be a way to just move without building anything. You know what I mean? It's kind of feels like you're kind of almost locked into like, well, I'm going to build here, and it goes, well, I hope you like the radius that you can see because, yeah. The idea is I was just going to cover all this. I know it's like, wait for it. I was going to cover all of this with paving just so that it stops anything growing back to start with, so we can see what it kind of looks like as a structure, you know what I mean? Like what we've got to work with. And then the idea is you're going to destroy the stuff bit by bit to make the roads and go, all right, well, now actually we can clean that up and put the area here and fishing area here and blah, blah, blah. Let's have a look here. So build Bricko. Unexpected. What happened, go? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. How? I mean, we haven't put the Brico business voucher in yet, so technically we can do this. That's fine because we haven't used the Brico voucher. So maybe let's try again. Yeah, no, it would have been only a problem if we had of interesting. Do you reckon it's just because you can't literally build? I mean, look, I'll find out real quick. I wonder if it's like, for whatever reason, there's a bug with him not wanting... Oh, jeez, we can't even build it. Okay. Let's just build on a green bit of ground just to test the theory. Hello. All right, build. Brico's having none of it. Brico's like, this YamCorp. Oh no. Oh no, we've just started walking this way and we can't. Where are we going? Did you ever get the wagon? I did. All I needed to do is I just took the shit out, dropped it on the ground, and then I just desummoned my wagon, then summoned it again. Yeah, let's just see if this works like this, right? Like, all right, hang on. All right, we will restart. So what we know with that problem there is that at least it isn't based on paving or normal ground, right? Let's give it a build. 5:45. Oh my goodness. Yay, Lockabar desktop. Look, I'll change it up soon, all right? I think we've had the Azure Lane, oh my, stuff on. I think it's time for us to find something a bit more tasteful. Yes, a bit less salubrious, a bit more in fitting with the clean, wholesome vibes that I am trying to portray here with this stream. Yes, and I like that desktop exactly. Hasta in a bubble bath with tentacles. I mean, we could commission that. That is a thing. That is a thing that could be commissioned. Yes. Truly. Only the best of soap bubbles. Tactical soap bubbles. Yes. The finest of tactical soap bubbles. Truly. Now it's going connecting. Get wrecked. It's like, how about no? Shit. All right. I see you, Bitcraft. I get a little prezzy given to me, and Bitcraft's like, nah. Seldra gave you Bricko, did he? Well, fuck you. You're not going to let you load back in the game to try. Shit. What's this? Just connecting? What's going on here, go? You're forcing my hand game. I am going to Uber Eats order. This is on you, Bitcraft. This is on you. I was fine making apricot chicken, but then you've just... Whatever's going on here. What the shit? Truly, like, what's... Hang on. Be right back. I'll just... The only reason I'd be right back is just because of Task Manager, and I don't know if I've got fucking 20,000... You know, this is my actual name on a fucking Windows client or something. I think at one point I fired up a Windows thing and it was like, oh, this is your full fucking name and shit. It's like, oh yeah, cool. Don't particularly care, but you know, nothing like doxing yourself, you know, via Windows. Thanks, Windows. You know, good shit, mate. Yes, have all that information. Good. Truly. I was just like, it took me a second too, right? I was like, that's my whole name and shit fucking just on a window there. Like, that's, I feel that's information that doesn't need to just be sitting there, like, just fucking quickly exiting a thing. Like, move my name from mine. Yeah. I think it was one of my other websites too the other day, one of my 3D printing kind of sites that I think I opened up on stream or something, and it was like, welcome back, blah blah blah, and I'm like, what the fuck? Fuck you. What's this shit, mate? Holy fuck. I feel scour through my VODs, like, where is it, what's his fucking full name? Holy shit. What a majestic name it is too. Holy fuck, mate. Truly, now that I know his name, I have true power. True power. the fuck? Bitcraft is just literally just went, and I'm not going to connect. What the? Sadrith, what happened? What was Bricko a Trojan horse? What the fuck? gives me an NPC game literally bricks itself. Only the most majestic for the likes of you, right? Look, so what if my name is Jonathan Rodriguez, okay? I think Jonathan Rodriguez is a majestic name. It's a beautiful name. It's the most beautiful name. Jonathan Rodriguez. Bob Smith. Right. There is someone out there called Bob Smith. Like, that can unironically go, yeah, my name's Bob Smith. And the people are like, good on you, dickhead, right? Meanwhile, they're like, but my name is Bob Smith. Fuck. Well, there's definitely a John Smith, right? You know what I mean? Like, there's a John Smith, right? The most ambiguous name is just John Smith. It's like, holy shit. He's the whitest of breadest of names, right? Truly. Yeah, I don't know. What's... Fuck. Bitcraft. Is there news? Is there something? Like, no? No. Just me again? Bitcraft's just like, fuck you. It's like, okay. Well, that's disappointing. Bitcraft. Why? What's... Oh, by the way, I mean, sorry. I know I was be right back. I should have showed you that that's all you've got. Oh! There's two Bob Smiths right at this moment, right? Ron Robinson. Sailor just doing a cheeky bit of fishing. Hell yeah. Alright, let's see. Take two to the fatally error crashing NPC. Holy shit. Build. Bricko. Well, I love the fact that the name's fucking spot on at the moment. There's a brick in the fucking computer. Oh, shit, hang on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Spider. Literally. It's like, holy shit, Bricko. You are literally a spider creature. I don't know what's going on, but I thought you were about to eat me. Truly. He's huge, right? Oh, he's Nightmare Fuel, right? Look at Bricko. Bricko is just like, I am going to take up so much of your area. His mustache is so good. Ja. Mustache. Ja. Wunderbar. Super Troopers. Super wants to go for a mustache, right? Yeah, me too. Wunderbar. Mustache, right? Fucking Super Troopers. That's a movie I watched for a while. Fucking classic. Truly classic. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, matey. I appreciate that, Sildra. That's awesome. Hell yeah. We got Bricko. Good stuff. Love it. Yeah, that's right. Look, hang around if you want. I'm just basically chatting at this point, just kind of like before I wrap up for tonight or something, so you can vibe away or whatever. Yeah, I'm pretty much, yeah. I think tonight what I'll probably do off stream is, honestly, I'm probably going to Honestly, I'm just going to chop all this shit and expand out a tiny bit. I'm just going to terraform all of this, clean out all the bushes, and I will literally put... actually, I say that I'm going to put pathing down, all pathing down, just to clean it up and then see where we're at. We have 800 and something tiles. Yeah, what will see. I guess the only problem here is that at the moment our base is 842 little tiles, which means it needs 842 of those pavers. How long did it take us to make? What was it? Was it 178 of them? Is that? Yes, something like that. So all we need to do is do about 7 more of whatever I just did to make tier 1 pavers, and we'll be able to pave the current floor. How cool is that? Glorious. Although there is this here. No, hang on. Where is? Hang on. Is it pillar shaping? Or does that just create pillars? Hang on. I want to try it out. So have we got some clay? Oh shit, hang on. Okay, so how does this work? Well, for a start it doesn't, because I need... yeah. Oh, apparently we can't... God damn. It's desynced to shit for me, hasn't it? Yeah. Well, I don't have any tier 1 clay. Shit. Tier 1 clay. Do you see any tier 1 clay? Oh, yeah. No, that's sand. Oh, there we go. Good stuff. I want to see what this pillar thing is. I think it's just raising and lowering the ground, right? But maybe it also allows you to en masse terraform. You know what I mean? I think a few things that would be good is if they had a... It's kind of interesting, like they don't have a large paving thing, you know what I mean? Like an option to just do a big... Like, look, seriously, I want to do like 9 at a time, mate. Just I don't want to do 1 tile at a time, thanks. Just a big blonk, 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 blonk. Right? Yes, that's the sound effect of me paving, I guess. Blonk, 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 blonk. All right. I feel if there was a sound effect that would sum up exactly me doing that, that would be that sound effect. 100%. 10 out of 10. Yes. All right, let's have a look. 100%. Yeah, I am totally. And look, there's been lots of updates recently. Today, even they do a lot of direct to game kind of like changes and bits and bobs. So yeah, yeah, 100%. So look, pillar shaping, dirt pillar. Okay, well, let's just see what it does. It's like, what? Oh, the pillar. What is that? What? Fuck. Did I? How can I get timber tier 2? So you need to have logging your... You need forestry level 20 by farming level tier 1 wood. So you need to have forestry level 20. And then you need to have a tier 1 axe to be able to harvest it. And then you need to find a tier 2 tree and then hit it, like you did with the tier 1. Yeah? But you need level 20 in forestry before you can do that. And you need a tier 1 axe. Okay? Did that just kind of... Oh, hang on. Yeah, hang on. So did that just kind of do a grassy kind of... Yeah. I think that just did kind of terraform, made a grassy kind of bit of land, didn't it? Something. Dirt pillar. Right? Grassy dirt pillar. I'm very confused again. Some of these aspects here again, it's early access, some of these aspects we need to explain. And that's why I said I don't mind doing this, because I feel there is a bit of a lack of guides. There are people like Toral and that are doing YouTube channels with it. So it's not like there is no Bitcraft stuff. And I'm not like, I have an epiphany of this, but I'm just saying there isn't that much up-to-date right at the moment information on Bitcraft. So there's a lot of things that's still a bit like, you know, I think I looked up, you know, how to terraform Bitcraft, and there was a bunch of old posts. There was no real videos on it. Lockabar, maybe there's something you could do. that would mean actually having to put something together. I'd rather just stream and do it on the fly and have a VOD of it. That just seems like the way we can do it. We can learn by mistake and trial and error. Yes. So I feel like that added like a bunch of leafy shit, right? Build pillar shaping, dirt pillar. Yes. See what I mean? It's like, well, what? There's no real indicators. Yeah, there's nothing down the bottom. It's like press Q and E. It's just like, yeah. What do you want? Do you want to just put something here? So let's put something here, right? Oh, so it literally just made a mud tile of that type of scheme. Okay. Is there one where we can have road? like ground, you know what I mean? Like, is there one that we can see, this is what I want for this base, but stone or something, right? Like just to really clear up the landscape. I don't know what's happening there. I guess if now that that's been done, this is what I think happens. Now that I've put the base, if I do it a second time, it's probably going to raise it. No. Okay. Shift left click it. No. Shift right click. Remove pillar shaping. Interesting. All right. Sure. Like maybe you have to do that first. Planting, claim. Oh, hang on. Dirt road. Interesting. Oh, shit. Okay, what's a dirt road look like? Okay. It's a dirt road, right? It's like, I don't know what I was expecting. I mean, fair enough. It's a sploogey dirt road. Okay. Interesting. Now, here's the question. Can we... Oh, you can. Oh, and it takes ages to do it. That's horrific. That's... Good thing I didn't pave everything in individual tiles, was because, my goodness, that's... That'd take a while. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know. I've got to find out. Yeah, but I hope there is some sort of tool that lets you... I hope they put in like something you could drag maybe, or do a you know, like a increase the size of it or something like that, right? At least you can remove the paving though, right? So that's cool. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, that's cool. That's cool. It gives us an idea. It gives us an idea. Because I think there's... So it must be this, right? Stone tile, cobblestone. Yeah. So you can do a stone tile. Oh, actually, I've got some... Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, my only thing is that there is no... For fuck's sake. Yeah. Yes. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, yeah. We got some of that sweet, sweet cobble. We got some of that sweet, sweet cobble. Hell yeah. Let's have a look at this. Paving. Cobblestone or stone tile grey. Let's have a look what the difference is. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of like what I was saying before. Okay. But yeah, I do wish... Oh, no, there is chaining, right? But it won't let us when we doing this. I feel chaining is what it should be letting us do, right? That would make sense, being able to go do this, and this, and it goes, yeah, okay, do you want to do all this? So, yeah, I would like to do all this things. It goes, okay. No things. No props. Yeah, okay. It is a bit annoying also it doesn't do that kind of edge bit, so you do have a kind of corner piece. Alright, so that's that. So let's look at the cobblestone then, how that works in with it. Shit, we're doing science. This is bullshit, isn't it? What's the cobblestone look like? Okay. So you kind of, yeah, you definitely don't really want to do it though with stone. Kind of blurs a bit too much in with it, doesn't it? What if we do that? Is that going to do it over and we get the plank back? No. So you can override it, but get wrecked, you're not going to get your stuff back. So don't, if you want your planks or whatever back, then don't do that, right? Oh, see what I mean? Like that's annoying. Like, just fill it out. I mean, I know why it doesn't, but yeah, kind of a bit of a shame. You have this little weird nothing burger. So in essence, don't do it too near water tiles, right? It's the general gist of it. Don't do it near water tiles. Okay, cool. Anyway, I mean, it gives us an idea, right? It gives us an idea of how it works. Anyway, I mean, as I said, I wouldn't do the whole fucking cobblestone with that because it just blurs into it. But there is, it looks like you've got stone tile orange. So you got orange tiles, cobblestone orange. So that's the tier 2 stuff. Let's just have a quick look. Oh, games like, did you open the bank? I feel I'm about to crash, right? Do we feel I'm about to crash? I think I'm about to crash. So as soon as I can't do anything with the bank, usually... There we go. There is a button, like I said, to turn off that whole... Yeah, there we go. So we can grab some tier 2. Let's have a quick look. So what is the paving style tone? Orange. Okay. What's the orange look like? Oh shit, there we go. Can you build more than one bank on the deed, please? I don't know. I won't even pretend to say I know. I don't think so. I think because you only get one deed, right? So the when you build this, yeah, you get that one item. So when, as you know, I don't know if you've built one yet, but if you go and you go to bank, town bank, right? So let's see. Let's see. Let's do some science for you quickly. Okay. Here is a town bank, a second one. I've already got one. It's going to keep walking me off over that way because that's cool. We need to find some space because apparently I have no space to do this. Shit. Truly, do I have no space? Oh, hang on. We might have space over here. We are building it. Okay, so it does let us place the template and it needs a writ of banking. Okay, so the main thing would be, can you buy? Now, I haven't got the money to buy one, but let's just see. If we go over to Rumba and go trade, writ of banking. Business voucher. Writ of trade. This can be used to build a town. That's the marketplace. I don't. I'll just double check here, but writ. No, okay. Writ of banking. This can be used to. I mean. Well, I mean, it's saying I could buy another one. I just don't have the money to test it. So maybe. That's all it's going to come down to is basically you can place the template. So it's not stopping us from placing a second bank. But yeah, I can't buy the thing yet to see. So if it lets you buy the deed, I guess you can, right? Oh, I hear him. Hear me out. Hear me out. Can you build more than one bank on a deed? But yeah, so we can place the template. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It'd be interesting if you could, because I feel that'd be very cheap. Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Like that's I agree. Like I was able to. You would think it would say, "Hey, you can't do this," right? So unless there's some sort of hard limit on structures. Hang on. Even if you could, they'd have the same inventory. Bank. There we go. There. Yep. Cheers. Okay, so you can, but bank inventory is shared amongst claims, it looks like. Claim specific. So if you did place a second bank, you don't get more storage. It would just be the same bank inventory. You could just have one over here to not have the inconvenience of walking over here. That kind of makes sense because I did think, would people just not build these because they are far better than everything else, right? So, yeah. Does that help? I hope that helps. That does make sense. That yes, you can build more, but they're all shared inventory, so you don't get more storage space. They just let you look at your claims bank space. And might I say, I actually like the orange paving, right? That's actually nice. The orange paving, I mean, of course it's tier 2, right? But yeah, it's actually quite nice. So if shirts between two banks on the... We need more space. You mean bank space? If you need more bank space, that's where you then have to build the storage boxes. Either the normal storage boxes for everyone or personal storage for yourself. So you do have more options to get more storage. You can build this. Yeah. So, well, you don't get any more bank space, but you can build these like simple large chests and small chests. They are for like, they're not personal, so anyone can use them, and they've got 2 storage and slot. And then you've got your personal storage, yeah, which you can upgrade the size of. It gets bigger and bigger, but it's only usable by you. But your workbenches can see it within range. Yeah, so have you upgraded it though yet? So you can upgrade it to an expanded personal cache. Then you can upgrade it to a massive personal cache when you get access to like tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 material. So that should be quite a lot. That should be quite a lot of personal space. And then if you run out of that, as I said, you can put down more storage boxes. But I mean, I don't know if you're solo or a group, but I mean, as a solo player, you're a hoarder. Yeah, no, I hear you. But yeah, like, I mean, I'm on my own collecting and building a base, right? And even then, I've only kind of now and then get, oh shit, I better get some storage. Yeah, so realistically, you should be, because you're going to go through the tier 1 and 2 and so on, right? You're going to be, yeah, you should start using up your resources, I guess, is what I'm saying. Like, if you're not using the resources, they're not being useful, right? If that makes sense. Unless you're selling them to people, in which case you should be selling them to people. You can also buy yourself marketplaces, which have their own inventory. So you can then sell stuff from that inventory, right? But if you've got to the point where you've run out of space, you are hoarding, and that's fine, but probably you should be using your resources up, right? Start making some stuff with them. Yeah, set yourself a goal, right? Set yourself up some goals, and I guarantee your resources will go from, I have a lot of this, to, ah, shit, I need to go out and now farm some more. Yeah. But I hear, I think many of us here are hoarders, don't worry. I think a game like this, like, we get it. Right? We get it. One does not simply play a game like this without going, And yeah, you do though need to manage inventory spaces for sure. And I mean, I think they do give you a lot of inventory, right? Like you have more than enough inventory, or you should anyway, to do most of the things you need, especially as a solo player. Especially as a solo player. Yeah. What have we achieved? I don't fucking know. It's like I've used up a whole bunch of my tier 2 pebbles on a road. Sure. You know what? I'm here for this. I do like... I do like the orange. I think the orange is pretty cool. What was the last one that we hadn't looked at? The cobblestone orange. Interesting. All right. Cobblestone orange. I don't know. Just fucking put something somewhere, champ. Like just put something. Just try it out. Okay. I mean, I don't know what I expected. Of course, it's orange cobblestone. Is that all right? Ooh. Okay. Okay, so you could mix that in with the grey and the dirt and all that. Okay. Cool. All right. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, paving's nice. Yet again, I would like, unless I have not found it, I'd like a bigger palette to be able to kind of go, all right, I want to do bigger swathes of ground and turn it into paving or stone to start putting some buildings on, etc., and then being able to trim it off. I mean, I think what'd be nice if there was a palette like the big palette like that you could go plonk, but then it was still made up of individual ones. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it just did 9 at a time or whatever. And then you could still trim off the edges to what you needed it to be, cut it down to space. That would be really useful. But in saying that, not every game needs to be neat. Not every game. It's it's got its vibe. It's got its thing it's doing. It's beating to its own drum. So I'm pretty sure we could make something work with it. Me being one of the best video game builders of all times, I am sure that pigs will fly 100%. 100%. I would love it if there was just literally a terraform block that just terraforms it to a default thing, like that there. Turn it into grassland, right? Truly. Saz learnt everything that they know from my skills in building, that is for sure. So many tricks. Before we started playing games together, Saz didn't even know how to build a proper shit shack, right? And I showed them how one can make the most glorious of square buildings that is both functional and brutalistic in design. Truly. Don't worry, everyone. One day I'll do a building stream for you all. Okay, I'll truly do the best building stream ever. You did. Oh my, like. I like the fact that that's your sticking point on that too. It's like you're so proud of the fact that it's like I say something about square and you're like, no, I don't fucking build a square, man. It's like I don't think unless you even point it out, no one's even noticed that it's a square, right? Like it's just until you point it out, you're like, it's a square, man. It's all right. Stop pointing it out. It's glorious. It's the best square mansion ever. God damn it. It's delicious. Truly. Now, next time, all right, here's the thing. Next time, shit, do we do it in 7 days or do we save it for Ark? I was going to say the next one then I want to see is a mansion again, right? Different. We'll do a different idea though, but a mansion still, but it'll be different. A different kind of idea, but not square. Okay, there you go. So now the fuck opposite of it, right? I don't want to see squares, right? I want to see rounds and triangulars and anything other than square, right? I want to see an MC Escher mansion, right? Like, I want to see oops-a-daisy. We flipped a switch wrong, and here we are in the upside down YamCorp realm, right? Truly. I feel doing the paving this game is almost like, it's like reaction streaming, right? Like, I feel like it's a bit of a cheat code for streaming this game. Is what is he, what's he doing for emergent content in Bitcraft at the moment? I think he put down a bunch of paving, right? And now, now we can't get rid of that one because now there's the whole project on it. Ah, I see what you did there. You let me place paving down underneath this project, but you're not going to let me. Oh, yeah, I see. You literally let us build underneath it. But then if we go to get rid of the underneath bit, you're like, oh, there's actually a building here, champ. It's like, oh, you naughty little bugger. Challenge accepted. All right. All right. Hell yeah. I'll think of a theme though, right? I'll think of a theme. I think the arc thing would actually be pretty good because that literally has there's things then involved in it as well. I mean, it's dinosaurs and shit, so it's like a whole thing. We'll see. We'll see. 7 Days to Die, maybe. I don't know. 7 Days to Die be a bit of a weird one. 7 Days to Die does have a pretty solid building system, though. I mean, to be fair, it actually does. It's pretty robust in its angles and thingamajiggies and thingamabobs. Either a build or breed. Exactly. Can't do both? Well, I think you can. We believe in you, mate. We believe in you. I mean, we believe you definitely can. That's for sure. Multitasking. Truly. Look at me. I'm multitasking. I'm talking while uprooting all of my paving that I just did. Right? Glorious. What time is it? Shit, it's nearly 6:30. I guess I should order food. That's what I should do. That's what I should do. Right. We've literally entered like my nighttime stream, everyone. Like we're not far off me actually literally streaming my it's my oceanic evening stream, right? You're always talking this isn't a feat for you, right? No, what was that game that I was like there was something that I was having difficulty doing a really basic thing. Was it June? It was June. It was something. I can't remember. It was something that I was like crapping on about shit and then I then would stop. It's like listening to radio. I love it. Glorious. Thank you. Coming soon to YAM radio. YamCorp, yes. The 100% safe and legal TM radio station. Yes. Much yam. Lots of corp. Glorious. What? Oh god, yeah, I hate that how it does that. Okay. Oh, yap all the time. Yes. Alright. Hang on. No, we've just literally got into the evening here. Says you should be sleeping. That's what you should be doing. How dare you stay up late? We do appreciate your company though, but by goodness. By goodness. You gotta be up even better. That's not words you want to hear. It's like it is late and also I need to be up early. It's like ugh. Yuck. Oh, it's fine. Oh shit. Oh no. What? No. What are you doing? No, Jackal. No, Jackal. Bad Jackal. Bad Jackal. Bad Jackal. Like, hang on, don't you fucking not swim or some bullshit? Oh my god. Help. Help. Yeah, there we go. Quick, Seldrath. Annihilate it. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Seldrath's got that big freaking claymore action happening. It's like, don't worry, I've got this. Dead dog is dead. Right? 10 out of 10. Nice work. I can go back to my paving stuff. That's nice work. In return, you get yourself a nice fancy wolf pelt or some shit, right? Hell yeah. Seldrath to the rescue. There's Angelina. Beautiful. Get it, Angelina. Excellent. We love it. 10 out of 10. Princess. Angelina's here for that big ass like salt lick. Hell yeah. We could sell you some. Would you like some, Angeline? You almost need a bodyguard. Look. I was too busy focusing with my beautiful building, right? I mean, obviously. Truly. Oh, Angeline, come on. Come on. Harvesting. What's next? You're going to harvest my trees? You can harvest my trees. That would help me out. Just harvest the trees. Just go for it. I don't want to harvest. I don't want to terraform those trees. That took ages to do. I'm good. Please. Please destroy the trees. I don't think they can they? I don't know if they can destroy resources on your claim or not. I'm guessing so that way at least you can plant trees and shit and not have people just run up and go, be a shame if they were destroyed, right? Oh shit, do we not? Oh no. Yeah, cool. All right, well that's good. That's good to know though that you don't have to worry about. You can beautify your place and not have someone just steamroll through it. Oh, I've still got to get you to play Eco with me one day so you can really be devastated because that's all that is. It's just pure passive aggression. It's delicious. So delicious. Drink the tears. Yeah, it's very Moorish, Seldrath. It really is. I hate the politics of eco. It's great, but I don't even want to do that. No, I'm a diggy hole person too. I literally love digging in that game or making roads. Yeah, Seldrath. It's an excellent game. It's a bit like something like this. There's a lot of pottering. It's got, but to sum it up. I'd pave the world in a road, right? Asphalt. They originally made Eco. They wanted it as a teaching software for kids to learn about how the world works, like with, animals and bloody environmental change and politics. Yeah, it was meant to be a scholastic thing. But it just so happened that apparently a lot of people were like, I like simulation games. That is fun. And they're like, really? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, okay. And so now they've developed it as a game. And then they had a number of roleplay communities find it too. And that gave them a bit more emphasis to kind of start doing a bit of cosmetics, and which they were anyway. But, so now you can... It has a full thing, like it has a full political thing. It's got real estate. You can become a realtor if you want. It's got a whole pollution thing. The sea level rises due to heat. Animals can get extinct. It's a whole thing. But at its heart, it's all about a planet filled with, on day one, a bunch of random Lord of the Flies people and an asteroid about to come down and smash it in 30 days or 90 or whatever the server's been set. But normally it's 30 days. And you've got to see if you can band together with people to develop the tech without ruining the world in doing so to destroy the asteroid, or do you just trash the world? Right? Like it's literally that. It's just Lord of the Flies, and you just get to see this really interesting mix of how people deal with it. And it's great. And as I said, there's full-on political. They have full-on spreadsheet data shit if you want. You can be the politician, right? You can fully. There are electorates and divisions, and you can call elections, and you can pass laws, right? You can fully pass laws. Like I said, housing. You can rent land out in apartments to people. They just added a really cool thing, which I love as a person that loves cooking and farming and that in games. They've added the simple idea, but I love it, where you can now literally place the physical objects. Like say I can make a meaty pie, right? I can place the meaty pie on a counter and rotate it exactly. It's got full rotation. And then I can put a price marker on it, like a little cafe. And people can walk up and be like, fuck yeah, that meaty pie is 50 cents. I'll buy it. And they take it off the counter, right? Like just things like that. You can decorate tables now with the meals that you're about to eat as a group. And actually they are the meals, right? Like that level of detail now it's getting at. It's great. I can't express how cool a game it is. You have to play it for yourself. Yeah, no, look visually, it's got a very nice, someone say Minecraft, but it's not full Minecraft, but it's that kind of, aesthetic, I guess, with the digging and that. But trust me, that well is deep. It's a very deep game. But it can be as deep as you want it to be. The economics of the game is great. At the start, there is no money. It's barter. You create your own currency. So I'll have yam bucks, right? And I can put up a market stall, and I can be like, hey, I'll buy from you strawberries for one yam buck, which you'll get in lieu. Like you'll end up getting a whole bunch of my yam bucks. And I will sell strawberry pies for 10 yam bucks or something, right? Barter. Now, eventually people make a mint. People start making currencies of their own, proper currency. And then you start to circulate it and try to get people to start making use of your currency. And so suddenly but I've got 50,000 yam bucks. What am I meant to do with it now that you've moved to yam coin? It's like, fucking nothing. You just lost it all. Or I might set up a system where basically you can hand in your yam bucks and you'll get a certain currency of yam bits in return, right? It's up to you. It's got a full currency system. So right off the bat, you're on this planet running around like nanas, picking up resources, working out where you want to go. Everything has an energy cost. Everything. And why I say that everything is because the game's all about, do you take the easy but inefficient, almost causing harm manner? Or do you take the longer approach that isn't as efficient to start with, but it's not as detrimental? And it even starts when you do something like chop a tree, right? In Eco, chopping a tree isn't just chopping a tree. Like, I'll just chop this tree down, boom, wood, right? Every hit uses your energy, which you need to replenish with food, which you've got to get from somehow, right? When you run out of food, you're slow, right? You can't do much. So every hit, and it takes ages with your shitty beginner axe, right? It takes ages, and finally the thing falls down. And when it does, a whole bunch of shit goes everywhere. Twigs, branches, the whole lot, and the big ass tree itself is now on the ground. That causes a thing called pollution, ground pollution in this case, because now there's a whole bunch of twigs and branches everywhere, right? So that's causing pollution. Now you have to chop the tree up into big chunks, right? You're going to chop. Now you're spending more energy chopping them up into big chunks. Once you get the big chunks, you chop them a bit more, and then you find you can only carry a couple of them at a time at the moment. because they're heavy, right? So you're going to now get these logs and put them into a log storage thing, right? Using up energy and all that. That pollution, that crap on the ground, that now takes you energy to clean it up. And not only that, as insult to injury, until later on, that shit is now on your person, that rubbish, and you can't do anything with it at the start. It's called wood pulp. You can't do anything with it. It just clogs up your storage. If you drop it on the ground, it becomes like rubbish that people can visually see and go, oh, wow, there's a bunch of rubbish. And it stays there until it's cleaned up, right? Is the characters only like in certain foods are modded? Yeah, no, it's mod. That would be modded, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. So right off the bat, there's your decision. A lot of people will just leave that shit on the ground. It's someone else's problem. I just want the logs. But it will become someone else's problem. It'll become the planet's problem, right? Or do you use up your valuable energy because you haven't got good food at the moment, right? Even cooks end up starting with campfire cooking, right? It's shit. It's inefficient at the start. You are literally going, I can turn that very useful fresh produce you just got out of the ground that is scarce because no one yet knows how to farm it or use the seeds. So every time we're grabbing those tomatoes, bit by bit, we're losing the tomatoes, right? Like we'll have to start planting them hopefully at some point, right? So someone will be like, I don't give a shit. I'm eating these tomatoes. I'm not going to keep them to turn them into seed. I am going to use this fresh tomato and I'm going to restore my energy. I'm going to chop that tree down, leave all this rubbish everywhere, grab the logs, and I'm going to build myself a sick ass house. And yet again, it's someone else's problem, right? Later down the track, you go, wow, so you know those tomatoes, everyone? Yeah. Yeah, we can't grow them. What? Yeah, no one kept any seeds of them. No one kept any to grow on personal land or anything. So we literally, everyone just ate the tomatoes. We have no tomatoes on this planet now. Like, I hope you don't like stewed tomatoes. I hope you don't like pasta sauce because this planet now has no tomatoes. Because you are greedy shits, right? Like, do you like meat? I do. Do you like deer meat? I do. Do you see any deer left on our planet? I don't. Ripper. So it has these beautiful points of oh shit, right? And it creates people working together. But now because there's such a good political system and there's regions and, you know, like, you know how I'm saying about in here, why I said this has got eco DNA, the kingdom system. Eco is a full-on kingdom system. It has complete kingdom warfare. You know, like it is political as shit. It's brutal. The passive aggression is sweet. And I know I've just waxed lyrically about it, but I can't stress enough. If you like these type of games, please try Eco. It is fucking amazing. It is an experience. And the best thing is you can just jump on a server. Jump on, find a day one server, non-modded, right? And also not super controlled, right? You don't want that. Don't look for the ones where it says, fresh server, we've created a founding town to start with. We've already founded the currency for you all. We've done all the nice things for you all. Just join our community and have a bit of fun, right? Get fucked. That's not how you play Eco. If you're doing that, you're letting other people play Eco for you. No. You want to get on there and look at that person across from you as they're grabbing tomatoes and you're like, fuck you, I'm grabbing the tomatoes, right? You look for those fiddlehead stews, right? You set up your claim like a shitlord. You're like, oh, are you trying to build something here? Oh, what if I put a claim marker of my property just where you're building a road probably? Yeah, that's what's happening, right? And then watch the chat explode, right? That is Eco. If you're not playing it where you chop down... I remember on Darkside did a roleplay server, and I remember Ven got very annoyed because someone chopped down one of the ancient trees. Like there's a bunch of the real old... I don't know, they're oak trees. They're the real big old trees, right? their whole thing is there's only a certain amount of them on each planet that starts. They create a lot of oxygen, right? Yeah, obviously. They take ages to chop down anyway, like real commitments needed, and they give a shit ton of wood when you do, right? I think you already know where this is going, right? So here's this thing. It's like, on one hand, a beautiful ancient tree, it is creating oxygen for us. Without that, surely the ecological damage. Yeah, anyway, I think that's got about 500 fucking logs in it. Get them, boys. Right? And Ven was really annoyed because he's like, you can't do that. Like, I'm making a law. I'm making a rule. You can't chop down those trees and we can't do this. Now, I'm not saying Ven's just the only person. A lot of server people do that. They instantly go, we're not going to let that happen. The problem I have with that is the game has a really good legal system and a way for players to vote in laws that can be passed that actually properly do things in game. I mean, I could put up a vote saying I am proposing that these beautiful ancient trees cannot be chopped down, right? Full stop. That's a proposal because and then I could write up extra blurb like, because why? Because they're beautiful trees, blah of nature, full of oxygen, you know, you're a shitlord if you do, who's with me, right? You can ramp it up, right? And then everyone can see that there is a new vote proposed. And people then have days to look at it, to add their commentary to it, to add their vote to it, right? You see where I'm going with this? But it's got a real deep mechanical system with it where you can do shit like, I'm passing a law where you can't fish. And they're like, what? No, you can't fish in this particular no fishing zone we want to set up unless it is this type of size of fish, and only if the amount of fish left in the world is blah, then you can. It's a very then if or kind of system, right? You can do a full-on thing where mechanically, if it passes, you literally mechanically won't be able to. You'll go fishing and it'll go, there's a fucking law that you can't, mate. It's been passed. You mechanically can't do this now. But the laws can be repealed, right? So why not? You know what I mean? If server admins just go blanketly, no, we don't let you. It's really kind of like, it's like you have a beautiful game system you're not using by doing that. You know, like, and it's the same with if you get people to build a town to start with or build currency right off the bat. So usually it's like, oh, we're doing this because, you know, we don't want people to stuff it up or, you know, be silly buggers. The point is the game is meant to do that. You're meant to have, I use the parable of the trolls. I think I said the other day, the quick one. It sums it up well. Me and a mate jumped on a server. Day one. First thing that happened, a couple of troll peeps came in. They cut down all the trees. I mean, all the trees over the next few hours. They literally just went ham, doing eating food on the go, picking food and chopping everything down, not picking anything up, leaving all the rubbish, and they left the server, right? And a lot of the people in the channel were saying, that's it, the server's dead, right? May as well leave. Let's start a new server, right? Me and my mate were like, no, fuck that. Let's start cleaning it up. It's going to take ages. Let's do it. And we started cleaning up those trees. We chopped them down. People donated food to us. People joined in. We created more storage on public open for that logs. We bit by bit cleaned it up and then we replanted those seeds. Next minute, it was all good again, right? Like there was a whole thing of wood for people to use. There were trees being grown again. Yeah. And because we decided to do something about it, we weren't inactive about it. Because the game lets you be villains and heroes in a way, right? Like it gives you the tools to be a shitlord, but it also gives tools to people to stop the shitlords. But the moment you fire up a server, and look, we know this happens with a lot of games with servers. A lot of these servers do it because they want the power of the game. You know what I mean? Like, this is our town. Like, I'm the mayor and my mates here that we're letting you on the server. We're the ad. You know what I mean? It's got that very, right, you are NPCs to their little story, right? No. Play a server where they just go, no, I don't give a shit, right? Just play. There are a couple of rules that you can set up that I don't mind that just are literal trolling if you don't, right? There's a couple of things you can do to just quickly go, no, that's actually just mechanically bereft of any engagement. But outside of that, I would never build a town for people. Let people make settlements and join them up and make their own towns, right? I would never create my own currency. Let them barter. Let them have the great war of the Yam coin versus the bloody Sazzlebucks, right? Do you remember? Were you there, right? Like, these tell stories. In fact, it's literally got infographics that you can bring up and save to remember all the ups and downs of your world that you played on, right? So if that is, I know I've waxing on about it, but like I said, I can't stress enough how fucking different and cool Eco is. Truly. Yam Shack in the Dublin, right? And getting back to it, it can be as complex and convoluted as I should have totally been doing so many things while I was talking, but I didn't, and I'm fine with that. I will chop a tree. How about that? Okay. It can be very complex. I might have made it sound very complex and oh my God, what a simulation. But the reality is you can also do this. You can be like, what's your profession? Because there's all these different skills, just like this. There's mining and forestry and cooking. You know, there's a full skill trees and the learning system, by the way, the XP system is real time, right? You get XP by doing things and you get XP via real time, which means basically that you can't super rush shit, right? Like your next thing's going to take 2 days real time to do and so on, right? So you can sit there and be all convoluted, but what you can also do is this. You can be like, I want to dig a hole. What do you mean? I just want to mine stone. Do you want to also be a stonemason? Oh no. No, I want to get food off someone else and buy it off them. I will start digging this hole and it's going to be bullshit because I have to move dirt and earth as I do and bracing it. But I'm going to dig this stone bit by bit. I'm going to start accumulating stone. And I'm going to get a wagon off someone, a little cart, and I'm going to cart my little stone off to someone and sell it to a stonemason. And then I'm going to go back to my home. I'm going to stop by and buy some food. And then I'm going to go back to my hole and I'm going to dig some more stone. And I'm going to keep doing that till I've built a great big cavern. And then I'm going to bit by bit upgrade my wagon. And then maybe I'll get a digging machine. And then later I'm going to dig even more with my digging machine. And I'm going to sell better stone, right? And I'm going to build my house in the cavern. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to buy all the materials like wood and shit off other people. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dig a freaking hole. And you can. And that's what Eco allows you to do. It gives you the ability to just twat around while still feeling connected with the other players. Yeah. And I think this, yet again, this is what I'm saying. This game has that DNA where I feel they want... I mean, I would swear that the people that have made this game, they probably have played and do play, enjoy Eco, right? There's got to be no doubt that some of them enjoy Eco. Because yet again, it has some very Eco DNA. It's just this is more of an isometric-y type of Eco in a way. Not a simulation, right? This isn't a simulated. Whereas Eco is a very sim-type game. But I hope my little lock talk on Eco has maybe, for those that have been on the fence or heard about it or haven't even heard about Eco, for you to give it a little go. I don't know if it's on special at the moment. Is it on special? Also, they're coming up to their... It's been out for a while. They've been working on it. It is coming up to, bit by bit, their 1.0 release. There you go. Look, $32, right? 25% off. Honestly, if you don't have it, that $32...
A vibrant, natural...
There we go. Yeah, $32. Beautiful.
teeming with life at every corner. A tranquil world whose days are numbered. Its survival is in your hands. Begin your journey by using the natural resources around you.
I might say farming's a big thing, like as in the water moisture, yeah? Like getting crops of certain types not growing right up against their asses. The height, the biomes, the wind, temperature, all affect crops, right? If you just walk up and go ho 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 the dirt, plonk in a whole variety of seeds and go, it's watered, let's go, most of them will die. That's what'll happen. They'll be dead. And it'll take a few days of real time too. And you'll go, you know how we needed wheat, guys? Yeah? Yeah, we're dead. Like, we've got no bread. Like, literally, right? But you get tools and craft and that to be able to look at seeds and go, oh, this wheat seed, actually, this variety or strain needs a certain temperature and a certain soil moisture in a certain biome. All right, well, I found that type of thing. Tested the soil. This is a good spot for it. Let's go. Right, you see what I mean? Things like that. It's amazing. Building road systems, shit like that.
Specialize in a craft and trade goods and labor with your fellow citizens.
Yeah, there's a whole thing with the labor system, so you can set up work orders and you can set up like, I will pay you like this many yam bucks for your amount of labor points that you put in on this job that I've started. So I could be like, I need cloth, right? I could get someone to get me, I could buy a workstation. I could queue up. I want 300 cloth made, right? I could queue the job up. I could check out a work order going, I will pay you 5 yam bucks per labor point you spend on my cloth job, right? So you're saying maybe a tailor. You're like, shit, yeah. I even get a reduction in the use of my labor points. In fact, I give you a bonus if I do it. So you come over and you just do it and you will get money from me, right? Like by doing it. So you can set up work orders for stuff that you don't do. You see where I'm going? It gets this full-on economy and people working, doing bits and pieces.
An economy you develop.
There's ships, fishing stuff, ports.
Advance your society
Yeah?
to make ever greater progress forward.
Fuck now. God damn it, now I want to play again. Shit.
Develop culture.
Look
to
at
further
that.
Your settlement's influence.
Culture. Hell yeah. True story. I got kicked off a server because I was a troll, I admit. I was a troll that helped, but I went the dark side of progress to defeat the asteroid. I YamCorped it. I went progress first, fuck ecology, and I was an oil baron, and I did so many pump jacks and oil without concern for any form of regulation or whatever, that I caused the sea level to rise. And literally submerge many people's lowland villages, including one of the main admin's main base, which was promptly underwater. That admin was not happy with me, and even though I did profess the game lets you do so, we've got oil, don't we? I was asked to leave the server because apparently I should have taken into consideration things such as that. To which I was like, nah, I'm good, mate. We have lots of oil. So,
As your civilization
good times.
grows, so does your impact.
Dusty Caverns Industries. There you go. Oh yeah, that's what happens when pollution kicks in. The plants start dying, animals start dying, the trees start dying. Welcome to the world of big industry. I hope you don't like verdant valleys, because here at YamCorp, yes. Don't worry about it. Your crops are fine. Yeah, here we go. So that's a prime example of what happened. The gentleman had his base, and then it had water all in it. The end. That's probably the admin. He probably was looking at that going, I hate that locker bar guy. He can burn in hell. I'm removing him from my server. The piece of shit. Fair call. That is fair. But I did get the oil for us, though.
Use
so
data to measure
there we go. Look at the
and
data.
understand
Look at
your
this
impact
shit.
on the world.
Do you like
Impose
spreadsheets and
laws
shit?
and taxes to protect the ecosystem. Create elections and run for office.
Proper elections run for office. See that? Saz v. Locker Bar. Let's go. Right? Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. I'm here for this. Here again, because the oil baron where our souls are as dead as the planet, right? The vote, look, you got voting booths and shit.
Towns and countries to collaborate with your fellow citizens.
Countries, nations, mate.
Build towards a global government to solve society's biggest challenges.
Or hear me out, pump jacks.
And ultimately, prevent a global catastrophe without causing one in the process.
And that's it in a nutshell. That's what you're trying to do. You're basically trying to get to the tech level to be able to make these lasers and power to be able to destroy the asteroid before it destroys the planet. But the balancing act is, how do you reach that point? Because to reach it is a very tenuous balance. If you're too cash, like, no, man, like, where's the hassle? Slow down. It's like, we have slowed down, and because of that, there's a fucking asteroid about to hit tomorrow. Where's the lasers? Oh shit, right? But then there's the, oh shit, no, we've just developed lasers within the week. What cost was that? Oh, the planet's dead. So literally the asteroid's doing it a favor at this point. But we've got it. Bowler had an all. I feel so has to the governor of Yark, right? Anyway, that's my salesmanship. But that was just update 10 anyway. I mean, you know, this is the thing I was saying. Eco 12 preview, free placement. I mean, I know Saz and builders would enjoy this. Basically, like, so, you know, you can literally place everything everywhere, like books, individual books and shit like that. You can move them and angle them and stuff. Yeah. Full on. And they placement on top of surfaces like tables, so you can put teacups and food and stuff like that on. More object rotation. That's what I was saying about selling directly from surfaces, so you can put down the food item and actually put a price, and people can look at it and go, "Oh, I'll buy that." Dinner parties, placing food on tables so you can have dinner parties. You can put out a feast, host elaborate dinner. Oh my god, animal husbandry. I didn't even realize that was coming in. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shit. No. No eco. Oh, fuck me. All right. Yeah, working with. So it hasn't even reached 1.0 yet, and yeah. Shit. The only thing some of us are disappointed with, and I'm okay with it. The only thing disappointed is that there was a decision whether they'd do trains, because they said they were going to do trains for ages, right? And so many of us were like, oh, yes. I want to lay train tracks. I want to be a conductor of a train service, right? Like, yes. Does Ark like robots and dinosaurs? Does Eco need trains? Like, yes. Instead, they're like, yeah, but you also kind of wanted boats, so we're going to vote for it. And in the end, the boats kind of won out. So we have all this port system, and they're still apparently working on the trains, but it was like, oh man, got it, fucking got it. But yeah, I am very keen keen for this. I think we should, when we do play some eco, I think we should fire up a server for it, and I will tell whoever the damn well wants that we're having a Lord of the Flies eco experience.
Enter a vibrant, natural world.
The only thing, of course, I won't abide is just, total fuck bags, or you know what I mean, just total dipshits or something. Trolls that are trolling via game stuff, but they're good natured, we're fine with. But just dipshits, no, of course not. But we'll open up the server and just go fuck it, let's go. As I said, because I generally believe it's at its best when it's just chaos, right? And it's the best way to learn, right? Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The best way to learn eco is literally to be thrown in the deep end and go, enjoy, right? If people give everything to you on a plate, you're not going to enjoy the game in the long term. You're really not. That's eco. That's my TED talk. Yes. And with that, I feel I should say thank you for all hanging out. I feel that I should finish my stream off now because I feel I should order some fucking food. That's what I did. I literally did a nearly a half an hour talk on why eco is good, right? Which I'm fine with, right? It's time for dinner and sleep. Exactly. There's some socials. Thank you very much, Saz. I appreciate it. There's a YouTube channel if you haven't subscribed to. It has my VODs. It might have some guides on Bitcraft one day. Who knows? I don't know. But honestly, thank you very much for hanging out. I do appreciate you all. I hope you all have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, and or evening, wherever you may be. I will be back on Sunday. So 2 days now. What will we be playing? Yes. Either we'll be playing a bit more Bitcraft. There is a high chance of that too. I'd like to do a full week of this game. Like even if we will be playing some, I will be playing 7 Days to Die. When it hits 2.0 official, we will be playing 7 Days to Die. No if, buts, maybes, that is going to be happening. But I will still be playing, even when I'm not streaming Bitcraft, I will still be playing Bitcraft. That makes sense, right? Like, yeah, I'm enjoying it. Yeah. All right. Sleep well, Saz. The rest of you all, take care, be well. Thanks for hanging out. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the bricko. I appreciate it. Thank you all, yeah.